I'm Lisa Thompson, the State Board of Equalization's Taxpayers' Rights Advocate. Taxpayers and stakeholders are invited to this year's Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing before the elected members of the State Board of Equalization on Tuesday, August 29, 2023 at 10 a.m. You can participate in person, by phone, or submit written comments before the hearing. We welcome comments, suggestions, or concerns on California's property tax system or the recent annual report, as well as on the alcoholic beverage tax program. For more information, please visit www.boe.ca.gov/TRA. We look forward to your participation.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry about the delay, but we'll go ahead and get this meeting started. Ms. Cicchetti,
Okay.
Whoops. Am I getting an echo back here?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Who did we hear?
We
This
good?
is the AT&T operator.
Oh, the
Okay,
AT&T.
good morning.
Okay. Now, you're not joined yet with the public, but let me know when you're ready to go.
We're
Okay.
ready to go.
All right. Now, give yourself 5 seconds countdown, and once into that, you will be ready to speak with the public. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
All righty.
We're ready to call this board meeting to order, and we'll start with Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call the roll.
The roll. Okay, good morning, everyone. Chair Vasquez,
Present.
Vice Chair Lieber. Here. Member Gaines. Here. Member Schaefer.
Here.
Deputy Controller Amaron.
Here.
A quorum is present. With that, we will officially call the meeting to order, and we will start with our Pledge of Allegiance. If I can get you to stand, those that can. Thank you. With that, let me just start with some opening remarks, and then I'll open it up to the members. I believe there's a few others that want to have some other opening remarks. First of all, I'd like to just open this meeting in recognition of those impacted by the landslide that began July 8th in Rolling Hills Estate in Palos Verdes Peninsula. It happens to be in my district, and many of these folks who put their life fortune into these hillside homes now are finding them slipping away between the rains and then the drought. And then now with just the settling of those hillsides, we have lost, well, there's been so far 10 homes that have been completely destroyed, and at least 17 or more have been evacuated. The area is a mass collapse. You know, many of them, their roofs have collapsed, walls, they're retaining walls, so they're not inhabitable at this point. And I would just like to open up and one, in memory of some of these folks who have lost their fortune and are trying to resituate themselves, and then two, to also recognize my county assessor, Jeff Prang, and his staff for running out there quickly and trying to provide some services for those that are in need and are still have many, many questions of what to do, not only on their taxes, but also just in terms of what rights they may have when they lose, basically, in some cases, their whole parcel. With that, let me turn it to, I believe it was Member Schaefer had mentioned, then I'll open up to others that might have some opening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I usually try to commemorate birthdays of interesting people that just happen to fall on our meeting day, and we have a couple of very significant birthdays today. Estelle Getty turns 100 today, everybody's favorite grandmother, who we know from Golden Girls. She's not with us. We lost her, I think, at age 91, but today she will is her 100th, and I think that's significant. Another major birthday is Emmett Till. the president is honoring the young black man that was brutally murdered when he was a teenager for allegedly whistling at a white girl down south, which led to a lot of changes in civil rights, and his loss was a lot of improvements to our nation. Today is his birthday. He would have been 83 or 82. I have seen the play, I have seen the movie, and I've known one of the actors who was in it, and I'm glad that the president is acknowledging this important part of our civil rights history. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand actually in watching the news this morning about Emmett Till, it looks like they've dedicated that, I mean, it's sad to say the site where he was murdered. They're going to have some kind of memorial there.
Yes.
Moving forward. I'll look to my Vice Chair, Lieber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, back in March, we recognized Equal Pay Day, March 14th, for all women who are working full-time year-round receive 84 cents. And when you include part-time and seasonal workers, they receive 77 cents for every dollar paid to men. And we talked about that it's not just a wage gap, but also definitely a benefits gap, which turns into a very significant asset gap for women workers. And I wanted to recognize that July 27th is Black Women's Equality Pay Day, and that is the date that Black women working full-time year-round catch up to what non-Hispanic white male earners earned in the previous year. So it takes more than a year and a half of pay to get to that point. And again, the emphasis on real resources and wealth gap that turns into a very noticeable impact on generational wealth. And wanted to recognize that the Moms Equal Pay Day is not until August 15th, when moms will catch up with white male earners to the previous year. And the Latina Equal Pay Day is October 5th, and Native Women's Equal Pay Day is not until November 30th. So you really see a significant and disparate impact on women workers. And I think on this board we are very concerned with the assets and property of Californians. And so I hope that we can always keep in our mind the really disparate wages paid to all women workers, but particularly to women workers of color in our state. Thank you.
Thank you for reminding us of that. Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning to my colleagues, to everyone here and those viewing online. This July marks the 33rd anniversary of the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act into law. This landmark legislation is one of the most comprehensive civil rights bills ever passed. Once declared a new American Independence Day, where every man, woman, and child with a disability can pass through once closed doors into a bright new era of equality, freedom, and independence. Thanks to the ADA, the very places that compromise our shared ways of life, schools or movie theaters, workplaces, national parks, and buses truly belong to everyone. To the 1 in 4 Americans who live with a disability, this marked a chance to develop their talents and make unique contributions to the world. And thanks to that effort, California, the United States as a whole, is stronger and more vibrant than ever before. That's what this law has achieved. The ADA is also proof of the power of an American law, being an example for the rest of the world to follow, because the ADA has inspired 180 other nations to pass similar disability protection laws. July is a celebration of that history, but also an opportunity to recommit ourselves to the future, to address the injustices that still linger, and to remove the barriers that remain. Americans with disabilities are still 3 times more likely than others to be unemployed. even though they're able and willing to work, even though they have so much to contribute, there's still much more work ahead of us to make sure that people with disabilities are paid fairly for their labor, safe in their communities, to ensure access to technology, including high-speed internet that allows for full participation and being connected in today's economy, to make sure that children with disabilities have an equal opportunity to learn, to acquire skills and the sense of self-worth that will last a lifetime. I also want to acknowledge this movement because it's not just about disability rights, but also disability pride, recognizing that disability isn't something broken or to be fixed. For many, a disability is a source of power, identity, and strength. So whenever I think about the ADA, I think about my own father, Sabur Emran, who is diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. And even during the most challenging of times, my father has always kept an incredible spirit, never missed my basketball games, never late to work. He has never let his condition define him. So to everyone, everywhere has a story like that in their family. To equal access, to equal opportunity, we celebrate all our citizens. We embrace you for your abilities and disabilities, similarities and differences, for your past courage and future dreams. So on this 33rd anniversary of the ADA, we rejoice in the fact that those living with a disability have the equal freedom to make a life of what they desire, and that we as one people will not accept or tolerate any form of discrimination in California, not now nor ever. Happy Disability Pride Month. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Member Gaines, I believe you have something as well.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to honor George Michael Dariotis, who passed away peacefully in his home, surrounded by family, on July 12th, after 13 and a half years of fighting cancer. He was just a great guy, a gentle soul. I always kind of thought of him as kind of angelic, you know. He was so tender, so kind, so loving towards people. He is survived by his wife, Christine, and two brothers, Chris and Michael, and a brother-in-law, Joe. His family moved to the Sacramento area in 1978 and opened the Spaghetti Factory on J Street. So that restaurant was founded by Mrs. Dariotis' brother up in Portland, Oregon. But they started it here in Northern California. And he was a great individual, very hardworking, honest, dedicated individual, active at the Annunciation Greek Orthodox Church in Sacramento, where he was a member and served on the Church Endowment Fund Board and was instrumental in growing the stewardship of the church. George's greatest honor was receiving the Medal of St. Paul from the eminent Metropolitan Gerasimos in 2016, the highest commendation of the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese for continuous support of Greek Orthodox faith. He greeted his fellow parishioners as an usher. He served on the board. Just a wonderful, wonderful man. He was, it was interesting because I knew him when he was single, so he got married later in life. He died at age 73, but was married in his kind of mid to late 50s and had a child. So 16-year-old son who's surviving. He's a great golfer. And so that son experienced cancer, basically. His dad had cancer almost his whole life, since he was a 3-year-old. But they're very close, and they had a beautiful marriage, and they've got a great son. So I just wish them, prayers for them now during this tough period of mourning, but success in the future. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. With that, I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention our great staff here, on our website. I notice we do a pretty good job in terms of providing disaster relief information. So as I was speaking earlier about those folks that lost their homes, if they're listening, please reach out, check our BOE website. And if you don't get your answers there, by all means, reach out to our staff. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, let's begin with our first order of business.
Mm-hmm. Good morning.
Good morning.
Our first order of business is our informational announcement. This meeting is live streamed to the public and posted on the BOE YouTube channel. There is no hearing reported today. The transcript of this meeting will be created from an audio live stream. First, I'd like to remind the audience to silence their cell phones and any other wireless devices. Second, the public comment is taken on each agenda item. The public will be invited to comment on matters before the board. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instruction of the AT&T moderator. If you intend to make a public comment today using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line before the beginning of the agenda item that you wish to comment on. We recommend this as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between our live stream and the live event. When giving public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. This concludes the informational announcement. Thank you.
Will you go ahead and announce our
Okay,
first order
yes.
of business?
Our first item on today's agenda is item 1, public comment on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the State Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda may do so under this item on the agenda. Please note that the board cannot take action on these items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings. When giving your public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We do not have anyone in the audience who has made note that they wanted to make a public comment, and we have nothing in writing that has been received so far. So let's go out to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, could you let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment?
Thank you. For public comment at this time, please press 1, then 0 on your telephone keypad. And we have no comments in queue at this time.
All righty, thank you.
With that, I guess we move on to our first item.
That's
Mr.
correct.
Scudic.
Our first item is item 2, tax program matters, fiscal year 2023-24, private railroad car tax rate, report on the tax rate applicable to the 2023-2024 private railroad car assessment. Ms. DiNapoli will present these items for your consideration.
Good morning, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. I am Pamela DiNapoli, manager with the State Assessed Properties Division. For item 2, the private railroad car tax rate, I'm here today to report this year's rate at 1.149%, which is down slightly from last year, 1.155%. This rate is computed annually by the board's Legislative Research and Statistics Division under the provisions of Revenue and Taxation Code Section 11403. This code section states that the board shall annually compute the average rate of general property taxation in the state, The rate is approved annually by BOE's executive director and reported to the board at the July meeting for informational purposes. The approved tax rate is applied to the State Assessed Properties Division to the annual private railroad car assessed values. The private railroad car assessed values multiplied by the approved rate will equate to the amount of tax due for each private railroad car assessee. This item is for informational purposes only and does not require board action. This concludes the report for the 2023 private railroad car tax rate, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Member Gaines.
Could you just tell me in general terms why the rate dropped from the year before?
It just goes by the annual, they get the information from the state controller's office for the average rate of all of the counties, and so it's averaged
Okay.
by the Research and Statistics. So
Okay.
I'm not really quite sure. It's just the average rate.
Okay. Very well. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands or questions, This is just an informational item, so I think we're good. Thank you.
You're welcome. This is just a report. Yep.
Mr. Chickadee.
All right. The next item on the agenda is item number 3. Tax Program Matters, adoption of the 2023 private railroad car roll. Staff recommendation for the lien date 2023 assessment of private railroad cars under the provisions of the private railroad car tax law. This matter is a constitutional function, therefore Deputy Controller Emron may not participate in accordance with Government Code Section 7.9. This item is being presented by Ms. DiNapoli and Mr. Ibarra.
Good morning, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board again. My name is Pamela DiNapoli, manager in the State Assessed Properties Division. With me today is Mr. Jason Ibarra. He's a supervisor of our field appraisal and board roll production unit. We are here today to present for your consideration and adoption the 2023 private railroad car assessment roll. Before you is a report entitled the 2023 Recommendation for Assessment of Private Railroad Cars. This report represents the staff's recommendation for lien date 2023 assessment of private railroad cars under the provisions of the private railroad car tax law. This year's total recommended assessed value is approximately $899 million. Under adoption of the staff's recommendation, SAPD staff will prepare the 2023 private railroad car tax bills and send them to the private railroad car taxpayers by the required statutory date of October 15th. The tax is due by December 10th, and the tax is collected and deposited into the state's general fund. I ask for your adoption of the roll, and Mr. Ibarra and I are available if you have any questions on this.
Members, do we have any questions or comments? Seeing none? Then I guess we need to actually take action on this one. Let me just entertain a motion to approve the staff recommendation. It's been moved by my vice chair. I will go ahead and second that.
Okay.
We don't have any written comments on this one.
I was just going to say, no, we have no written comments. We have no one who's in the audience. So let's go out to the AT&T moderator.
All right.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Thank you. And please press 1 then 0 at this time if you have public comment. We have no public comment at this time.
All righty. So we have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for the lien date 2023 assessment of the private railroad cars as presented by staff. The motion was by Vice Chair Lieber and seconded by Chair Vasquez. We ready to take roll?
Yes.
Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer? Aye. And the Deputy Controller cannot vote.
So that's unanimous of those available and able to vote. With that, we will move on. Do we have another report? Yes, go ahead, continue.
Before we go any further, I'll just remind everyone to keep your cell phones away from the microphones. We're having some feedback issues.
I'll separate.
All righty, the next item on today's agenda is item 4, property tax matters, adoption of the 2023 state assessed property roll. Staff recommendation on the allocation of the unitary values adopted by the board in May 2023, plus adjustments based on prior board action and staff recommended non-unitary values. This matter is a constitutional function, therefore the Deputy Controller Emron may not participate in accordance with Government Code Section 7.9. This item is being presented by Ms. DiNapoli and Mr. Ibarra.
Good morning, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. I'm Jason Ibarra, Supervisor of the State Assessed Properties Division, Field Appraisal and Board Roll Production Unit. With me today is Ms. Pam DiNapoli, Manager with the State Assessed Properties Division. We are here to present for your consideration and adoption of the 2023 State Assessed Properties Board Roll. Before you is a report entitled the 2023 Recommendation for Assessment of State Assessed Property. This recommendation reflects the unitary assessed values adopted by the board on May 23, 2023, along with adjustments to the roll based on prior board actions, as well as staff recommended non-unitary values. This year's state assessed rule totals approximately $143 billion of assessed value. As additional information for the public audience, I want to highlight that the main difference between this item currently before the board and the board's adoption of the state assessed unitary values in May is that today's recommendation includes the allocation of the unitary values adopted in May to the appropriate counties in which the specific property is located. In other words, the board adopted total values for each state assessee in May, and today I'm requesting that the board approve how those values are allocated to the state's 58 counties. Our staff relies primarily on assessee reporting as the basis for our allocation of the adopted assessed values to each county. Upon adoption of these recommendations, State Assessed Properties Division staff will transmit the allocated assessments to the 58 counties so that the counties may generate tax bills and collect the property tax. Staff will provide each county auditor's office with an electronic version of the roll, and the electronic copy will be followed by a hard copy sent via U.S. mail. An electronic version is also transmitted to each county assessor's office as well. Each state assessee receives notice of their allocated unitary assessment as well as their approved non-unitary value. Each notice provides information regarding how to file an appeal if they wish to do so, and provides the deadline dates to file an appeal. Members, that concludes our presentation of this item. I ask for your adoption of the roll, and Ms. DiNapoli and I are available if you have any questions.
Members, do we have any questions? Oh, yes, Member Gaines.
I'm just curious as to, do you ever have challenges that might come from a county in terms of the allocated amount for their particular county for state assessed property? I'm just trying to figure out, what's the nature of that relationship with our counties versus the BOE?
Sure. Generally speaking, there's not a lot of questions regarding it. We have a very open communication with them, and they contact us if they have any questions, and we respond with whatever information that we've been able to attain based on the reporting and our field appraisers' land values and such. So we don't really have any issues with that, no.
Okay,
Does that
never
answer
a
your question?
valuation question or anything? And
Occasionally, like I said, generally speaking, they might ask, well, there used to be a value here and there isn't, and it's usually a case of, the company's either not reporting a property anymore, or so they don't have it, and they question that, and then that's good.
Yeah.
It keeps us
Okay.
on our toes just in case, but yeah, it's typically, generally speaking, we have a really open communication with them, so
okay,
it's not a problem.
that's great. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands or comments, I think we're good. I would just move the staff recommendation on this. Second. And it's been seconded by Member Gaines. We don't have any written comment on this, do we?
No written comments received. We have no one in the audience who wants to make a public comment. Let's go to the AT&T moderator.
All right.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Please press 1 then 0 at this time. At this time, no public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let's go ahead and take a vote.
Okay. We have a motion to adopt the 2023 State Assessed Property Roll as presented by staff. The motion was by Mr. Vasquez, and it was seconded by Mr. Gaines. All righty, let's take roll. Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye?
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
All righty, and Mr. Deputy Controller Emron cannot vote.
So that's unanimous of those able and can vote on this item. With that, Mr. Schetti, we move on to the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on today's agenda is item 5, consent agenda, adoption of the June 27th, 2023 board meeting minutes. This is a consent item.
Members, do we have any comments, questions? Seeing and hearing none, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
Second?
It's been moved and second. We don't have any written comments on this one, do we?
No, no written comments were received, and I have no one in the audience at this time. So let's go to the moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Please press 1 to 0 for public comment at this time. No comment at this time.
Alrighty. So I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda as presented. The motion was by Mr. Vasquez and seconded by Mr. Gaines. Let's take roll. Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber? Aye. Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
Thank you. With that, it's unanimous of all those unable to wanting to participate. Oh, okay.
Okay.
And with that, Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please call our next item.
Okay, good. The next item on today's agenda is item 6, Board Member Matters and Initiatives. Board Member Strategic Plan Updates. Quarterly reports on priorities, actions, and progress related to the goals of the Board Member Strategic Plan. This item is being presented by Mr. Vasquez, and I have Ms. Cohen on the agenda, but
You know, I'm looking at my notes here. Okay, here it goes. Members, at our last update on the progress related to the board member strategic plan, we discussed and confirmed items that were completed and reviewed, those that still, and then those that are still in progress. I asked the executive director to give you a copy of the most recent spreadsheet from the October 2022 so that we can use it today to discuss what remains to be done or any changes that should be made. If you would please look at your spreadsheet, and then I believe Deputy Controller has some comments on behalf of the Controller. So we'll open up with that, and then we'll bring it back to the members. Go ahead.
Thank
Deputy
you,
Controller.
Chair Vasquez. I want to thank you for your efforts in leading this board in our strategic planning efforts. The Controller wants each of you to know that as a board, we were on track in developing this plan in 2019. Each priority is as important today as it was when we established them. I will read each goal into the record. Goal number 1, ensure the board's constitutional mandates are being performed in the most cost-effective, efficient, and timely manner with the 58 elected assessors and California taxpayers in the forefront. Goal number 2, to establish and meet workload priorities and provide direction for members to achieve statewide objectives and workload in a manner that ensures maximum transparency and opportunity for open discussion. Goal number 3, develop an educational outreach and plan. Goal number 4, develop an agency-wide branding campaign to ensure that California taxpayers, elected officials, business associations, nonprofits, veterans, and other constituencies are knowledgeable about the agency and the board, as well as their exclusive responsibility of property tax administration. The Controller encourages each of us to remember these goals reflect the board's commitment to rebuild the organization and restore its stellar national reputation. The Controller unequivocally believes that the BOE team is the most competent and knowledgeable property tax professionals in the nation. She is committed to ensuring that the organization and our 58 county assessors have the necessary resources to fulfill our respective constitutional responsibilities. However, such a commitment will require accomplishing the goals delineated in the strategic plan. The Controller looks forward to working with each one of these board members in doing just that. As for the Controller's strategic plan, updates on Goal 1 and 2, I have informed the Chair's office that the Controller, in partnership with the Executive Director, would like to provide her report to the Chairman next month. Again, Chair Vasquez, the Controller appreciates your leadership on the board's strategic plan and applauds your team for all their contributions in this important work. Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Thank you. Before I open it up to the rest of the members, the only item that I was looking at that we've actually made the change already, and I just wanted to include it. I guess we should make that change. It's under Gold 2B on the spreadsheet that shows we slightly revised our guidelines from using the letter L and M items on March 21st, 2023, by directing that it'll be shown as numbered items now on our agenda, which is the format we've been using, the alphabetical letters now. So I guess that should just reflect that. And with that, seeing no hands right now, let me turn it to our executive director and see if she has any comments, and then I'll bring it back to our members as well.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. I will hold on my comments to after Member Gaines and Member Schaefer has an opportunity to speak on their items, because my comments relate to those.
Okay. With that, let me turn it to Member Gaines.
Yeah, I'd like to just make a few comments on the work group related to workforce. And I also have some comments about veterans too.
Yes.
I don't know if you want me to make both of those now.
Well, why don't we hold on the veterans until we get the vice chair's
Okay,
report? Yeah.
okay, thank you. So thank you, Chair Vasquez. It's no secret that I take a deep interest in the staffing here at the BOE. I think it's critical that we are fully staffed and competent. We have highly trained individuals to ensure that we are giving taxpayers the best possible service. And I appreciate the updates that Ms. Renati is giving us on a regular basis to show the hard work that the agency has undertaken in terms of its recruitment, retention, and training efforts. The baby boomers retiring is going to present a challenge and has presented a challenge to the BOE and all public and private firms moving forward. And I appreciate the attention and effort that our staff is showing to ensuring that we have the personnel firepower to carry out our mission. But I'm also interested because of my background in politics. Although I have represented some cities, most of my districts have been rural, small counties. They face some challenges that are unique to them when it comes to the ability to pay competitive wages, to the ability to provide internal training, all the way down to the absolute number of staff and how that might be challenging. Losing one staffer when you have an office of 3 people is far different than losing a staffer in a larger county assessor office. Suddenly those remaining staffers might pick up a 50% increase in workload. And I've heard many stories about how difficult it is to try to fill that vacated role. Sometimes it takes years to find the right person, and you need individuals that need to be trained. Even if you find someone that would work out well, often they need to be trained and have specialized skills and institutional knowledge. And so that is something I look forward to in terms of providing insights and solutions for the BOE and counties of all sizes in recruitment, compensation, training, and any other areas that will allow for well-staffed and well-prepared property tax experts that will faithfully provide service to our constituents. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Schaefer, did you have any comments on this? Or are you going to wait? Okay. I'll turn it to my vice chair. Any comments on this?
No.
I'll turn it back to our executive director.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. Members, Member Gaines, Member Schaefer. I'm going to actually do an update on Member Gaines's item regarding the board member strategic plan that kind of interplays with the workforce. However, there were some specific goals on the strategic plan. Goal 3, developing education outreach plan, and Mr. Gaines, Member Gaines is the lead on that. And with that item, there's item 3A1, develop a board member education outreach plan that identifies all constituencies. Work with the executive director and Mr. Kim, our communication director, to create a vision for how the members can fulfill their ambassadorship. So I'd like to report, I'm pleased to report that we are currently implementing the vision from the committee and from the USC study. As you may recall, the USC students reported out at the May 22 meeting on their study, and they recommend to do outreach in toolkits. We have implemented various toolkits, and we have taken their suggestion to make sure that, to the extent possible, that our information, our fact sheets, and et cetera, is done in plain English so that it's easy to understand. However, if there's a need for additional fact sheets or brochures or collateral material, please let me know, and we would take steps to provide them for you. We have also implemented the solution to from the USC student report, such as, again, the toolkits, and I will probably say it again when I talk about item 3A4. We have information sheets, fact sheets, social media toolkits and graphics, and suggesting talking points and flyers. And some or most members are capitalizing on this collateral. I encourage you to use more of it. Again, if you need material, please give me a call, and I will. We have it. We just have to order it. If you're going to an event and you want to pass something out, I highly encourage you to use something like the updated fact sheet that we have. And again, everything's in simple language. Goal 3A2. And just to kind of summarize that, each board member will identify items relevant to their district to include in the plan. The executive director will conduct a survey with each member to confirm their education and outreach needs. Okay, so as your executive director, I did conduct a survey with the members' offices last year and reported those findings back to the subcommittee, Mr. Cox and Mr. Gardner. And they in turn reported back at the August 22 meeting of what the members were looking for as far as outreach material. And it was very high level. It was pretty much the same thing: toolkits, flyers, social media, and capitalizing on what we currently have in place. 3A4, again, is about toolkits. And we have those in place now. And of course, with all toolkits and social media and collateral material, we have it. And it's always going to be something that is subject to updates because things change. So I would like to say that that has been implemented. Then goal 4 is basically a branding. And as you guys went through this branding issue of branding the BOE, it really came back to communication and outreach. So that goal has kind of been rolled into, or is the same as goal 3. But we have developed the ambassadorship program, which includes, again, the recommendations from the USC study to the extent possible, understanding that we are a government agency and we do have some restrictions, especially as an elected board. So to the extent possible, we have implemented those suggestions. And again, that's back to the collateral and marketing material. I am very pleased to say that what the members have reported, saw as a need under goal 3 and 4, we have taken action to implement, and we are here to help you move forward as you continue to promote the Board of Equalization. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. And thank to the members. When we started this, we were all new. And I remember we had like our own little powwow, matter of fact, right here in the center, a little retreat where we started this. And then Member Cohen, myself, kicked it off and with the participation of then Brenda, actually, and Yvette, you were up here as the deputy controller at the time. And it's good to see that several of these things that we laid out were actually accomplished. I mean, there's some were a little bit more longer terms, and I'm looking forward. And I'm looking forward to continue this, and we should leave this open because I understand the controller will be joining us in August, and I'm hoping to have an opportunity to speak to her before and just kind of go over some things, because I know some of the things that we had started, we left some loose ends, and we need to just come back. And we had talked about creating like benchmarks, and not only for ourselves, but for staff as well, so we have something to shoot for. So I'm looking forward for that as it moves forward. And some of these things, as I'm looking at them down the road, we may break them out into being more matters that might take on by the members as we look at the reclassification down the road. I guess it's going to take on a little later on governance. But with that, let me just say, unless there's other comments people wanted to make. Oh, yes, Member Gaines, go ahead.
Vice Chair,
Oh.
would you like to speak first? And then
I'm sorry, go ahead.
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines. Well, I just wanted to give my compliments to staff for all the work that's been put in on finding ways to implement this strategic plan. And I think it starts with the leadership and then really Mr. Peter Kim with the digital assets that we have, because looking at the numbers of people that visit the digital assets to learn more about Prop 19 and other issues, I think it's really come into its own in terms of being a very valuable asset and also interactive with the other agencies and with members of the legislature being able to access it and see it in a very concise way. And then I always really love the, I can't remember if you called it plain English, but the non-legalese as far as our documents, because it's an art of both covering the legal nuances of it, but also making it very accessible, because we all know that our constituents have less and less time these days as people are working multiple jobs and et cetera. And so it's really, I find with so many of our printed pieces as well as the digital assets, that it is something that people can learn a little bit more at a glance. And that's, I feel, really where we need to be right now to capture the attention and give our constituents what they need in that moment. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you. I agreed with the Vice Chair's comments. Really excited about the new webpage, in particular the elements of Prop 19, because it's created so many questions, and we've seen it because we're counting how many responses there are. And it's probably around 500,000 responses, I think, at this point, in terms of people, trying to inquire and get information, and such an easy way to do it through our website. And things that have popped up more recently have been this boat tax issue. So, I like the idea of these fact sheets that we're getting. They're very helpful, and the ability to have the easy to read documents that, I know I'm repeating what the Vice Chair said, but I can't emphasize it enough that, if you're a nonprofit and you're having to fill out an application from the BOE and we simplify it, and it reduces the number of questions dramatically as a result, then that's a win-win. So, yeah. So thank you for your efforts, and I think things are looking good in terms of follow through on our strategic plan.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands or comments, we will go ahead and continue this item for our August meeting, and looking forward to hopefully coming up with some more concrete. And, as we kind of as we look through this, especially the spreadsheet, kind of look at some of those items that we could possibly take off or maybe merge, or look at in terms of short-term and long-term goals. I know when we originally put this out, we had kind of put them in the long-term, short-term, and medium goals. And looking forward to that conversation with our controller to see what we do in terms of the phase 2 here moving forward. So with that, thank you all. And I don't think there's any written comments on this. Is there any public on this? No. Because we're going to carry it over anyway. Okay. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, if we would move on to our next item.
Okay, good. The next item on the agenda is item 7. Board member matters and initiatives, specialized unit within the State Board of Equalization's legal department to support and address the needs of small and mid-sized county assessor offices. Board discussion and possible action related to directing the executive director to provide the board recommendations about establishing a specialized unit within the legal department to ensure legal matters elevated by small and mid-sized county assessor offices are handled expeditiously. This item is being presented by Deputy Controller Emron on behalf of Controller Cohen.
Yes, Deputy Controller, I understand we might have some speakers here you want to introduce and do some opening remarks?
Possibly. I'll start with the opening remarks. I'm not sure if the speakers are present online
Oh.
here, but I'll just
Yes, they
continue
are.
on. Okay.
Oh, they are.
Great. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you, Chairman, honorable members, Executive Stowers. Thank you for joining me at the presentation table for this agenda item. Today, on behalf of the Controller, I present to you a request to have the Executive Director assess and evaluate the feasibility of creating a specialized unit within the Board of Equalization's legal department to support and address the needs of small and mid-sized county assessors. Because of the complexities inherent in our multi-billion-dollar property tax system, county assessors representing our small and mid-sized counties, compared to those from the more well-funded and well-resourced larger counties, are often left without adequate resources to expand professional staffing, retain legal counsel, and alleviate retention challenges. This disparity may result in a county assessor being compelled to make a decision based on independent judgment rather than sound legal advice and guidance. This is where the Controller believes in exploring whether the Board of Equalization should play a role in addressing this resource gap. The specialized unit, if warranted, will further advance the agency's constitutional responsibilities and address and fulfill a need for local assessor offices. The Controller makes this recommendation based on the long-standing reputation that the Board of Equalization's legal team is regarded as one of the most experienced and competent property tax lawyers in the nation. The legal team's extensive capacity and institutional knowledge is valued and repeatedly sought after by local county assessors, property taxpayers and advocates, the legislature, government bodies, business associations, universities, think tanks, and other stakeholders. However, the current workload demands of the legal team continue to exceed staffing allocations with limited relief in sight due to the many complexities associated with implementing Proposition 19 and other property tax changes. As a result, the current legal team's ability to properly and timely provide legal advice to small and mid-sized local county assessors' offices is simply not sustainable. Therefore, this proposal is before you today to direct the Executive Director to review this matter and provide the Board with a report and analysis on the value, feasibility, and cost of creating a specialized legal unit within the Board of Equalization's legal department to specifically address the needs and challenges of small and mid-sized county assessors. The Controller is requesting that this report back to the Board occurs at the August 2023 Board meeting. I also wanted to thank, for the record, has been submitted in a letter from the California Assessors Association on behalf of President Lee in support of this specialized legal unit. I just want to quote, although the county assessors consider the current legal team within the BOE to be a valid resource, employing a specialized unit may provide added support for our shared commitment of delivering fair and equitable assessments. Additional legal resources specifically for small and mid-sized counties would be appreciated if your Board finds feasibility and execution of this proposal, end quote. So once again, thank you. And Executive Director Stowers, I just want to turn to you if you have any comments on this proposal.
Do you have another speaker first? Ms. Lee, Assessor Lee?
Ms. Lee?
If she's on, yes, please.
Ms. Lee? Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning, Chairman Vasquez, members of the board,
Thank you.
Deputy Controller Emron, and staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning on behalf of the California Assessors Association. I'd first like to express our appreciation to Ms. Cohen for making the proposal to specifically assist small and mid-sized counties in legal support. Also, thank you to the Board of Equalization for exploring the feasibility of this issue. When I reached out to the assessors, one area, in addition to specific legal inquiries that seem to be most concerning to the small and mid-sized counties, is assessment appeals. The county council offices often do not have property valuation or property tax experience, or are conflicted when counties do not have a separate assessment appeals board and instead have the Board of Supervisors sitting as the Board of Equalization. Since county council must represent the Board of Supervisors during an appeal, they may be conflicted in also representing the assessors. Another suggestion made by the county assessors was to ask if an addition of legal counsel could be made to the California Assessors Association. So that was just another option that was brought up that I thought maybe I would submit to your board.
Thank you, President Lee. I really appreciate you coming before this body to present your support, and also that the letter you submitted that's been submitted into the record And in regards to those proposals, it's something that will be included, as we collect the data, will be included in the report back in August if this board finds this feasible. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I? Assessor Lee, you commented about legal inquiries, assessment appeal boards, and additional legal counsel for the California Assessors Association. When you say legal inquiries, are you referencing legal opinions?
Yes.
Okay,
When the assessors make legal inquiries of your legal team,
okay.
what I was referring to.
And then assessment appeal boards, I understand that issue where you, if possible and feasible, we can provide assistance when you're going before an assessment appeal board.
That would be wonderful.
That would
That seemed to be the biggest issue that the small counties were having,
Okay.
was having representation during an assessment appeal.
Okay. Now, this idea of legal counsel for the California Assessors Association, can you elaborate a little bit more on that one? What's the concept would be?
That was actually an issue or a suggestion, I guess, brought up by one of the assessors. And he had suggested that maybe if there wasn't legal counsel able to be administered through the Board of Equalization for assessment appeals, if it would be possible to maybe have legal counsel under the California Assessors Association umbrella that could be representative,
Okay.
of the small and mid-sized counties. In
So, but
appeals.
it's still related to the assessment appeal board support work.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. If I may, members, I'm prepared to give some very highlight overview of these three suggestions and Controller Cohen's proposal. When it first came up in June, I was under the impression that there was perhaps some gaps in the services that we're providing. And I really focused on our services when it came to responding to the county assessor's request for legal opinions. And that was my focus, and what I saw then, and I believe, I know I did report out to you back in June, that we do not have a backlog in that workload. It is considered to be a priority workload, so no matter how an assessor requests a legal opinion, and they have various channels to make that request. It can start when they're working with the assessment services unit, working with program staff, and as they're working through this technical issue, it may raise to a need for a legal opinion. And when it gets to that level, then the assessors and program staff contacts the legal department and they make a request for a legal opinion. The assessors also can contact the legal department directly. Let me state, the assessors can also contact the deputy director for property tax, Mr. Young, and discuss issues. And as they're discussing the issue, if they feel like they need a legal opinion, then it's elevated to legal, and it starts the process of a legal opinion, and it's, again, priority workload. They can also contact our most senior counsel, Mr. Richard Moon, who is the guru of property tax. And they often go to him first, and they discuss an issue, and they try to work through it. And then if there's a decision made by the assessor that they want a legal opinion, then Mr. Moon would log it in as a request for a legal opinion and work collectively with the legal team of drafting that opinion. And it's not all Mr. Moon's work, because every attorney that we have is on deck when it comes to responding to the assessors for legal opinions. Again, it's a priority workload. So although attorneys are wearing multiple hats, including Prop 19, including assessment appeals when we're in the appeal season in late fall, we still have other attorneys that are available to respond to these inquiries. As I indicated in June, it takes about 90 days to complete an inquiry. It could take longer if it's extremely complex, or if the scope of the inquiry grows, and sometimes it does. I talked about Mr. Moon and how he responds. The assessors also have the ability to go directly to the chief counsel and ask for a legal opinion, and the chief counsel will sign it out appropriately. And finally, and most importantly, what I learned when I first came on board, they can also come to me. And they have, and requested a legal opinion. And trust me, it was a priority workload, and they got done within 90 days. So I just want to stress that. But again, there's always room for improvement. There's always going to be a staffing need. And if there is a need, we can look into if there's a need. But however, it's going to be very difficult for me to give you a costing of what it would be when I don't have any metrics. I don't have any knowledge of how many bodies they think they need to do this unit, especially when you consider that I just said we don't have any backlog when it comes to assessors' requests for legal opinion. With respect to what was just shared, having some support for assessment appeal boards when they're going before the board, and if that's not feasible, maybe they can be part of the California Assessors Association. That is, both of those are kind of tied together, and basically, I understand what Assessor Lee is saying. Some of the small and mid-sized counties, their legal representation does not have the same breadth and depth as BOE legal. And so, yes, it would be wonderful if BOE legal could basically be their counsel when they're going before a board. However, that would be a severe conflict of interest. We're here to provide guidance to the assessors and to the property owners as well. And we have to remain neutral. So if we're representing them before an appeal, there's a major conflict. So those two items I can say now, and if you like, I can have legal come up, but I can say with 100% confidence that that is not feasible.
Vice Chair Schaefer, Vice Chair Lever, going back 2 years here.
Well, I did want to hear more about that from Mr. Nanjo, and I'm not sure if it would take state legislation to try to resolve that inherent conflict, because it seems to me that if the BOE is here to represent the taxpayer and the taxpayer is before an appeals board, do we have any standing to sort of take over and be the counsel for counties or for the Assessors Association?
Unfortunately, ethically, we really can't. As you know, the board oversees the whole program and process as a whole. So as Executive Director Stowers very accurately described, we do need to be neutral. We can't be seen as representing the county at the Assessment Appeals Board level and then have the taxpayer or have an issue come up where they're saying the county did something wrong. Well, you know, why is the people who were representing the county going to judge whether or not they did anything wrong? That doesn't seem fair. So it causes a problem from that standpoint. Generally speaking, with the advice and opinions that we give, first of all, one of the main things that we do is we find out whether it's from an assessor or from a taxpayer. If we get an inquiry, we ask if this matter is either in litigation or currently before an assessment appeals board. If it is, we will still render an opinion, but we want that to be a joint request from both parties. Again, eliminating conflict. We're not taking sides. At that point, we're giving, you know, as our expertise, as the property tax experts or gurus, as Ms. Stowers had and others have described, we then provide the advice that both parties can use. And again, it is important for the legal department and this board and this agency to be viewed as a nonpartisan, neutral expert in the field.
And if I could ask one follow-up question, would it be possible for the legislature to put together a fund of money for the small counties that might not have that depth of of staffing to be able to go out and get legal expertise that would not be conflicted in terms of their loyalties, but would be working for that county?
I think that's I'll take that question. That would be more appropriate for the legislators to do, similar to what they did when they set aside funding for the county assessor's technology project. So absolutely, they could, if the assessors went forward to the legislators, and perhaps Controller Corn would like to take the leadership on that, they can go forward and say, we need X amount of dollars to have counsel within the California Assessors Association to support our legal needs on an ongoing basis.
I think that might be something for the board to consider, and it would be possible to request or invite legislation or to get a spot bill to work on with the controller where the roles are separated in terms of what the expectations of loyalties are. And I have not heard it coming forward from any of my smaller counties that they don't feel that the BOE has been anything but extra responsive. And in meeting with them, they've all been able to name their favorite staff members too, and they're all accessing them very, very well. But I think that if there were potential legislation, it would be a good idea to see which counties would come out in favor of that, and going through that process is a good way to surface the needs as well. So something to consider, but I appreciate the answers from staff.
And also, for Assessor Lee, while she's here, I think she knows this, but one of the things that I always try to make a point to let the assessors know is whether, first of all, I'm more than amenable to having them reach out directly to some of my attorneys if they have a relationship and they need a quick answer. But I always ask them to CC me or let me know so I can monitor it. And I do place the highest priority on assessor inquiries because obviously they have an important job to do, and I know that they're reaching out because they need an answer right away. The 90 days represents an average. Candidly, we turn things around a lot faster than that if we can. The only thing that really slows us down is the complexity of the issues. Sometimes we do have to do quite a bit of digging and making sure that we're not running afoul of prior precedents or other decisions. But I'd like to think and hope Assessor Lee can verify that we try to have a very good working relationship with the assessors. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's Member Gaines and then Member Schaefer, and then we'll bring it back to the control.
Thank you. Thank you, Assessor Lee, for your comments. We appreciate that. And I, along with Vice Chair Lieber, represent a lot of smaller counties, medium and smaller counties. So I'm in tune with some of the challenges and how to address them. I like the suggestion that Vice Chair Lieber came up with in terms of taking a look at legislation and seeing if there might be some funding that would help provide some support. I'm also curious as to, you mentioned you have to remain neutral. Could our legal provide mediation for both parties? For counties, small counties?
That's typically not a role that we've been authorized to do. So, that's a little more difficult.
Okay.
That really is a decision that has to be made by the county and the practitioner. And candidly, at the in-county level, most counties have both private and county mediators that can fulfill that role.
Okay.
So I don't want to step on their toes, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Assessor Lee, I'm just curious as to what your thoughts are in terms of the discussion.
Thank you. We are very appreciative of the legal team And there was no, when I reached out to the assessors, there was nothing negative to say about the legal team themselves and the services they've provided to assessors. So we do greatly appreciate all the efforts and everything that's been done at the BOE end with their legal team. We just wanted to be supportive. Of course, you know, this is a great suggestion as far as additional legal services, but we don't really know, you know, the workload and things, you know, on our end of things. So feasibility, that would be more in your arena because the assessors, of course, don't know if it's feasible or not for you.
Okay, all right. Well, we could explore it on our end, I think, and then we could try to determine what the real need is. If we move forward, as Vice Chair Lieber's suggesting, with legislation, we could really dig into that and take a look at, you know, what is the need at each of the counties and collaborate with you and the association and move forward on that. So thank you. Appreciate it.
That sounds good. And I'd be happy to reach out to the assessors on that specific issue as far as assessment appeals, legal
Great.
representation.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not convinced that a specialized unit is needed. In fact, I would say I think it's unnecessary, and I would be aware that we have certain constraints on what we can do to interfere with the operations of the board. We're just sitting here as a super policy, and I look at this as more of an administration issue that would really be imposing upon Ms. Stowers' role as our chief executive. And I would think that there are certain things we can and cannot do, and I do think that the Constitution and the legislature both want to restrict how micromanagement we may get. I have a lot of times that I want to micromanage, but I step back, and I think Ms. Stowers is very able, and she has great counsel, and I just don't think this is necessary, and I don't want to go on the record for that. Also impressed that Ms. Stowers says we can always room for improvement. I called my office in San Diego. I work from my home, and I called my office in San Diego to see who was answering the phone because I wasn't, and I found Ms. Lieber's chief of staff answering the phone, Gary Gardner, saying, "This is Mike Schaefer's office. Gary hasn't worked for me for 7 months or so. I would like to invite Ms. Stowers or anybody here to give me a call once every few months. How's the weather down in San Diego?" Or just so when we do find something going wrong in the telephone answering machine, we'll learn that. I called an attorney the other day and left my name and phone number and asked them to get back to me, and it's the attorney's practice to not talk on the phone. They like to send emails. So I called a week later and said, "How come I haven't heard from you?" And they said, "Oh, we sent you an email last week." I said, "Where'd you send it to?" I only respond to my own personal emails. They said, "We sent it to your BOE email." Well, I checked the BOE email, and they're not coming to me. They're coming to outer space or wherever it is. I would like to ask Ms. Stowers and anyone else with the BOE to feel free to contact me now and then so we can see if the system is working, because where there is always room for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would look into 2 of those items, especially your phone. It's most likely that your call, your main line call is being forwarded over to Mr. Gardner's phone because he was your chief deputy. So we just need to change it over so it's being forwarded over to your current deputy.
And I expected in May to hear from you within 10 or 15 days, as usually as anybody responds to a request from a member of the board. And a month went by and I wasn't hearing from you, and I was a little upset, but I was falsely upset because you had promptly and responded within 10 or 15 days and did an excellent job. But the memorandum you sent out went to my BOA deal, which goes to Cody, and it just was not regarding the relocation issue that Member Schaefer's raised. It said it's just regarding cost. And of course, it was regarding the cost of doing it, but he saw it regarding cost and did not think that was really of any great moment. And it was actually cost for something that was a great moment. So I would say whenever you do send out something, that with the description of it be as full as possible, so it gets immediate attention of all of our staff as it should, because whatever wisdom you send us, we want it, and we want it, we don't want to miss it.
Duly noted. I'm looking at that email, and it did say memo to members of meeting costs. You're absolutely right. The subject line is meeting costs. The attachment read members to members on meeting costs, so I can understand where, in the abundance of all the emails received, it was overlooked. And
Well,
that's
Cody
one
said
reason
he
why I
had
resent it
several
yesterday.
meetings, several emails
Yeah.
from you, and that
Yeah.
he didn't pick up on that.
Yeah,
so-
I truly understand that, because I get a lot of emails too, and that's why I resent it yesterday, to put it back on top of your email box.
I'm
Just
not
for that
being
reason.
critical, I'm just climbing on your quote, always room for improvement.
Always room for improvement.
Thank you, Ms. Stars.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. With that, let me bring it back to our Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman and colleagues, for all your input. I want to get back on track here to Ms. Cohen's proposal. I appreciate all your comments this morning. However, I do have some of my own comments and questions. First, Ms. Stowers, as stated in Ms. Cohen's memo, she believes our legal team is the hardest working team around and is extremely competent and well respected. They're also very responsive. That said, the need is so much greater. The controller is simply asking that we assess the needs, explore and evaluate the feasibility of creating a specialized legal unit within the legal department. She further believes that this is a responsibility of the board to bring this matter to your attention. And to my colleagues, it's not about the team not fulfilling the responsibility. This proposal is about rebuilding the organization. We want to make sure that the board is fully equipped to carry out its constitutional functions. And that's what we're referencing here today. And that's the request that Member Cohen has before this body to evaluate a need. This proposal has been discussed with you as well, Executive Director, and you have indicated to our office that you support this proposal. So Member Cohen does request that the board support this. And in regards to AB 102, I just want to make a comment to you, respond to you, Member Schaefer. This board has been crippled by that fear of AB 102, and I believe it's impeding on the wheels of progress of moving this board forward and rebuilding this agency to the stellar national reputation it once had. And the Executive Director has sent out an inquiry that says that this action does not violate AB 102 in any way, rather that it actually is in consistent lines with AB 102. So it is a request of the controller to continue this motion, move forward on creating a specialized legal unit, which is going to expand our outreach and influence within the board across the state and show leadership to our county assessors, many of whom are from our small and mid-sized counties that need our help, that rely on this agency and the resources and the value of and knowledge that we bring. So I urge that my members here, colleagues, you support the controller's motion to look at this value data. It's like I said, it's just a report. We're doing good governance. We brought this proposal forward to the Executive Director to explore the feasibility, to examine the cost, and collect data and report back. No action is being taken other than that. And in August, we will see if everything is in line. And that's the request of the controller today.
May I comment, sir, before you?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm in support of the concept. I have not given an opinion on whether or not we need a specialized legal unit. I've been working with my legal team to get an understanding of their workload, and I've been reaching out to the assessors to get an understanding of how we're meeting their needs. I do not have any data, any metrics to really cost out such a unit, because I'm not seeing what we will be doing any differently than what we're doing now. If it is the board's desire to direct me to look into the feasibility of such a unit, then of course I would look into that. But I have limited data to look at. So if you want a report in August, it's going to be limited because I don't have any metrics. If the ultimate goal is to either expand the legal department services, have additional attorneys. Mr. Imran, you comment about rebuilding the agency, which is one of our strategic goals, to rebuild, to revitalize, and modernize. And it's also one of you guys' goals to make sure that we have the necessary structure in place to carry out our duties. So they're kind of lining in. So the question to me is, do we need more attorneys within the legal department? And if we do need more attorneys within the legal department, is it feasible to have attorneys where their only duties are to support small and mid-sized counties? Or do we just get more attorneys to make sure that we're turning our workload over in a quicker? Not that we're behind, but just to make sure that we have sufficient attorneys to handle everything that the attorneys have to do. To go forward with that is a budget change proposal. Even if I said, yes, this legal unit for small counties and mid-sized counties is necessary, it will require a budget change proposal. And again, when you're looking at BCPs, I need data, I need metrics, and Henry would tell you, because I'm giving him a hard time right now. You need data, you need metrics. And you start that out 2 years out. So we just have the budget for 23-24. Entities who are looking to put in a budget change proposal for the 25-25 fiscal year, they have their metrics, and they're already working with their budget shop now, and Department of Finance now, to move it forward. Here we are in July, I have no data. So even if I said, yeah, this is a good idea, let's move forward, I need data, and I wouldn't be able to put together a BCP come August or September of 2023. It would be more likely the summer of 2024. Ms. Renati, do I have my years right? Yeah. Okay, thank you, team. So this is not a quick resolution. It takes time. It takes planning. Again, it takes data. It takes metrics. I support the concept because, again, there's always room for improvement. And Mr. Nanjo would tell me he wants more attorneys. And who doesn't want to build their empire?
Executive Director, I appreciate that. I think you're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves with the budget change proposal. Simply asking for an evaluation on the value, the impact, the feasibility, a data report, and even if you need additional time, an additional 2 months, that's fine to collect that data to make sure that everything is properly intact. But essentially, like I said, I'm asking for a study out that will be reported out to the Board of Equalization. But Chairman, may I ask for a 10-minute recess real quick to discuss with my co-counsel?
Just before we get into that, though, I think there's some questions here. And myself, I mean, I come from a large county, so I'm kind of relying on my colleagues here, especially District 2 here and District 4 that have the majority of these small counties. And I'm not hearing the need, but I hear the concern and where you're trying to go with this. And I'm open to the fact, giving them back, or at least giving her the opportunity to come back and give us that report of some sort. But I'm hearing from her frustration is that she doesn't have the data. So I guess I'm a little confused, where do we go from here? But I know my vice chair wants to weigh in. Let me give her an opportunity, and then we'll come back to you.
I could weigh in too.
Yes.
I know that we, at some point, I'm assuming that we have to go out for public comment on this, but I have a question, and this is an open question. It doesn't need to be answered right now. If it's possible that the controller could tell us at the August meeting if she would have an objection to approaching the issue that she's identified through legislation. I think a strength that we have is that during this year we've formed many relationships with the Revenue and Taxation Committee, and this would be part of their bailiwick. And I think for me, one of the The good things about approaching it that way is that it doesn't get us into the position of compromised ethics in terms of who we are representing through the staffing of the BOE. I do have questions about if it is a small rural county and we are augmenting the staffing of that county through additional counsel, be it in a very fraught way through the BOE, or if there were legislation, then would we also be proposing to add representation for the taxpayers in those rural counties? Most of the rural counties that I represent are, the population is not comprised of people who are quite wealthy. It's comprised of people of very modest means. And so if we put our thumb on the scale, on one side, are we going to add some type of consideration for the other side? And these are sort of all questions that I have about how would this work. I'm really interested to get more input from the small and medium counties, because I have just not encountered this as an issue in talking with our counties. The additional issue has been raised today about what about the assessment appeals, and could we help by putting our thumb on the scale in some way on that side of things. And these may be questions that we can't really answer in this forum, but it's a concern that I have. So I will just leave it at that for right now.
Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you. I'm supportive of moving forward on, I think it would really be a study, isn't it? Isn't that what we're asking for?
Correct.
To take a look at it and I think we need to dive deep in these questions that Vice Chair Lieber just brought up in terms of, there's different parties involved, and so are we addressing it in a fair manner? I like this idea of a legal unit for counties, though. It'd be nice to have, and I'm thinking you could even use, if you just looked at the current staff, could there be particular people with the existing staff that maybe would have more expertise in this area that could serve as a resource for the county assessors? But I think we have to be very careful, in my opinion, also in terms of, maybe as a mediation, but I don't even know if our authority allows mediation. So, and that would be more even-handed, right? Because you'd be working with both parties. But I think if we probably need to define or ask a number of questions and then move forward with studying it. I would like to get more input from my counties and also from taxpayers. So it's a delicate balance. Thank you.
Chairman Vasquez,
Go ahead.
if I could
I was going to make a
comment.
recommendation, but let me hear from you. Go ahead.
Sure. I just wanted to comment. I think I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. I think the data that Executive Director Stowers is saying that we're missing is really an understanding of what the need is on the county's part. Because to create a specialized unit is all well and fine if the need is they have a lot of opinions that aren't being answered in a timely manner. I can tell you from the metrics I have that for small and medium counties, we've only had 20 inquiries in the last year. So it's not something that my team can't handle. And then to your point, Member Gaines, one of the things that the way I organize the legal team is the legal team, all my attorneys do some level of property tax so that they can, because that's kind of what the BOE does, right? So as a training mechanism, when we get a new attorney, I expose him or her to as many areas that they can. But as a bread and butter, this is your main course with everything, it's property tax. So all of them develop some level of property tax. And then what happens when we get inquiries from assessors is we screen them, Mr. Moon and I, to see, okay, is this something that one of our newer attorneys can handle? It's a straightforward question that they can look up, we can guide them and they can provide an answer to the assessor, or is this going to take someone of higher knowledge base and experience? So by having, for lack of a better term, not a specialized unit, all of my attorneys are available to assist assessors when necessary. And for at least what we do, that's the more efficient way to function, because that way we can, if I need to put all my attorneys on assessors' inquiries, if I get all of a sudden a whole bunch of them in at the same time, I can do that. And what's really nice about it is it's not foreign to any of those attorneys. They have handled assessor inquiries at some level sometime in their career.
Okay, now, tell me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that our tax-paying constituents can also speak to the legal department.
Correct.
And I don't know to what degree we're telling our constituents that, but if we talk about being even-handed, I want to provide support for the California assessors, each county, but it'd be nice to also make those services available for our constituents, especially in these smaller counties. I don't even think they have access to the BOE. I know that some of the more sophisticated folks do. And
Yep.
will
Yes.
often ask you, pretty technical questions.
Yeah. We do get, if I may, we do get requests from the sophisticated ones, their representatives. As far as the individuals in the rural counties, they may call the assessment service unit and ask a question, and they get help. Or they may call the Taxpayer Rights Advocate's office and get help. But you guys hit something that is resonating with me right now, is when they're going before the Assessment Appeal Board, although it's supposed to be you can represent yourself, property tax is complex. So I get where an individual would need some assistance. We used to have a taxpayer assistance program when we heard all appeals, where an individual could file an appeal. It could be a simple letter, and our TAP program would look at it and contact that individual and say, hi, I'm from the BOE, I'm an attorney, I see your issue, would you like to engage me for free? And we will assist you in your appeal. There's a gap here, I'm gonna say it right now, because we don't have it for property tax anymore. Our sister agencies, they still have it for their appeals, but that's something that we do not have. So regardless of what the board's desire is to direct me to look at whether or not this unit is feasible, I am going to look into this taxpayer assistance program, because there is a gap there.
And that was, okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Can I have a follow-up
Go ahead.
question?
Oh, I'm
Because-
sorry, one more thing. Assessor Lee would like to comment.
Oh, where's she? I lost her on the screen. There she
Oh, there
is.
she is, okay.
I'm back.
Welcome.
I just wanted to address the issue that Ms. Lieber brought up. That usually when the assessors are needing assistance with legal assistance, it doesn't come when it's a single family residence or normal, small business taxpayers. Those, we don't need legal assistance at all. It's the appeals where we're going up against tax agents. For example, right now, Mariposa County has their biggest taxpayer in the county filing for assessment appeals, and they have no legal counsel to represent the assessor's office. So that's just an example of why we're the assessment appeals is the big issue with assessors.
Okay. did you have something else, Member Gaines?
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. You had mentioned the TAP program, and I've heard of that, and that was the appeal process under the old BOE.
Under the old BOE, yeah. And I can see where we didn't have it, we don't have it, because we
Yeah.
technically don't do, well, we do large appeals, state assessees,
Yeah.
but we don't have appeals coming to us for the smaller taxpayers.
Yeah. Okay.
Or anything on the county level. So it doesn't mean that it's not something that we could look into and see how we can do it. And then if we have a TAP program and the assessor is going before, we had to look at the rules, and would that still also be a conflict? I don't know. But it's something worth exploring.
Through Lisa Thompson, taxpayer rights advocate, that might be the area where they could make a call and get a little help or advice.
They could definitely call TRA and get help, and that's what a lot of them do, because
Okay.
the individuals are not happy with what the assessor is doing or saying, and a lot of time it's more education. But there's times where Ms. Thompson has found where there is some ways to adjust the value, and she brings it to the individual's attention and to the assessor's attention, and they work together and come to an agreement.
Okay.
The other thing I wanted to make sure the board members were aware of is, as Ms. Stowers has laid out, we are a very coordinated and collaborative agency. Taxpayers, to directly answer your question, Member Gaines, can go any one of three places. One is TRA, the other one's the Property Tax Department. They have folks that regularly help people, and the third is legal. And what I mean by we're collaborative is what happens is if, whether it comes into property tax or TRA, if, for example, TRA realizes it's a complex property tax issue, may have some legal issues, they loop in legal and property tax at that point and get the information. So we work very hard to provide assistance to both sides, as long as they're not in litigation against each other. And then if they're in litigation against each other, as I mentioned previously, all we ask is that they just get a letter from the counties or the other side saying that they also want to have the information, and then we provide it to both.
Oh, okay. That's great. Thank you. So that's something that we can provide now that we can shout out to our constituents.
Absolutely.
Those three services. And I mean, the TRA and the property department, they've already been helping a lot of my constituents on Prop 19 stuff and other stuff. But the legal is kind of a nice
Something we
other
could
element that we ought to be at
put in
least
your newsletter.
elevating and talking about.
And a lot of times legal is in the background, because property tax and TRA, if there's any question at all, they run things by legal. And
Yeah.
we make sure that we check those over so everyone's getting good advice.
Okay, good. And I'm in support of the study and examining this. And Executive Director Stowers, I think maybe you could help us kind of quantify, what are we examining,
If,
along with Controller Cohen.
if that's the
and Mr.
desire of the
Enron.
board, I will do a study. Based on this conversation, it's more than what I thought the request was. So a turnaround in August, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get you something in August, because I want to make sure I do a thorough study and then a meaningful study.
What's realistic? Now that you're hearing the scope.
Yeah, the
it's
scope is,
obviously a little bit bigger now.
the scope is, it's huge.
Yeah.
It's more like October, because I really want to take the deep dive.
And we should. So what are we looking at?
We're looking at, if the board so directs, I would appreciate if you asked me to look into the feasibility of such a unit and possible legislation, and provide a report back to the board at the October. I would like to do two things, okay, to be real honest. I would like to provide you with a report back, but I'm gonna have to really take that really deep dive into operations. And I want to be as transparent as possible, but some of it may be confidential. So I would like to provide you with a confidential report and a high-level report.
So what if I was to move, and let's see if I'm in line with what you're looking at here, to allow to do this deep dive study, listening to the comments we've had, suggestions, and it's obviously a little bit more open now that gets into your legal department, what legally we can do, because there's some things that legally we may not be able to, or given our new role here. But what we can do, out to coming back, let's say October, is that sufficient?
Yes.
And then, let me see if I'm capturing everything from my deputy controller here.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, colleagues and Executive Director Stowers and Mr. Nandro, the request before us. I appreciate the healthy discussion today. From behalf of all you, again, this is a request before us to assess, evaluate, and determine the costs here. All the questions posed today in this healthy discussion will be addressed in the report. And once again, I just want to make for the record clear, I'm not requiring, the controller is not requiring anything. This is purely an assessment. But before we do take any type of motion, can we take a break here, Chairman?
If I may, sir, if you do agree to take a break, we are at
I
12:02.
know we're getting close to lunchtime.
We're at lunch, so this might be a perfect time to recess for lunch.
Why don't we do that? Let's recess for lunch, and did you have something? Go ahead, question. Unless somebody else has any other questions. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
question before we
Vice Chair.
recess. I'm wondering if when a motion is made, if it's better to request from the executive director that she develop the information than to direct. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with directing because I think we run into an AB 102 issue with that. And I'd be interested in requesting information on the general topic. I'm not interested in requesting to go deeper on a specialized unit because I think we've heard some very good reasons about cross-training, serving taxpayers in a better way, in a more comprehensive way. But I do think that the controller has raised a very good issue with this, but I'm wondering if we might request rather than directing so that we don't run into an issue there.
Well noted. With that, let's, we're not going to take action right now. Did you have a question?
Right, I just
Go
wanted to
ahead.
let you know, if you do decide to recess for lunch, when we come back, you'll be going into your board work group meetings because you have scheduled speakers.
Well,
So-
we could reconvene as this group just to
You think
put
so?
a closure on it. Is that, I don't think that's a problem, is it? Let me look at my legal
I believe it's an issue
folks.
with your team. They do have some people who are scheduled to speak at specific
Oh,
times
what
this
time?
afternoon.
12:40.
12:40.
Oh, shoot.
So we could take it back up tomorrow,
Can we do that?
if that's.
Oh, yeah, we're
the pleasure
coming
of the
back.
board.
We're coming back
back
tomorrow.
into
We
our
could
order
take
of
it up
business.
first thing tomorrow morning.
Why don't we do it? And that gives you the whole overnight to flesh this out a little bit.
I would prefer that we speak to it today after lunch. It'll just take a few more minutes, and just kind of continue to move the progress forward. So if it could be an action item that's taken up today, the control would appreciate that.
But I think we're up against a logistic, because you said there's people actually waiting at 12:40, right? Which right now, that means we're taking a short lunch.
Well,
Which I'm not-
How's staff feel about that? I know
they're not
usually we
happy.
try to
They're-
give them an
they're
hour,
not
right?
happy.
I know they're not happy.
Yeah, I mean, we'll accommodate because that's what we have to do.
It'll be no more than a 10-minute delay to vote on this action today, and I think the control would appreciate that.
All right, let's see. Well, let's go ahead and we'll take the break now. So we have speakers coming on at what you said, 12:40?
my
Or 12:45?
understanding is, yeah, your staff has assigned people to begin at 12:40. That's correct.
Some have already logged in.
What am I hearing?
Yeah, some have already logged in, so yes.
Some already logged in.
We might be able to fit it in, even in between speakers if it came to that.
All right.
Let's say a speaker doesn't show up, or the comments are shorter.
Well, let's go ahead and break now to accommodate staff here, and we'll reconvene. Is 12:45 too late to come back?
Yeah, 12:45.
I just want to, I know you folks, you like to get an hour. I'm trying to squeeze as much as I can
Let's go
in.
with 12:45, that's the best
All
we
right,
can
so
do.
we're,
Okay, let's go.
we'll break right now for lunch, and we'll reconvene at 12:45.
Hello, I'm Lisa Thompson, the State Board of Equalization's Taxpayers' Rights Advocate. Taxpayers and stakeholders are invited to this year's Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing before the elected members of the State Board of Equalization on Tuesday, August 29th, 2023 at 10 a.m. You can participate in person, by phone, or submit written comments before the hearing. We welcome comments, suggestions, or concerns on California's property tax system or the recent annual report, as well as on the alcoholic beverage tax program. For more information, please visit www.boe.ca.gov/TRA. We look forward to your participation. Hello, I'm Lisa Thompson, the State Board of Equalization's Taxpayers' Rights Advocate. Taxpayers and stakeholders are invited to this year's Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing before the elected members of the State Board of Equalization on Tuesday, August 29th, 2023 at 10 a.m. You can participate in person, by phone, or submit written comments before the hearing. We welcome comments, suggestions, or concerns on California's property tax system or the recent annual report, as well as on the alcoholic beverage tax program. For more information, please visit www.boe.ca.gov/TRA. We look forward to your participation. Hello, I'm Lisa Thompson, the State Board of Equalization's Taxpayers' Rights Advocate. Taxpayers and stakeholders are invited to this year's Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing before the elected members of the State Board of Equalization on Tuesday, August 29th, 2023 at 10 a.m. You can participate in person, by phone, or submit written comments before the hearing. We welcome comments, suggestions, or concerns on California's property tax system or the recent annual report, as well as on the alcoholic beverage tax program. For more information, please visit www.boe.ca.gov/TRA. We look forward to your participation.
No, I don't have the board meetings. You do have. No, but he's supposed to say something, isn't he?
Yes, he is. I print another one, I don't know what I did here. Oh. Quick one, right? I was gonna say, I have another one. It's page 24, 23, 24, 25.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, folks, we're going to reconvene as the work group, and we've switched hats here.
We
Now,
have switched hats
We
today.
have it. And Ms. Taylor, I believe you're going to take it now.
Yes, I will start by introducing our first item, greetings and introductory remarks from Mr. Vasquez and Ms. Lieber. This board work group will take up issues regarding the veterans exemption, disabled veterans exemption, and the homeowners exemption for fact-finding, investigation, and discussion. A broad range of input has been solicited today from state and local government agencies and veterans and homeowners nonprofit organizations, advocacy groups, and interested parties.
And with, now, do we have speakers first on this one?
We have you starting, you and Ms. Lieber starting first with opening remarks, and then we'll
Okay.
go to some speakers.
I found my page. All right. Let me just go ahead and open with my remarks, and then I'll turn it over to my vice chair. Well, I guess in this work group, it's called the co-chair. First of all, thank you all for reconvening, and especially the input I know we're going to get from some of the speakers in a minute here, and for staff along with board members on this issue. In the past few years, the board has reported data to the legislature and to the governor that has been used for veterans exemption, which has become effectively obsolete, and that there are also challenges regarding the disabled veterans exemption, the processing, eligibility, income levels, and surviving spouses. In addition, we have identified some issues regarding the application of homeownership exemption under Prop 19. The purpose of this work group is to understand all issues and challenges based on testimony and input from government agencies, nonprofit advocacy and support organizations, and veterans and homeowners themselves who are heavily impacted. Our goal is to fully examine all the issues and develop recommendations that will lead to some solutions, whether by legislation, board regulations, or board and assessors policies. With that, let me turn it over to my now I guess my co-chair for this work group, Ms. Lieber.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to make a couple of introductory remarks, and I wanted to, first of all, compliment you on drawing our focus to this issue, and I know that this is something that very much concerns our controller and all of the members of the board. It has been very educational for me over this month to have an opportunity to delve into exactly how these programs work and to see what the instances are where there may be something that we could work within our board or work on with the veterans committees within the legislature on improving the services and therefore the life chances for our veterans in California. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that California has the largest population of veterans within our state in the U.S., but that many are finding that they need to leave California and move to other states. I think the principal receiving state is Texas in terms of affordability. And I was looking in particular at the number of state programs that are triggered when a veteran has 100% service-related disability. And yet we know that just around 15% of the veterans in our state have a service-connected disability rating at all. So I think that there's quite a bit that we can do, and also can be working with our counties that have a large population of veterans to impact a positive change. And I think it would really make a difference for the offspring of veterans as well. I'm the daughter of a combat veteran of World War II, and I saw how the puzzle pieces most often do not fit well together. And so if there's anything that we can do from where we are, or the connections that we have with the Veterans Committees and the Revenue and Taxation Committee, and also our ability as representatives of population within the state surfacing this issue, I'm very pleased to take that on. Obviously, we owe a real debt of gratitude to our veterans, and need to really make that real through policy. So I'm very happy to have this work group going forward, and look forward to hearing the testimony from those who will come forward at this and the subsequent meetings. So thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Taylor, I believe we have some people on the line that have been waiting to speak, right?
We do.
I want to be mindful
Do
of
you
their
want
time.
to jump ahead to their item? I think that would be,
Might be appropriate, right, since we told them 12:40 and we're like
Yeah,
almost at 1 here.
we can do that. Before I do that, I would like to confirm that the following members are present at this work group.
Yes,
Yourself,
please.
Chairman Vasquez, Co-Chair Lieber, Member Gaines, Member Schaefer, and Deputy Controller Emron. We will then, let's move to item number 3, current challenges and issues from state and local government perspective. A, the disabled veterans exemptions. And if Mr. Jim Zenner, Director of Military and Veteran Affairs, County of Los Angeles, if he's available. Looks like he is.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members of the board. My name is Jim Zenner. I'm the director. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit of an echo.
We can hear you clear on this end. I don't know if it's coming on
must
your
be
end. I don't know if you have both your monitor and your phone on. Sometimes that, maybe move your phone away from the speakers. There you go.
Let's see if that helps.
That made a big difference
Just
already.
phone across the room. Okay. Yeah, it's still a little bit there, but I can push through. So my name's Jim Zenner. I'm the CVSO for Los Angeles County, combat Army veteran. Spent some time in Iraq, 7 years in the Army, honorable service. I was appointed by the Board of Supervisors August 29th of 2022. I oversee the largest CVSO office in the state. We have 47 FTE, including myself. 32 are what's considered veteran service officers, who are accredited by CalVet to administer national, federal and state benefits for veterans and their family members, surviving spouses. Also part of the department, we oversee a building. We have Bob Hope Patriotic Hall, which is a 10-story building that was built in 1925 as a result of World War I veteran advocacy and donation of land to the county. And the other piece of what we do is events. But the largest part by far of our department is our benefits advocacy and outreach to the community. So as a county VSO, what we do is I'm a veteran and a county employee. Our 32 veteran service officers, the majority are veterans themselves. And most of the remaining employees are family members of veterans. And our duty is to assist the veteran community in applying for and maintaining available benefits and entitlements for which they are eligible for. Veteran benefits and services come in many forms and are administered largely by federal, state, and local government, as well as non-governmental providers. A big piece of what we do in the community is really educate our veteran VSOs, such as American Legion, VFW. We'll go to veteran resource centers on college campuses. We also do a lot of outreach to National Guard and Reserve. And really what we do is we talk about the benefits that are available to them through CalVet, benefits that are available through the VA. We can also enroll eligible veterans into VA healthcare. And, benefits such as the property tax relief is something that we would educate the veteran community on. County VSOs, when we're most effective, we're integrating with different county departments. For an example, what we're working on is an MOU with our Aging and Disability Department, knowing that 52% of our veterans in LA County are 65 and older. So anytime a veteran, an individual gets a referral to APS, they're asked, are they a veteran or a family member of a veteran? At which point, when they do validate that they are either a veteran or a family member of a veteran, that generates a referral to my office. At which point, one of my veteran service officers will outreach to the individual, talk to them about benefits. If they're not a veteran, sometimes they're a surviving spouse of a veteran. And so given the new PACT Act and the ability to go back as far as they can, it's the only provision in the PACT Act where it is backdated before the actual date that the PACT Act was referred. So those are examples of kind of how we engage and we integrate with county departments. So as far as the property tax specific, that's something that it's not standard practice right now in my office. Some of our veteran officers do know about it and pass that information on, but we are really the point of the spear as far as getting that information out to the community. Given our 32 veteran service officers, we're at 11 different field offices across LA County. We have approximately 252,000 veterans in our county alone, and less than 20% of them are service connected. Over 50% of our homeless veterans that are on our by name list have no service connection or pension. And so what we're looking at is really making sure that we're integrating with the VA and other homeless providers in the area to make sure that we're reducing that number of homeless veterans who do not have any kind of service connection or pension to help them stay housed. VA home ownership, some data I got directly from the LA Regional Office. In 2023, the total loan amount was $1,208. In 2022, $4,946. In 2021, $13,947. And in 2020, $12,765. And these are the total number of home loans that were VA home loans that were processed in the county of Los Angeles. Data from CalVet 4 months ago show that there was 434 active CalVet home loans in the county of Los Angeles. Something unique about Los Angeles is we're 4,000 square miles, and really transportation and getting out to the cities are really critical, and that's why we've established 11 field offices. We're really looking to partner with the cities more and create more veteran resource centers in the cities to increase access even more. We do allow for virtual appointments, but one of the big challenges is just we don't have enough veteran service reps to cover everything. Right now, our total budget is $7.9 million. We've drawn down approximately $1 million of subvention funding from the state, which leaves our county spending about $6.9 of net county cost on our department. And without additional funding, we're unable to hire more veteran service reps to fully get out to all the cities and really drive down some of our wait times. We use a electronic database called WaitWhile to allow veterans independents to go in and schedule appointments. And some of our veteran service officers are scheduled out about 3 months. We have established sites where they can just walk in, but oftentimes we get complaints from veterans if they're waiting, understandably, 2 or 3 hours, which some of our walk-in sites do have that long of a wait at times, and sometimes even longer. So that's really kind of the biggest challenge of our office, getting the word out about benefits, service connection, and things, great benefits that the state has to offer, like the property tax, is limited amount of staff. And I think that's it. I don't know if there's any questions, but that's really kind of my prepared brief. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zinner. I understand that the NVA staff, including yourself, are either in the military or have previously served. So I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for your service and commend your staff, your organization, and the commitment of the soldiers. From your experience with veterans and soldiers, are they aware of the veterans and disabled veterans exemption for their home and how they may qualify?
Some. It's hard to really know without doing kind of a needs assessment, Chairman, exactly what the knowledge base of my staff and the veteran community is. I've really fielded a lot of feedback from transitioning service members who are doing research around this type of stuff. So it's our more transitioning population, not the ones that have been out and living in LA County for a long time, but our newly transitioning service members who are looking at possibly staying in the state of California. They're really doing a lot of research around, can we afford to? What are the tax exemptions that are available to us? I heard previously stated the 100% service-connected property tax exemption in Texas, and how that's really kind of drawing a lot of our service members who are transitioning out of the military in the state of California at our active bases, really getting drawn to states like Texas that have those robust tax exemptions. So that's really kind of what I'm hearing. And a lot of our transitioning service members in the state are aware, at least the conversations that I've had, but they're just not big enough to really make it affordable for them and their families to stay in the state. As far as the veterans that have been out for a long time, I haven't heard that topic really come up with our veterans that are in their 50s, 60s, 70s, or 40s that have been here for like a decade or so. But that's, my knowledge on this is very limited because I don't engage in stakeholder engagements or needs assessments or knowledge assessments, I should say, from my population.
Well, let me kind of add to that. The interaction and the experience that you do have with some of these veterans, especially those that are homeowners, have you come across any like burning issues or issues that maybe we need to take a look at for the homeowner veterans?
I have not, Chairman, I have not received any direct feedback about limitations, just gratitude but I haven't really kind of gotten any direct feedback about limitations of the program directly.
And I think you touched on it. You mentioned that Texas might have better benefits for the homeowners.
That's correct. Just talking to some transitioning service members who get a hold of me on LinkedIn or through through our directory on the CVSO website, just conversations. They do a lot of research to make sure that their family is going to be able to afford wherever they reside. And through that feedback, I've learned that there's 100% for veterans that are 100% service connected, their property tax is waived in Texas completely. And so that's, for our 100% service connected veterans that are looking to transition completely out of the military, that's something that's been cited to me directly.
Thank you. With that, I know we have several questions and comments, but I know Member Gaines wanted to make a few opening remarks before we get into some of the other questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Zenner, for your presentation. I appreciate it. And I just wanted to highlight that when I did serve in the Senate, I did carry a bill for veterans that would have allowed a base year transfer of home values. Now, you're bringing up an example that is a 100% exemption in the state of Texas, and I think this is an area that we could work on certainly with the legislature on seeing if we can increase that exemption. I think it's certainly California is not an inexpensive state to live in, so anything that we could do to try to provide some relief for those who have served for our country is certainly merited. You gave some statistics on homeless vets, and did I hear you right? Did you say that about 20% are getting service? And can you repeat the number of homeless vets that are in LA County?
Yes, sir. Yeah, the latest by name list, point in time count done by our housing authority has it over about 3,964-ish, right around there. I don't remember the exact number, but it's 3,900 and some change, which is up 12% from the last year.
Okay, and those are those the ones that are getting services from?
No, sir. The ones that are getting services are the 1,700 and some change that are on our active by name list that is being monitored and organized by our housing authority. And out of those, 50% of veterans do have service connection or pension federal from the federal government.
Yeah. Okay.
Or Social Security.
Okay. Is there anything that we could do in terms of homeless vets? You have any ideas in terms of what we might be able to do?
Yes, sir. What I'm really trying to do is work with my county to find funding to hire more VSOs, specifically to work with our homeless providers in the area. And so the plan would be really to allocate, if I could find the funding, for staff, specifically to integrate with VA HUD-VASH case managers, SSVF, VA contractors, our housing authority outreach, our Department of Mental Health and Health Service outreach teams, so that they have direct access to a VSO that can really do a thorough benefits assessment and get them into benefits. Because really, that's the focus. I mean, really getting that income, and not only will that help housing outcomes, it'll also help mental health outcomes as well. Because we know if you're worried about your money and your financial status, that's not a good thing for your mental health symptoms as well. And so that's something that I'm working on right now. But I think additional funding for staff allocated specifically to take referrals and embed themselves in the homeless service continuum, way that we could really reduce the number of veterans that are not getting federal benefits and improve their economic status to get them housed and keep them housed.
Good. And do you know the number of homeless in LA County? I'm just trying to get the proportion of vets versus all the homeless.
Yeah, all the homeless is, I believe, 69,000, close to 69,000.
69,000, okay. And you said there were about 3,964 that are veterans, and of those, 1,700 are getting services?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Or on our by name list, so they're identified, they're getting some level of interaction with the service provider, whether they're in the VA or the continuum of care.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for what you're doing, and thank you for your service to our country. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Let me turn to my Deputy Controller here.
Thank you, Mr. Zenner, for presenting to this body and for the work you're doing and your service to our country. I just have a few comments here, and I'll move on to my question. California is home to the largest veteran population in the nation. Unfortunately, many experience homelessness on any given night. Homeless veterans are overrepresented in the homeless population, and veteran status is often associated with a higher risk of homelessness. We are here today with an all-hands-on-deck approach to employ all available resources here at the State Board of Equalization to put an end to veteran homelessness in California. This will take a concerted effort, and the Controller believes that there are 3 essential components to finding a solution. Number 1, urgency. 2, resources, and 3, flexibility. Permanent housing is an essential component to a stable life. After a veteran transitions out of active duty without a place to call home, it is much harder to obtain a job, acclimate to civilian life, and maintain mental health. There is certainly not a single cure all for ending homelessness in the veterans community, just as there isn't a single root cause for a veteran becoming unhoused. There's a multitude of complex factors and experiences that veterans face. That is why the board must take a multifaceted approach to address the underlying specific needs of each individual veteran to ultimately prevent and end homelessness. So we have all come together today with this one shared goal to make sure that all veterans have a place to call home and are treated with dignity and respect. The controller is looking forward to the work ahead. I did have one question. You touched on it. Can you explain what it means to be 100% service connected and how the County of Los Angeles is working to make sure that veterans reach that metric?
Yeah, so we don't set the goal of 100% for our veterans. We connect with our veterans and hear from them directly what their goals are. It's our job as county VSOs to understand what's called the 30 CFR, which is the federal guidelines for the establishment of service connection. And so if the veteran wants to pursue 100%, it's our job to really review their medical records with them, look for opportunities to where we can connect their service connected, their disability that was created as a result of their military service or exacerbated as a result of their military service, and use the PFR to apply for claims and get them to that desired goal. Sometimes veterans will get to 50% or 70%, and that's where they want to stay. They feel like, a lot of times they feel like that's what they deserve and that's what they rate. And so that's where we get them. And then until they come back to us and say we would like to go to 100%, or sometimes there's a lot of stigma and there's a lot of feelings of, I came home with all my limbs, so I don't deserve 100%. We do a lot of, and that's why we employ a lot of veterans to have that shared lived experience to kind of tear down some of those thoughts and stigma around seeking benefits, to get them to be more open to seeking benefits. And 100% service connection, if you're permanent and totally disabled, you're allowed to continue to work. So you could maintain a job at your local gas station full-time, even though you're 100% service connected, permanent and total. There's another 100% that's called individual unemployability. So if you are 70% service connected or 80, 90% service connected, and all of a sudden you're unable to work, we're able to work with you to apply for individual unemployability, which it will pay you at 100% until you're able to work again. Once you're able to work again, you report that to the VA and you go back to your previous rating of 70 or 80 or 90%. But you do have to be at least 60 or above to be able to apply.
I sent the application to them.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
Thank you, Mr. Zenner. I appreciate that. I appreciate that response, and I agree. Reducing stigma in the veterans community and making sure that any veteran that wants access to any type of assistance is there and at the forefront. So thank you again. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Co-Chair Lieber, I think, might have some comments or questions.
Well, I just wanted to ask from the constituent perspective, I have found some constituents who, due to a mental illness, received a bad conduct discharge, and they were not able to really come to treatment until later in their life. So what percentage of the total scope of programs for assistance would be open to someone who has that type of discharge? Or is there a process that they can have their BCD reevaluated?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Just to give you an open Los Angeles County, approximately 11%, according to a study by USC several years back, show that 11% of our veteran and military population, or veteran population, receive some kind of discharge other than honorable bad conduct discharge, either general or special court martial, or dishonorable discharge. Dishonorable discharge was like a 0.01%, very, very small percentage in LA County. But 11% of our then close to 300,000 were not eligible for VA healthcare. And so for those individuals, our job when we run into them is really get them connected to care, because in order to really overturn their discharge or to get them service if they had a condition created as a result of their military service, in order to get and they were OTH, in order to get them service connected, we have to develop some medical evidence. So generally, if they don't have any income or low income, we'll take them to our Department of Public Social Services offices, get them enrolled in Medi-Cal and start getting them treatment, and then also refer them to a public service attorney office, such as here in LA, we use about 6 public service, public law service offices that have that expertise in helping walk a veteran through the discharge upgrade. So there's 2 different discharge upgrades. There's the characterization upgrade or characterization at the VA. So you're either honorable for VA healthcare purposes or you're not. That generally is a quicker upgrade process than the DOD, where you have to submit a bunch of evidence to the personnel board of whatever branch that they served in, and also get at least 3 character witness statements. It's a very cumbersome process and takes years. But during that time, we're very aware that, somebody's life could really deteriorate, especially if they're homeless or they get involved in the justice system. And so we try to do whatever we can in the meantime to make sure that we're stabilizing that veteran, that individual, while we work on getting their discharge upgrade. Sometimes we can get somebody access to VA healthcare by establishing a service-connected disability. So, for instance, if somebody got their right arm dislocated, while driving a truck or fixing a truck in the military, but they got out as an OTH and were determined by the business office at the VA as not honorable for VA purposes, once they're, say we get them 30% service connected for shoulder issues, they can go and get care at the VA for those shoulder issues for free, without having to get a VA characterization discharge upgrade or a DOD discharge upgrade, if that makes sense. And so it's really a lot of damage can be done to somebody's life if we don't get them connected while we're trying to upgrade their discharges.
Okay, thank you. And one further question, if I might. A current constituent was telling me that they lost access to their TRICARE and didn't want to tell me why or how that happened, but was very upset about it. And what are the circumstances where someone could be separated from that?
Yeah, so if it depends on what type of TRICARE. So there's TRICARE Reserve Select. So if the individual is serving in the active reserve or National Guard, they can buy into that program. It's relatively cheap and it's very good medical coverage. I've heard of instances from individuals here in LA where they literally decided to continue to serve in the Reserve or National Guard just to get that TRICARE Reserve Select. So if they're separated from the Reserve or National Guard for whatever reason, they lose access to TRICARE Reserve Select. And then on active duty, it's been a while since I've been in that space, but there's several different TRICARE's options that are available to active duty members and their dependents. And so if they were to be discharged from the military, they would lose their TRICARE. Under no circumstances am I aware that you lose your TRICARE while serving in the military, whether it's Reserve, National Guard, you're buying in, or you're active duty.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other comments or questions. Just thank you for your presentation. We'll be hearing from others that are also in the field, and you're welcome to stay tuned and logged in and see where this thing goes and spend, especially in terms of possible recommendations coming out of this, because we're hearing that California, as wealthy as it is, I don't think does really justice in terms of its exemptions to our veterans. But we'll keep you posted on that.
That's what I'm hearing, Chairman, from the veteran community that I engage with, that there's just not enough incentive to stay here in California, unfortunately. So I'm very much appreciative of this board paying attention to this issue.
Looking forward to working with you on this.
Yes, sir. Likewise.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Taylor, I believe we have somebody else on the line now.
We do. Our next speaker would be for Topic 4, current challenges and issues from nonprofit advocacy, educational, and financial organizations' perspective. A, veterans and disabled veterans exemption. And the speaker we have is Reverend Reuben Ford, and member Policy and Legislation Committee, California Democratic Party, Vietnam veteran.
Welcome.
Hello,
I see you.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you so very much. Before I started, I wanted to thank the State Controller, Malia M. Cohen, for allowing us to come today and make our presentations. And I'm hoping at the end of our session that we'll all be better informed and we can expedite some concerns that we have for our veterans. I'm not going to be long because as a retired pastor, it says, Pastor, I'm a retired pastor. So I did 35 years in Christian ministry. So I know sometimes when they say amen, it means for you to be quiet and sit down. So I'm going to keep you from saying that, and I'm going to press on. I wanted to start basically with one of my concerns, and then I want to go back and tell you why I'm concerned. So if you will allow me to do that, I said the property tax assessment currently affords a deduction of approximately $202,000 as a basic exemption for the property assessment valuation. And then we learned in legislation in 2023 indicated that an increase to the low income limit deduction was reset to $700,000. However, it died in committee. And I believe there were two bills, 1357 and 1073 Senate bills that spoke to those issues. But there was some challenges that I know in the political arena, things happen. So I'm not here to visit that, but we were all set to celebrate and somehow it died in committee. So now I want to go back and tell you why we are soliciting your support. There's a magazine that's out and there's something online that talks about sobering statistics concerning Vietnam vets as of April 2016. It says of the 2,700,918 Americans who served in Vietnam, less than 850,000 are estimated to be alive today. Now, this is 2016. With the youngest American Vietnam veteran approximately aged would be 60 years old. So in the last 14 years, many are dying too fast and only the few will survive by 2025. And then it goes on to tell us that if that's true, 390 veterans will die each day. So in 2,190 days from today, 2016, we would be lucky to find a Vietnam veteran alive in the next 16 to 10 years. And then it says in harm's way, and this is dated in 2019. As of this date, the American War Library estimates that approximately 610,000 Americans who served on land in Vietnam or in the air over Vietnam between 1954 and 1965 are alive today. So we want just to impress it upon you the number of Vietnam veterans who have already been called home to glory. And as a caveat to that, I work with a gentleman named Chaplain Kemp out of the Veterans Administration in Los Angeles, and I help him with the burial of veterans, especially in the Riverside National Cemetery. Now, for the last 2 years, we've been doing 50 a day. I said 50 a day, so that's staggering to me. And every time I participate in the service, it's just overwhelming. So we just want to let you know that's all veterans, but it's still a staggering number. And that's only in Riverside National Cemetery. So let me go on. However, we find that we are surely losing the battle of attrition to our Vietnam veterans who are aging and who we are finding it difficult for them to stay in their homes. Why are so many veterans finding it difficult to have a home. About 12% of adult homeless populations are veterans. About 40% of all homeless veterans are African Americans or Hispanics. 41% are between the ages of 31 and 50. So nearly 50% of the entire veteran homeless community served in the Vietnam War. Another 1.4 million veterans are at a direct risk of becoming homeless within the next 30 days. This was written in 2019. 23 to 29% of female veterans seeking VA medical care make up less than 10% of the total veterans population. So with that, once again, our main concern is property tax exemptions for disabled veterans, liability for homeowners. And then the recommendation is to give low-income tax exemptions to disabled veterans based on their disability percentage. For example, if a veteran with the minimum is 30% and the high is 100%, they would still get a deduction based on the percentage of their disability. Now, I heard the gentleman speak before today, and he gave an excellent presentation. Now, I was an 80% disabled Vietnam veteran. I was an in-country veteran. I was there. I was a witness. I seen what was happening. I was stationed with the 20th Helicopter Special Ops in 1965 through 1966. And so our concern really was the Agent Orange, the Agent White, and the Agent Purple. Not only did they store it at Eglin Air Force Base in Florida, but we were there when they were spraying it in Thailand, Udon, and those particular places, Laos, and Vietnam. So what I'm telling you is that it was difficult for us to get our benefits because when you apply, even if you're a veteran that had been in Vietnam, they make you go through a process. They give you an application, and then you have to fill out the application. And they ask you different questions about what your disability is. And based on their assessment, then they rate you. And then once they rate you, if you're unhappy with the rating, then you continue year after year to have them re-examine you. And that's how they do it. So they have a place where they send you to the compensation benefits. That's the Department of Veteran Affairs. Now, many of us in California, we send our documentation to the intake center in Jacksonville, Wisconsin. Jamesville, Wisconsin. So I'm just telling you, it is a process, and you get denied at least 3 times, and then you have to continue and continue and continue. So our concern with all doing that process, if you're not 100%, then you don't get the deduction. Now, I'm a homeowner. I am a Vietnam veteran. I'm an in-country Vietnam veteran, and so I finally received the 100%, I think about 2 years ago. Now you figure I've been out of service for over 50 years. And so, but that is the process. And that's the way it is. And we all laugh together as veterans say is hurry up and do nothing. But one of the issues is this technology. Many of the Vietnam veterans, a few of them even have an iPhone. And so if you call in, then the process even takes longer. And if you filling out the applications and you don't know the buzzwords, you don't know how to articulate your issues, then it's even going to take longer. Because in Los Angeles, the people are very, very helpful. They try to extract as much information as they can from a veteran. But many times the veteran wants to talk about what happened to him in Vietnam. And the counselor only has 20 minutes, and they got 20 people waiting in line. And they have 5 counselors. So each of them have many people there. So that is a challenge and issue. But I believe for us, the main thing, if we can get the 700,000 instead of the 202,000 that it is right now, then that would just mean that if when the tax assess the land, the land is one thing and what the house sells for another. However, if it's up to 700,000 in California, and that still could be low, that surely would impact the veteran, that he wouldn't be strapped up against trying to pay the taxes of 6,000, 7,000 a year based on where he lives or where she lives. And so that's really my focus today, is to try to get that deduction raised up to 700,000. And I know the legislation, they were trying to make an attempt, but we know emotions are irrational sometimes and people have different agendas, but I'm not here to fuss or argue about that. I want to make an impact on the veterans that are still here today, and I think they deserve everything that they're getting and then some. So that's really all I have today. I don't want to go on and on and on, but I thank you for listening to me. And then, of course, I did hear the one in the legislation talked about the cost, that it costs too much. I can't think of a better deal. There's 600,000, say, nationwide, 3/4 of them in California. We drop off the row every day. So that just means that the money would go right back into the kitty. So I think that help us if you can. We're asking for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. First of all, thank you for your service and for sharing this with us. Excuse me. You mentioned, I guess you were at 80% for up until just recently. You got bumped to 100%. What changed?
Well, the category of unemployability, they say I should have been 100% all along, but they had to find a category for me. So the unemployability, even though I was retired, I was still unable to work on a full-time job. So they gave me that. And then they had upgraded my, it wasn't the Agent Orange, it was, I can't think of the category, but they upgraded that. I don't have the form in front of me. So, but that's just because you don't give up. I wish my wife was here. She's the one that actually made it happen because she knows the buzzwords. She knows about filling out forms, and she knows how to dissect what's being asked and to make that presentation. So you need an advocate. You need somebody to know, as we say, you know the game today. And many of the veterans, I'm 77, so I was there in 65. So many of them, we've been helping them. We help them through our churches. I help them working down at the Wilshire VA and the Sepulveda VA. But we find that most people get discouraged because it is a discouraging process. It really is. And if you're not techno savvy, it's very difficult for many of the veterans to fill it out online. But they will help you at the VA in Los Angeles with that, but it's still discouraging for many. So our job is to uplift them, encourage them, try to get an advocate for them, and help them to get the benefits that they're entitled to.
You mentioned one of the bills. Were you referring to SB 1073 or was it a different one?
It was two of them. It was 1073. See, I had it here. Yeah, here it is. One was 1073 and the other one was 1357. I think one was Archuleta and one was Shannon Grove.
And what were the amendments you were advocating for?
Well, they were discussing raising the 202,000 disability to 700,000. And so we were excited about that. However, it died in committee. And for us who aren't in the political arena, we understand what happened. We don't know why it happened. So
Was that under 1073 or 1377?
They both died.
They both died. But were both of them looking to raise the level or just one of them?
I think that they really were looking to raise the level, but I thought that 1357, stressed it a little more, but I could be wrong on that because those bills are difficult to dissect for me.
Okay. And what's the, what's the money or the finance, I guess, the difference between being 80% and 100%?
Well, you could be at 80%, and you would be about give or take, say about $2,600, and then if you go to 100%, you'd be about $3,700.
Okay. Well, thank you for that information. We'll try to figure out. I'm curious to see. Well, I know the Senator Archuleta. I'm going to have to check in with him and figure out if that's his bill on 1073 that was lifting the level you mentioned. I think from 200,000, I guess, to 600,000
$700,000.
or 700,000.
Yes, yes.
Let me see if there's other. I see other hands here. Let me start with my deputy controller has some questions for you.
Thank you, Pastor Ford, for your presentation today, and then also I want to thank Ms. Love, Secretary of the California Democrat Party. Couldn't be here today, but she did send her best wishes on this work group. I did have just one question. When you talk about the disability ratings and just kind of connecting veterans and understanding about the ratings and the connection to services, can you share with us what are the best practices when trying to connect veterans to resources that you believe have been proven effective across California?
Yes, basically, you have to go in there prepared to really answer the questions with the veterans. And so when they ask you what your disability issue is, you probably would have had a physician to help identify that, because they will send you to different clinics throughout Los Angeles County. So if you say that you have Agent Orange and it's affecting your hearing, or you have Agent Orange affecting your feet, or whatever part of the body that is challenging you, then the VA will send you to a clinic. At that point in time, the physician there will examine you, and then they will make a recommendation based on that. And that's really how it's done.
And in that process, are you able to request a second opinion if you disagree with the initial rating?
That is correct. You definitely are, yes.
Okay, thank you.
But it is a long process.
I bet it is.
Member Gaines, I believe, has some questions for you.
Yeah, I want to thank you, Pastor Rubin, for your presentation. And just to clarify, it sounds like the priority would be the expansion of the homeowner's exemption. If you can get it beyond 202,000 upward. Okay, that's great. I think he was affirmative on that. So thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Yes, Co-Chair Lieber.
Just one more. I had a chance to look at the BOE's website on the pages that it details some information about this, and it does point people to the websites for each county. But one of the things that I'd like to do as this process goes on is really dig down within those counties and see what the paperwork is actually like that individuals have to fill out to be able to get this, and how accessible it is within each of their county websites, because the pointer is to the general site for each county. And I really look at this from the perspective of from the veteran level, from the taxpayer level, people particularly that are in pain physically, they don't have much of a bandwidth in terms of how much they can go through to try to apply for something, even if it's a significant benefit. And what I'm finding as I go through most of these individual possibilities is that they're a pretty modest benefit. So for people that are experiencing disability, maybe in pain, etc., it's becomes very unrealistic for them to apply. And I know that there are orgs that people can go to, and I do believe that those orgs are doing a great job, but there's a wait time, and it gets harder and harder as you get older to start applying online and get into that
That's right.
online swing of things. And we have found recently, in a very sad way, through a constituent, that a lot of the folks who are in the VA hospitals, they may have a smartphone with them, but they don't have their power cord. And the VA hospitals don't have any power cords to lend them. So there are all kinds of little hurdles that I really do believe turn into one big hurdle, so that people who are entitled to get these considerations end up really not being able to get there in the end. So thank you, Pastor, for your testimony here, and I'm really looking forward to the work that we'll do on this.
Well, we thank you for that. Thank you for it, and I appreciate you, because we know that frustration and anxiety works. So, all right. Thank you.
No, thank you. Seeing no other hands, really appreciate for your testimony today and your experience with this. And we will definitely be in touch as we move forward, especially on these bills that you mentioned fell off. See if we can't rekindle those in the next session here.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Taylor, is there anybody? I know Ms. Love is no longer with us, right?
Correct.
That's correct.
But we do have another speaker. We have Mr. Dana Nickel, Legislative Advocate for the Veteran Service Organizations, REAB Government Relations.
Okay.
Here he is.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, honorable members of the Board of Equalization. My name is Dana Nickel. I'm with REAB Government Relations. We advocate on behalf of veteran service organizations and county veteran service officers at the state government level. Thank you for taking the time to examine this important topic. Really quick, on Reverend Ford's two bills, 1073 and 1357, those were from the 2021 to 22 legislative session. So those bills are effectively dead. And also the CVS, Ms. Lieber, you'd asked a question about if your claim is denied. There is also a federal court of veterans appeals that veterans can appeal their decisions to. Okay, anyway, in general, there's a great need for services, benefits, and exemptions amongst the veteran community. Usually veterans commit to serving their country at the beginning of their adult lives. After their service, they must integrate back into civilian society. The veteran who wishes to attend college may be 25 or 35 years old. That veteran may also bear the physical and psychological wounds of war. They also face the wear and tear of military service and training, which have their own dangers outside of combat. When transitioning back into the civilian world, shelter is one of the most basic needs people have. Moving one's family into a home is a major financial decision and an expensive one, especially for a disabled veteran. Our state constitution acknowledges the importance of a home to a disabled veteran in the disabled property tax exemption, which is extremely important to our state's veterans, especially in light of the skyrocketing cost of housing and inflation. Any improvements or expansion of the veterans' property tax exemptions are greatly needed. A sliding scale exemption, which somebody brought up, which would be tied to the disability rating, would be of great help to those who gave some piece of their health to the defense of their country. The utilization rate of veterans using the disabled property tax exemption is probably average, since the cost of a house is the largest part of most people's budget. However, there is anecdotal evidence of some veterans not pursuing veterans benefits like this because they were rebuffed in the past or overwhelmed by the bureaucratic maze. In county tax issues, an improvement would be to standardize the eligibility standards across different counties by clarifying eligibility in state law, thereby providing clear guidelines for all involved. For instance, there is a bill in the legislature, SB 82, which seeks to require a county assessor to accept an electronically generated letter of service-connected disability in lieu of an original letter, which is difficult and time-consuming to obtain. The electronically generated letter is accepted for all other programs, including university admissions. However, some county tax offices accept the letter and some don't. There is an instance of the VA telling the veteran that he or she does not need an original letter and that he or she needs to simply log on to their VA account and print it out. The veteran had to strenuously explain that the county would not accept the electronically generated letter. This bill seeks to clarify this issue in law. The California Assessors Association supports this legislation. Another bill, SB 871/SCA6, seeks to allow a veteran property owner who qualifies for the veterans exemption or the disabled veterans exemption to receive the homeowner's exemption. The problem with the regular vet exemption is it is not adjusted to the housing market and no vets apply for it. Also, the non-vet exemption is twice that of the vet exemption. SB 871 seeks to allow vets to claim more than one exemption by stacking them, which is befitting to those who put their lives on the line for us. There are other bills which seek to enhance the vet property tax exemptions. If these policies come to fruition, the assessors and BOE could possibly help increase the utilization of these exemptions by getting the names and addresses from the federal VA of vets who are 100% service-connected disabled, and then reach out to them regarding these benefits and how to obtain them. Another reform would be to tie the disabled veterans exemption to some other index than the consumer price index, preferably an index tied more closely to the housing market. Housing is a part of the CPI, but is too watered down by the other indices. About veterans injuries, since World War I, safety equipment, surgery, medicine, medical evacuation, and transportation have greatly improved with each new conflict. It is somewhat counterintuitive, but this has led to more injuries. In the Civil War, many combatants died on the battlefield from relatively minor wounds due to bleeding, infection, etc. 100 years ago, a roadside bomb that might have resulted in 100% of the soldiers killed might now result in all of them surviving. However, these men and women will live with injured and broken bodies for the rest of their lives. TBI, or traumatic brain injury, is one of these conditions. This is where the brain is physically traumatized by the body being thrown against the side of an armored vehicle or hard surface. The helmet and other safety equipment saves the soldier, but their brain was wounded. Also, the invisible wounds of war, such as post-traumatic stress disorder, can be lifetime injuries for many vets. In addition to these combat injuries, veterans are also subject to loud operational noises, damage to their knees and backs, exposure to chemicals, and training mishaps. Reevaluation of VA eligibility. I noticed that Reverend Ford mentioned that he was eventually declared 100% disabled. And your disabilities can change over time, especially as you age. So it's important that veterans, on occasion, go to the VA and their county veteran service officer and be reevaluated, because injuries may not be apparent when they're 22 as when they're 62. As veterans get older, they must seek to be reevaluated with the VA because injuries they had may have become worse. Also, Congress may expand eligibility for recognized injuries. So a veteran that was denied in 1972 might be eligible now because Congress passed a law to now recognize that. Two relatively recent laws passed by Congress have vastly expanded eligibility, and many veterans who were discouraged that they were denied their injured status in the 60s, 70s, and 80s and so forth may not ever seek to be reevaluated. The challenge for those who help veterans is getting this information out to the public and getting veterans and family members to seek assistance in qualifying for any benefits they may be due. The two recent congressional acts are Blue Water Navy Vietnam Veterans Act of 2019, extended the definition of the zone where sailors could have been exposed to Agent Orange. This extended the Agent Orange zone from the jungles to 12 miles offshore. There are tens of thousands of veterans now eligible for benefits along with the attendant disability ratings. The PACT Act of 2022 expands VA health care and benefits for veterans exposed to burn pits, Agent Orange, and other toxic substances. This is a huge expansion of benefits that will bring help to service members who suffered for decades from these maladies. The county veteran service officers and the service officers of the veteran service organizations will be on the front lines of helping veterans to file for and obtain these benefits. I would like to also just quickly bring up veterans posts in property tax. In addition to the homeowners exemption, there is also a veterans post property tax exemption, and that is where you've all seen them in your neighborhoods, right? The white building with the cannons out front and the veterans halls and so forth. Well, those congressionally chartered veteran service organizations are exempt from paying property tax on their veterans halls. The canteen or bar are not exempt by law. However, assessors make different determinations about which part of the property is exempt. Some exempt the whole property, and some only exempt the little tiny office with the filing cabinet where the management of the hall takes place. Many of these meeting places for veterans are in danger of closing because of cost pressures. Clarification and hopefully an understanding that the exemption extends to all parts of the hall would help. I would be happy to connect the BOE and staff with leaders of the veteran service organizations who run some of these veterans posts and halls. Also, on the question of power cords for people's phones in the VA facilities, the people who would do things like that are veteran service organizations and they're nonprofits. They're the ones that would go to the VA hospitals as volunteers and do nice things for them, bring them cards or talk to them or bring them power cords or little things you might need, kind of like the volunteers in the regular hospital. So the veteran service organizations do a lot to help our veterans. Thank you, and please consider our office and clients a resource for more information on these issues.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. I was a little alarmed and surprised to hear you mentioned that there's still an issue or concern, I guess, with some, I'm assuming you're talking about the Veterans and American Legion post buildings that are not totally exempt. And it sounds like, what, I'm not sure, are you referring to these statewide, or is it certain counties that are giving it a different interpretation?
Yeah, it was different counties that were giving a different interpretation. You know, the county, some counties interpret it liberally, and some counties say, hey, it's only for the part that handles the business of your veteran service organization, and that's not the parking lot or the basketball court or the field out back or the meeting hall or the place that you rent out to the Boy Scout troops and stuff like that. It's basically just your little office back there with the records of your organization. That's all we'll consider, that 400 square feet or 200 square feet.
Now, I'm assuming there was legislation on this some time back.
Yes, there was. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think they've both been sponsored by assessors. I think the San Diego County assessor even sponsored one bill with Senator Anderson.
Well, I'd like to work with you on that and see what we can do to assist on that.
Outstanding.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Let me just ask one question here before I open it up as well. Did I hear you also say that the biggest hurdles for any veteran is knowing they exist and how to apply some of these exemptions?
Right. Yeah. Social Security is very easy to apply for, right? You fill out a postcard, you tell people you're 65 or whatever it is, and you get your money. But veterans benefits are unique to each individual veteran. It's based on your personal service that you did in the military. Where were you sent? What did you do? Where were you? What happened to you? So that's why the good work that Jim Zenner and the county veteran service officers do is so important, because they have to evaluate, them and the VA have to evaluate each veteran and say, when were you in? Where did you serve? What happened to you? So even your buddy who was right next to you most of the time could have a completely different experience as far as veterans' disability benefits. So as a matter of fact, that's why the Blue Water Navy Act, which passed, the Congress passed, there was people all over the world, and I think Reverend Ford brought this up. He said that he was exposed to Agent Orange at a base in the United States, I think, because people were loading Agent Orange into drums and putting them on planes. So you're out there in the hot sun and Texas or something with your shirt off and you're loading up forklifts full of Agent Orange. Well, that stuff's all over you. So it's not just the guy in the jungle in Vietnam who's getting exposed to Agent Orange. It was the people who are loading it, the people who are transporting it, the people who are flying it, the people who are delivering it, and these sailors who are offshore exposed to it. So these things, a lot of the veterans don't know that, and veterans, if you look at the veterans federal, it's like two phone books, the federal VA regulations. It's really complicated, and it depends where you were. Were you 5 miles from the combat zone? Were you on this side of that line? Were you here between these dates? All these different factors. So it's really important that the veterans seek professional help to help them navigate the VA system.
No, I appreciate your work on this, and no, you're right. I think at the end of the day, it's all about outreach and getting out to these folks. Because I'm appalled, especially when earlier where they were talking about homeless vets. And I know, like in my county in LA, we have some federal property that was in Westwood that was donated specifically to to vets. And I know homeless vets could utilize that, but it's underutilized. And I think it's because a lot of folks, are not putting the pressure or in the right place to make that happen. Let me turn to my deputy controller. I believe he has some questions here.
Thank you, Chairman and Mr. Nickel, for your presentation and all the work you do for the veterans and the veteran community. My question was also on outreach and communication. Specifically, you mentioned in your presentation those that are maybe 22 years old getting out of the military. They go and see the VA and are not giving a rating that they like, or maybe it's a 0%. And then you mentioned that those injuries linger onwards as you go later on in life, and sometimes those injuries may be coming later. So I was just understanding how your organization and even statewide, how we can do some type of informational campaign and outreach to just make sure that those veterans that may believe or have been classified as not having an injury can come back in and create a process where they can come back in and see the VA and get the services they need, and ultimately the benefits that come with that. If you wanted to elaborate a little further.
Yeah, thank you. It's very important that we use whatever means possible, advertisements, billboards, TV, but a lot of it is staff. A lot of it is, like with the county veteran service officers, it's trying to get them the funding they need to hire more trained staff to help these veterans. And then to go out, and there's stories of when some CVSOs have a little bit extra time. There's one person up Northern California that actually, on the way to work, he walks up the bike trail and he's befriended homeless veterans over the years. And after he gets a level of trust, he kind of works his way into it and says, hey, where were you? What did you do? Oh, gee, why don't you come in? And they've actually helped some of these folks. So a lot of it is, it's outreach. You got to get out to the colleges. You got to have a CVSO or a veteran service officer go out to the colleges and have a little office time or a chair at the state fair or a table at the county fair, or go into the old folks' homes. There's all kinds of, even set up a booth at the supermarket. And there's any places where lots of people, you can outreach to veterans, but it's very difficult because that takes labor. And we did one thing about with the legislature helped us do it about 6 or 7 years ago. It's what we call inReach. A lot of veterans wanted to have recognition they were a veteran, so we got it put on the driver's license. So if you're a veteran in good standing, you can show the proper paperwork and get the word veteran printed right on your driver's license. And you can, so the bottom of that is you can go to Home Depot and get your 10% off and things like that. What it's really for is they can use it for, because there's a lot of state laws, programs that say, hey, well, you can get priority registration if you're a veteran, or you can get, at the colleges, you can get this, all these different programs. So that determination of veteran on the top, the DMV doesn't know what if the person is a veteran. So they devised a process to have the veterans go to the county veteran service office with a piece of form, a DMV form, and say, have the CVSO review your military records and then they'll sign it and say, yes, you are a veteran for the purposes of this program, the veteran on the driver's license. Because of that, now you've driven veterans to the county veteran service officer. They may not have gone there in the first place for some boring type of technical stuff, but they went there to get that license. And now the CVSO has a chance to say, hey, wow, I see you were in Vietnam between these years, and you were in the infantry divisions that did this, and well, by gosh, you might have you're a file for an Agent Orange claim. And there's some really cool stories. I have some numbers here, but we actually track with DMV, and CalVet actually tracks how much money the state has, or how much money the veterans have received as a result of that veteran on the driver's license. So there's ideas like that can be done that work pretty good.
Thank you, Mr. Nickel. I agree with you. That personal touch, having that outreach, like you said, it does take human power, and then just those clever ideas of labeling on your driver's license. Also gives you the pride too. You know, it gives you the pride and the ability for us to, as a state, identify who the veterans, who has served this country, and able to kind of extend our hand halfway through and see if there's more help that we can give. So thank you, Mr. Nickel, again, and Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. We have a couple more questions here. Let me start with Member Gaines and then Member Schaefer. Go ahead.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Want to really thank you, Dana, for your presentation. Appreciate it. And again, I'm focusing on this Veterans Hall appraisal issue, and I don't know if Yvette Stowers could speak to this, but you know, for the Board of Equalization, there should be consistency on appraisal with Veterans Halls. And so I don't know if we have someone that could look into it here at the BOE, but I mean, we do audits, right? And so if you have inconsistent valuation of Veterans Halls from one county to another, maybe David Young could speak to it. Whoever. Thank you. But isn't that an inconsistency that ought to be looked at?
Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Board. Board Member Gaines. It's a great question. It was an issue for quite a while. The veterans organizations, they do have an exemption, a property taxes exemption available for property owned by veterans exemption. Much like all exemptions, it has to be used for a certain purpose in order for it to qualify. It's been, some assessors, some counties believe that those portions of the hall that were either used for a bar or being rented out to somebody else to use other than the veterans themselves would not qualify. And so there was some counties that granted it all, 100% of the whole hall, and some that did a proration as to what was actually being used for what they considered a veteran type function. So there was legislation proposed, I believe, about a year or two ago that did not make it through. So it is something on the horizon. It is something that is of issue. But like any other exemption, it has to be used for that specific qualified function. So
I've been in a number of them, and it seems like, at least when I'm going to them, they're using the whole facility.
Right.
It seems to me there ought to be clarification, and if it takes a statute to do that, that's something we could work on with the board. But it's kind of sad to hear that it's just not treated equally. And it ought to be, in my view, it ought to be the maximum benefit available in terms of, it seems to me that whole facility ought to be exempted, provide some relief. I mean, they're really nonprofits, aren't they? And they have to raise their own money.
They are, but like all exemptions, you have basically two components. It has to be under the right ownership and the right use, and so that's where the difference.
Yeah, I could see where there'd be a difference there for usage if it wasn't related to veterans.
Right.
But it seems to me it should be bigger than the office. If there's a small office there for paperwork, it seems to me it ought to be a lot bigger than that. But we can work on that.
Yeah, we can come up with some language probably, or even an LTA on that to give some guidance.
That's right. That's what I was
I think
wondering.
that makes sense.
Can we do that?
One, just to be consistent, right?
Yes.
Up and down the state.
We will look into it.
If I may I add to that?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, and, of course, we all know the assessors are individually elected officials, and they have their own, they have what they have to do for their voters and their responsibilities. I think some assessors would like to have it clarified more clearly so that they know they don't have to make that determination.
Exactly,
So
that's
that
what I was thinking.
It's written down. It said this is what is exempt, and then they can go, wow, that's what it says. But right now, I think they're left to say, well, what is a proper purpose? So you're leaving that to the assessors.
Mhm.
Kind of puts them in a tough position.
No, exactly. I think that's why I think we're talking about some guidance, we can create an LTA
maybe
that's
the LTA,
consistent. Yeah,
if it's
straight
within our
across.
authority.
That just gives them exactly the language and what qualifies, what doesn't.
Yeah.
So you're right. So you're not dealing with, the desk or the file cabinet. He says that's the only thing that's exempt in this property, right?
Yeah.
Which I guess is one extreme, but yeah.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez.
Yes.
I will take that under your direction, and I will look into do we currently have an LTA, first of all? And
Appreciate
then
it.
two, see if we don't meet with the team in drafting an LTA, but keep in mind that guidance is going to be limited to what the statute actually says.
Exactly.
We can't go beyond that.
No, I appreciate it, but just so we're consistent, whatever it is.
Okay.
Because what I'm hearing is some people are, I guess the assessors, it's kind of left up to them to make that interpretation, and it shouldn't be. It should be consistent throughout the state, whatever it is. And like you said, if there's a statute that says you're limited to X, Y, and Z, then maybe we need to look at some legislation down the road that would open it up if we needed to, or allow for other uses, because I think you're hitting on the nail where at the end of the day, these are nonprofits. They obviously have to figure out a way to raise money to survive.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Oh, Member Schaefer, I think you had something.
Mr. Nickel, what community do you live in?
I live in Sacramento County.
Sacramento. There was a big article in the LA Times recently about a homeless veteran and the months and years he was spending, and having to stand in line for days and weeks and whatnot. Are you aware of that article?
No, sir, I'm not.
Know of any progress? Yeah. Well, that's really more of a legislative matter than our board. We deal with rich veterans, not poor veterans, because we deal with people that have property that have problems. And I admire all the work you're doing, and I endorse whatever my colleagues have come up with to try to make it a better deal for the veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you. Co-Chair Lieber, do you have any? No, I think we're good. Thank you for your input. We'll definitely get back to you, especially on this issue with the American Legion and some of these facilities, and see if we can get you at least some language that's consistent throughout the state.
Thank you, Chairman and Board.
All righty. With that, Ms. Taylor, do we have anybody else on
We
the
do.
line? Oh, we do.
We're still on topic 4, current challenges and issues from nonprofit advocacy, educational, and financial organizations' perspective. We now have B, homeowners exemption, and our speaker today is here in person, Mr. Scott Kaufman, Legislative Director, Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. Would you like to come forward?
Welcome. Come on up.
I was told you like having people in person, so I figured I'd walk the 6 blocks or so.
I appreciate it.
And come see you. Let me just get my notes out. And, okay. I'm going to try and be brief because I honestly think you all know the issues. I'm sure you're getting the same calls we're getting about the issues of the homeowners exemptions apparently as it relates to Prop 19. I think the biggest issue remains that just simply that homeowners don't know about the homeowners exemption. There's still a large segment of homeowners that are not claiming the homeowners exemption, and that's become a major concern now that Prop 19 requires the homeowners exemption for the purposes of the intergenerational transfer. This is an issue now for the transferee and the transferor. Our office regularly receives calls from inheritors who did not know they needed to file for the exemption while otherwise qualifying for Prop 19, and also from inheritors whose parents did not claim the exemption before they passed and now aren't sure what to do because it's not technically the primary residence because it didn't have the homeowners exemption. Another concern for us is the ambiguity in the homeowner's exemption about whether an individual confined to a care facility still qualifies for the exemption. There's an LTA, but obviously there's ambiguity in the statute, and so we've sponsored a bill, SB 520, that would clarify that an individual confined to a care facility would still qualify for the exemption at the home they intend to return to should they be released from said facility. And then obviously there's the issues of the homeowner's exemption itself and the language in it and the way it conflicts with other exemptions that you've all discussed today. To raise the homeowner's exemption, it requires a tax increase to offset any increase to the homeowner's exemption. It also requires an increase to the renter's exemption. So it makes it effectively impossible to raise. The homeowner's exemption also forbids claiming it and any other real property tax benefit, such as the veteran's exemption. And the veteran's exemption, by comparison, is roughly $40 a year. That's what you're getting. The homeowner's is $70. But as a result, there's really no logical reason to claim the veteran's exemption over the homeowner's exemption. It's a smaller dollar amount, and now with Prop 19, the kids can't. Veterans exemption doesn't qualify for Prop 19. So as a result, last checked, between 0 and 2 homeowners in the entire state claim the veterans exemption. We're not sure exactly, but it's between 0 and 2. We also sponsored a bill called SCA 6, which was mentioned previously, that along with its companion legislation, SB 871, would allow the homeowner to stack the veterans and the homeowner's exemption, and then also the disabled veterans exemption, and make it easier for the legislature to raise the veterans exemption if they so choose. Currently, the veterans exemption is rather archaic. There's a lot of language in there that makes it difficult to raise. It also references wars by name, and there's like the war between the Nez Perce Indians and the war between Germany, Austria, and all those sorts of things. I think the whole thing needs a cleanup, but we were just focused on making it so you could stack it.
How long has it been $7,000?
The homeowner's exemption? Since before Prop 13, I think. I mean, honestly, the homeowner's exemption and the veterans exemption are kind of a relic of the pre-Prop 13 past, and they haven't seen much of an increase since. The argument we often hear when we try to raise either of them is that Prop 13 is a benefit enough. And while I, as a Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association, agree with that in total, I think it's a bit different. The homeowner's exemption and the veterans exemption are kind of different things. And I frankly don't think Prop 13 is enough of a benefit for our veterans, at least, and if not for all homeowners altogether. But that's the argument we often hear when we attempt to raise it, which we do every couple of years. And that's really it. I didn't want to take up too much of your time. I was here for the earlier meeting. I know you had some unfinished business. I don't know if you already handled that, but I hope I'd give you back some time to potentially get that done. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming in. And I know the veterans, and you mentioned the veterans exemption, as well as Prop 19 when it was coming through. And I know, at least in LA County, I ran across a lot of folks that were kind of scaring people that if they didn't support Prop 19, Prop 13 somehow would be affected. And I think there was just a lot of misinformation floating out there. But moving forward, have you folks, has your group looked at what would be, you mentioned it's a ridiculous amount for the exemption for the vets.
70 for homeowners and 40 for veterans, yeah.
Exactly.
$40 a year.
And I think at one point we talked about it up here that even if you combined them, it wasn't much, right? I think it was $70 or something like that.
70 plus 40, yeah.
Yeah. And I think you're right. I think this was done, probably 30, 40 years ago, maybe even longer. So it hasn't even dealt with the whole inflation.
Yeah, they did raise the veterans exemption once after Prop 13. I think that was just kind of a quick trying to raise it, and then
that was it.
Yeah, we actually looked at trying to raise it in a similar fashion this legislative cycle when we brought forward our SCA 6 and SB 871. And some quirk of the language allowed them to do it that one time, but not again. And it's something about the percentage of the increase has to be the same or something like that. And it's needlessly complicated to raise the veterans exemption and the homeowners exemption for that matter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. My co-chair, go ahead.
Yeah, I have to say that this goes right to the heart of what I've been thinking about in terms of this, that people who have multiple life complications going on, they may be reliant on their adult children to go and apply. And for $110, It's just a lot. But I do hear you on the issue of Prop 19 and the homeowners exemption being necessary to be protected in that process, and that's something that, just in talking with my constituents, no one is aware of.
Yep.
Thank you.
Member Gaines.
Yeah, I want to thank you, Scott, for coming forward. Appreciate your testimony, and it sounds like it goes back to proposed legislation that would clean it all up.
We're trying, yeah.
Yeah, and so, yeah, maybe we could voice our concerns to the legislature and see if they would consider bringing that up. I don't know if you could get a COLA or something like that attached to it so that when you boosted it up, it would adjust based on what's happening with inflation, but it's not a whole lot of relief. I'm amazed at what Texas does. It just exempts it completely. Of course, we have Prop 13, and that does provide a big benefit for homeowners here in California, but maybe there's something in between there that would provide more help for our veterans, yeah.
Yeah, our bill
And
this year
homeowners.
just kind of provided cleanup language and put the ball in the legislature's court to raise the veterans exemption if they so chose. We just figured from a political standpoint in this, this down economic year for the state, it was probably a good idea not to
Wait, yeah.
yeah, let them do it at a time they feel comfortable with, not try
Yeah,
to force a tax cut on them, because
Sure, thank you.
we don't think it would get anywhere.
Yeah.
Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kaufman, for a very concise presentation.
Thank you.
And for coming over to the auditorium today. You mentioned in your presentation about a lot of homeowners not knowing about the exemption. Is there any best practices you could share that Howard Jarvis is using to make sure that information, that the public is aware of that information and are able to take the steps to claim that exemption if they're eligible?
I mean, at this point for us, it's just a lot of word of mouth. I mean, obviously, the Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association is a membership organization. We represent between 500,000 Californians that are members of our organization. So we make them aware at any chance we get. But obviously, there's a lot more people than 500,000 in this state that are not members of our organization, maybe otherwise not aware. We've talked with the LA, Jeff Prang, the LA County Assessor, about this. He's actually he's great. He's very good on these issues and very interested to help. And we've talked about maybe, putting some money aside through the legislature for assessors to send a letter or something to these homeowners, letting them know. Obviously, we don't want to make it an unfunded mandate on the assessors, but maybe we could get some money set aside in appropriations for a letter or something to these homeowners that qualify for the homeowners exemption but aren't claiming it, or just to make them aware that they need to claim it if they want to pass their property on to their children and maintain that tax base.
I agree, and I want to thank you again for coming before this body today.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, appreciate your time, and we'll definitely keep you posted as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We
Ms.
did
Taylor.
receive a public comment on this particular item, so I
let's
could
see.
read that.
Yes.
This is from Dan Chapin, City of Orange. Hello, I don't know if you plan to address this issue or not, but I wanted to make you aware of my personal situation with Prop 19, the homeowner's exemption. I would like to protest the one-year time to file the homeowner's exemption to qualify for retroactive relief from the Prop 9 claim for reassessment exclusion for transfer between parent and child. It's unfair that I should be taxed at full market rate on a parent-child transfer because I didn't file the homeowner's exemption within 1 year. There was limited information on the homeowner's exemption form, and it did not mention anything about Prop 19 and the requirement that it is a second form that is needed to qualify for the claim for reassessment exclusion for transfer between parent and child. Long story short, I didn't file the homeowner's exemption within 1 year of my mother's passing. I only filed the form for the claim for reassessment exclusion for transfer between parent-child on May 21st, 2021. I didn't find out about the homeowner's exemption for the Prop 19 claim for reassessment exclusion until I received a denial on my claim more than 1 year later. I received the supplemental tax bills for roll year 2020 and 2021 with the base value reassessed to fair market value. I've lived at my mother's house and has been my primary residence since 2018. I refiled for the claim for reassessment exclusion on September 16, 2022, and filed the homeowner's exemption on August 4th, 2022. I was granted only prospective relief for the roll year 2022. This is the exact same facts as example 15 in LTA 23-007, addendum to the initial statement of reasons for California Code of Regulations, Title 18, Section 462.520, exclusion from change in ownership, intergenerational transfers. I'm hoping that the BOE is aware there are homeowners in this situation and they would modify the rules again to allow for retroactive relief for transfers where the claim for reassessment exclusion for transfer between parent and child were filed within 1 year of transfer, and the transferee was already living at the home before and at the time of the transfer and continued to live there as their primary residence. But the homeowner's exemption was filed later than 1 year, but within 60 days of any supplemental tax bill.
Oh, Member Gaines, go ahead.
Wondering if that's very unfortunate. I'm wondering if maybe we can up our communication and answer that question. And maybe it's already there when you hit the link for Prop 19, but maybe we can make it more prominent on our website so that people that are inquiring about this transfer know that they have to file for that homeowner's exemption quickly if a family, child, or grandchild is moving in.
We have made it clearer on our fact sheet under the TRA page, and that fact sheet is linked on our property tax page, and also when you click on Prop 19. So we have made some changes, so that's clearer. With respect to this gentleman's particular issue, him directly, our Taxpayer Rights Advocate's Office is aware of his issue, and will be reaching out to him.
Oh, okay, wonderful. That's good to hear. Do you think, would it make sense to have a more prominent link just for homeowner exemptions, just so that people, if they've got questions?
It might be useful. Let me work with Mr. Kim and our page layout.
Okay.
To put something on the front page means something is going to have to take.
True.
So we have to make a decision what do
Okay.
we want to move over.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Co-Chair Lieber.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know that this particular taxpayer's comments are germane to the veterans issues, but they are commenting on an important dysfunction of things because he had a constituent in that exact position, and I think she took care of it on something like the 367th day. And didn't get it, and appealed and didn't get the appeal. And so it's just something that there's probably a small number of people who would think about going to the BOE's website, but when you're in that milieu of trying to tie up all the loose ends on a parent's house and et cetera, it's a hard and fast rule when you're not at a hard and fast point in life.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Can I just comment?
Yeah, Member Gaines, go ahead.
Is there any sort of communication we could have with the CAA in terms of when they're processing Prop 19 related issues, that would be part of a packet or something that, I mean, we can only suggest, but.
I believe that Ms. Lee is on Teams, if you'd like to have her.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here she is. There she is.
Yeah,
Welcome back.
Yeah, Assessor Lee, I don't know if you heard that, but we just had this question about the homeowner's exemption as it relates to Prop 19, and I don't know if, when people are going through that process and working with the county assessor, is there any way that information, I don't know what needs to be completed or if there's a packet or something, but just getting that information to that child or grandchild that's moving in for the homeowner's exemption.
The deadline.
So I can't answer really for all the counties, but in my county, when there's a transfer of real property, we do send out the homeowner's exemption claim form.
Okay.
So hopefully the taxpayers will fill it out at that point. In my county, we have right around 30,000 single-family residences, and there's about 13,500 claims for homeowners exemption, which is probably pretty close to what is out there because, you know, there, of course, there is rental properties that wouldn't qualify. So we have not ran into the issue with Prop 19 as of yet, but that is something to be aware of. I will bring it up to the Assessors Association group and let them know that that's something to kind of watch for. So if somebody's applying for Prop 19, perhaps they can apply for the homeowner's exemption at the same time to get it, you know, inactivated or activated in time to receive the benefit of Prop 19.
That's great. Thank you very much.
I think we're good.
Okay. Our last, we're running out of time because our next word group is scheduled to begin at 2:40 and it's 2:31 right now.
We have 9 minutes, so what
We
do
have
we
9
have?
minutes to wrap up and next steps and identify for the future work group meetings.
Now, I know we kind of skipped over.
We skipped over Mr. Young and
staff,
Ms.
right?
Dowers, but
Yeah.
they did come up, I think, unless there's anything else you'd like to hear from them.
I'm good unless somebody, or unless, I was kind of looking to staff to see if they missed or they wanted to share something. If not, we'll go ahead and get into our deliberation.
We can go to you guys wrap up.
Okay. Let me bring it back to my co-chair, Ms. Lieber.
Well, I think that there's a lot of good content that's been shared today, some of which is already a known issue within the legislature. And I'm really looking forward to continuing to work on these issues. I think it's a great start to things, and so I'm looking forward to going forward on it.
Appreciate it. And I think Ms. Stowers and Mr. Young got the one issue that I think everybody seemed to be a consensus on, the possible LTA or at least some guidance as we move forward with those properties. And see
what more we can do.
to make it clear and consistent. Yeah, I think that's, for me, that was the biggest takeaway so far. But let me look and see if there's others. Are we good? And we'll continue this. We'll definitely do a follow-up on this as well. And with that, I think we're good.
Yeah, would you like to take a brief recess and then we'll
I guess we
start
can
the
take a
next
few
one?
minutes and then a little bathroom break for staff as well.
Yeah, you do need to adjourn this meeting.
Oh, wait, but don't we have a work group too?
We do, but we'll want you to adjourn the work group for the veterans exemption and then
Oh, I see what you're
convene the
saying.
other work group.
All right, so what do we have? 2:33, we'll officially adjourn this work group at 2:33, and then we'll reconvene in what do we say, 10 minutes? Is that good?
Mm-hmm.
So that'd be 2:43.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
We're ready to reconvene.
Don't say that.
If I get Member Schaefer to come back up, I think we're good to go. Grab onto it. Ms. Taylor, what's our second? We're going to start with our second work
We're going
group
to
now,
start
right?
with your second work group.
So we'll reconvene at 2:45.
2:45. Workforce planning. And just to confirm the participants in this work group, we have Mr. Vasquez as chair and Mr. Gaines as co-chair. We have Ms. Lieber, Member Schaefer, and Deputy Controller Emron participating. Our first item is greetings and introductory remarks. The work group consists of board members, the Assessors Association, and county assessors from large, medium, and small counties who will update and continue efforts to develop opportunities for recruitment and training of a statewide pipeline of skilled property tax workforce. Upon the conclusion of all meetings, the board work group will report back to the board with recommendations for possible actions. We will have as our speakers Honorable Antonio Vasquez, co-chair, member 3rd District, Honorable Ted Gaines, co-chair, member 1st District, and Honorable Christine Lee, President, California Assessors Association, and Kings County Assessor Recorder Clerk. And I know that Miss Lee is on Teams.
She's spending most of the day with us today. Well, thank you. Let me open up and then I'll turn it over to Member Gaines. This board work group was established back in October of 2019 to address significant concerns regarding the need for the BOE and the county assessors to recruit, properly train, compensate, and develop a skilled appraisal workforce. We all agree and expert, well-trained appraisers and auditor appraisers are absolutely necessary to keep our state and local property tax system healthy and to protect the interests of all property owners with fairness and equity. To demonstrate the need for skilled appraisals workforce, we will open this meeting with testimony by Paul, I believe it's Paul, and is it Tanisha Austin? Property owners in Marin County who experience what means when the appraisal is done improperly and how it affected their lives. Before I ask the Deputy Controller to introduce Mr. and Mrs. Austin, I'd like our co-chair, Mr. Gaines, and then the CAA President, Christine Lee, who's on the line, to provide their opening remarks. I'll start with Member Gaines first.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Chair Vasquez. And I know our early discussions actually were prior to Prop 15 because there was a lot of concern about if that passed, what would we do from a labor standpoint? And we would be woefully understaffed both at the county level and here at the BOE. But there are demographic issues that are still dramatic in terms of the retirement of baby boomers, which are a huge number of people in our country. It used to be the biggest generation. It's now the millennials have overcome that, but we are in the middle of that transition at both the county level and here at the Board of Equalization. And those issues are really amplified at the small county level just because in some of these rural areas it's very difficult to find the right people that be willing in some cases to actually move, and then the pay and sometimes the benefits are not as generous as some of the larger counties. So I'm excited that we're moving forward with this and continuing to examine this and figure out just how we resolve it. So thank you.
Thank you. And let me ask our president that's currently on the line, Christine Lee, to give her opening remarks before we turn it over to our speaker.
Good afternoon again.
Welcome.
So over the last couple of years, there have been recruitment challenges with many counties throughout the state, not just the small counties. It seems even the large counties are having some challenges and large turnovers of staff. Times have just changed and employees seem to be looking for something different than they may have several years ago. For my county, Kings County, there's a population of about 153,000 people and just under 50,000 parcels. We normally have 22 staff members budgeted, and it's not uncommon to have 5 or 6 turnover each year. Part of that is due because we are very close to a naval air base, and so a lot of times the spouses will come to work for us and then get reassigned to a different area and consequently give up their position here. In 2021, we had 13 staff members turnover. In 2022, we had 17 staff that left the office. There were various reasons, but pay and cost to commute were at the top of the list. Of course, we recruited and hired replacement staff, but it was challenging to get all the work done with the lack of experience throughout the office. I'm very happy to report that so far this year, we have only had 2 people leave the office, and we're hoping to stay on that track. So we have done a few things in our office. We have a 980 work schedule that's been in place for a few years. We implemented a work from home pilot program. Because of the staff being so new, we only do that 1 day a week for staff members. We're asking staff what their goals are, and if they're interested in promoting, if that happens to be within their goals, we offer training and development to try to help them achieve those goals and promote them as soon as they're able. Some employees are not as much interested in promoting, for example, as spending time with their children or families. When this is the case, we try to work with their schedules so that they can go into the 980 work from home, the 980 plan or the work from home plans. And hoping those would be a little manageable for them. Of course, we do not expect employees to work. We do expect them to work when they're at home, and we have production measures in place, but it does save them commute time, and of course, they would be able to spend their breaks and lunch times at home as well. We've swapped training with other counties that are close by. For example, I have one mapper in my office, so when that person retired and I replaced with a new person, Fresno and Tulare counties allowed me to send my new mapper for a few days to job shadow and learn from their staff. And he developed contacts too with those counties and their staff members, which was helpful for questions. And lastly, I've made attempts at increasing salaries, but that's been to no avail. Our county is currently working with an outside consultant to review salaries and offer recommendations. It's a pretty slow process. It's going to take about 2 years before they complete the countywide survey, but I'm hopeful that increased salaries will help with retention. And then as far as community colleges, I know that's something that we've kind of kicked around the idea of having classes with the community colleges. My only concern about that is that most of our turnover in our office is not with the appraisers, it's more with the clerical staff. And excuse me. So I don't know if we had like a degreed program at the community college level, if there would be enough jobs, even with the surrounding counties, for the graduates, unless maybe it was just a degree in a broader area such as real estate. So that's my comments.
Thank you. With that, let me turn it to our Deputy Controller, who I believe has some introductions of our speaker.
Yes, thank you. I just have some general comments and then I'll move on. So on behalf of Controller Cohen, the Controller is excited to kick off this work group on workforce planning as a top priority of the Cohen administration to ensure a fair and equitable home appraisal system. This work is particularly critical to advance opportunity for all. A home is so much more than four walls and a roof. It is a place of safety, physical safety, and economic safety, a place where you can make memories with your family and relax after a long day. When it comes to the appraisal process, an appraisal is a critical element of the home buying and lending process as it establishes the value of a property as collateral for a home loan. One of the core benefits of home ownership is that a homeowner can build wealth by leveraging and growing that home equity. Greater home equity makes it less likely that homeowners will fail to repay a mortgage if they experience financial hardship, making the property valuation a critical input to the risk evaluations that surrounds the lending process. Home loan lenders hire appraisers specifically to provide independent, fair, and objective estimates of the market values of a property so that lenders can accurately evaluate risk. An appraiser's opinion of value is very dependent on that appraiser's selection of comparable properties and adjustments in weighing the appraiser applies to those selections. This decision has subjective elements that depends on the expertise of the appraiser and the appraiser's familiarity with the neighborhood, resulting in an estimate of the home's value. However, in what is supposed to be a fair and accurate process, we hear heartbreaking stories of black and brown homeowners who are told that their home is worth less than the house down the street simply because of the color of your skin. Many families of color are often forced to remove family photos, artwork, and other mementos in hope of receiving a fair valuation. According to a recent study by Fannie Mac, homes in majority black neighborhoods are valued 23% lower than homes with similar characteristics in white majority neighborhoods. The data and impact that this discrimination has on any person cannot be understated, and the pain and trauma it causes can last a lifetime. To be denied, devalued, and disrespected. It was 55 years ago the Fair Housing Act was signed into law with the goal of putting an end to housing segregation and prohibiting discrimination. But even after the passage of the Fair Housing Act with the goal of leveling the playing field, the racial home ownership gap is wider than ever. The black home ownership rate reached only 44%, while white home ownership rate reached 74%. Owning a home should provide a pathway to the California dream. Instead, the current system as is sends a message to families of color that you are not deserving of equitable treatment. As a board, we have a responsibility to the residents of California to address this issue in a precise and thoughtful manner. This isn't a theoretical issue, but it has real-life consequences for millions. The goal is to cultivate a diverse, accessible, and well-trained workforce to build a strong pipeline for the future, so families in all neighborhoods of all backgrounds should be given a fair chance to live out their dreams of home ownership and build generational wealth. So I want to thank you. In regards to Mr. Austin's testimony, I understand that he was on a flight out of state, and he was going to call me right when he touched down. So if at your discretion, if we can move on, and once I get a hold of him, I'll make sure that he comes online. Thank you, Chairman.
With that, Ms. Taylor, what do we have?
We have next, number 2, overview of the 2020 report. The executive director and staff will report BOE efforts towards the 4 goals in the comprehensive outline for the Workforce Planning Board Work Group report. Our speakers today are Yvette Stowers, executive director, Board of Equalization; Lisa Renati, chief deputy director, Board of Equalization; and Mr. David Young, deputy director, Property Tax Department, BOE.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Today, I will be providing you with an overview of our findings from the Board's Workforce Planning Work Group. In 2019, consistent with the BOE's duties to ensure uniform statewide property tax administration and their commitments to serve taxpayers through fair and effective and efficient tax administration, the Board of Equalization members' Workforce Planning Work Group was established to ensure the agency and county assessors have the workforce talent necessary for the successful administration of all duties and functions. The work group had several public hearings to discuss the specific challenges and identification of potential solutions. Throughout the work group meetings, the possible passage of Split Roll Initiative Prop 15 brought forth many discussions regarding the significant increase in the number of staff which would be needed to implement Prop 15. Thus, there was an urgent need to anticipate and find solutions to protect California's property tax program. After the November 2020 election and the unsuccessful passage of Prop 15, The magnitude of the workforce issue may not have been as pressing, but the core issues remained regarding retention, recruitment challenges, and augmentation of training programs. For today's meeting, the board has asked me to report out on BOE's efforts towards the 4 goals in the work group's comprehensive outline. The goals were recruitment and retention capacity and needs, 2, compensation and classification plans, 3, appraisal and auto appraisal certification and training plans, and 4, community colleges, curriculum and partnership opportunities. Staff has completed a summary report of the work group's initial 2020 findings and identified actionable approaches and solutions to address the challenges regarding the breadth and depth of need to recruit, retain, and train, compensate, and develop a skilled workforce and talent to expressly meet the needs of our complicated property tax system. Although this work group discussed skilled workforce for the entire state, including the needs of the county assessors, this report solely looks at the findings and conclusions applicable to BOE as a state agency. Under the board's leadership, the agency has worked diligently from 2019 to present to implement the suggested path forward and is proud to highlight the successes and achievements of this important work. The 4th summary report is attached to today's work group agenda. Ms. Lisa Venati, Chief Deputy Director, will provide an overview of the report findings and the work that we have done to date. Additionally, Mr. David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, is in attendance should you have any technical questions. Before I turn it over to Ms. Venati, I would like to take this opportunity to thank her for the tremendous work that she has done since 2019 in addressing these issues. Ms. Renati.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I'm Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director, and today I'll present a summary of the findings of the Workforce Planning Work Group, including the challenges, the impact of those challenges, the paths forward, and the ideal outcomes. I've pared them down to 3 main subjects. Workforce assessment, that's our recruitment and retention challenges, appraiser and auditor appraiser training, and community colleges curriculum and partnership opportunities. Additionally, within each topic, I will present the results and accomplishments of the BOE in the implementation of our action plans over the last 3 years. For those listening, members and people participating remotely, a copy of this slide deck is attached to today's agenda. Should also be in your materials, members. And also there's a comprehensive report that's also included. So next slide. So workforce assessment, recruitment, and retention challenges. When the work group was established, BOE, like many other government agencies, was experiencing recruitment and retention challenges. Next slide. Specifically, our job classifications were obsolete, and we also had outdated minimum qualifications. We had an aging workforce, and our compensation levels were not necessarily competitive. To explain our job classification issues in very simplified terms, in state government, agencies and departments can obtain approval to use what's called a statewide job classification. Those are attorneys, analysts, office technicians, administrative staff, and the like. Alternatively, there's a process, it's lengthy, for agencies can obtain a specific job classification that can only be used by that agency or department. At BOE, we have 8 longstanding positions that are BOE specific, meaning only BOE can use them. There are 2 tracks. One is an appraiser and one is an auditor appraiser, and there's assistants, associates, and seniors, and they culminate into supervisor and principal positions. At BOE, our specific use exclusion positions specify they have to have education and experience. And that's really important to know because this means that none of our positions are entry level. We can't just go out and hire recent college grads to fill our positions. Historically, this wasn't a big deal. We were able to go to the hire experienced staff from the assessors. We lured them with promotions, higher pay, competitive benefits, people like Dave over here. But in time, that well of experienced staff coming to BOE started to dry up. So over 30 years ago, the BOE decided to start, which is a very successful program called a Grow Your Own program. In order to find a true entry-level position that did not require appraisal experience, we looked to statewide classifications, those general ones that any agency can use. We found one called the Junior Property Appraiser. Unfortunately, the pay was not that competitive. At the time, remember this was 30 years ago, we were a big state agency, we had lots of tax programs, so we borrowed a position called tax auditor from another program. This classification, a little different than a junior property appraiser because it requires an accounting degree or accounting courses, but does not require experience. The pay is more competitive and similar to those at other tax agencies. And this worked fairly well. We went to college campuses, we recruited, we brought the people on staff. They had education but no experience. We were able to give them that experience. And then after the probationary period and some time passed, they were able to compete for our BOE specific positions. Unfortunately, in 2017, our agency was restructured, and we are now restricted from using those positions because they're agency specific and they remained with the tax program they were attached to. Slide 5. So after the restructuring, the impact of these identified workforce challenges was immediately felt. As noted in the work group meetings, we had difficulty hiring people, we had high vacancy rates. This led to a diminished workforce capacity, staff fatigue, and low morale. Next slide. To combat these issues, at the conclusion of the workforce planning work group, the agency implemented a plan with ideal outcomes to remedy our recruitment and retention challenges. This included creation of a recruitment team and activities to attract large pools of diverse, highly qualified candidates, improvement of our hiring processes for efficient and effective hiring, implementing plans for knowledge transfer and succession planning, with the ideal outcome of lower vacancy rates, increased production, and less staff fatigue, and also improved employee morale. In determining our implementation plan, we need to determine what was within our control as a state agency. We are in control of how we recruit, and we're in control of the efforts made to cast a wider net and perform targeted outreach efforts. We can also update our duty statements and make them more accurate and appealing to more people. We can also examine our classifications for obsolescence. We also had to come to terms with what items are outside our control. At BOE, as an agency, we have no control over salary, benefits, labor relations. Those are all handled by CalHR and the legislature. We also need formal approval for any changes to our classifications or those minimum qualifications needed to come on board. This process can take years. But we were not deterred. We moved forward. We had implementation plans to moving forward using the work group findings and their ideas so that we could make significant changes. Those changes were that we could take a hard look at our recruitment processes and succession planning, and we can bring fresh eyes and new perspectives to the table to see how we can do things better. Despite the obstacles, we could perform an in-depth classification study, and which could then possibly assist in a salary study. As a result of these efforts, the BOE has completed our implementation plans and has achieved the following. We augmented our recruitment team and recruitment materials. We reduced the time spent in the hiring process from months to weeks. I would also say sometimes it could take years to weeks, because it took a long time when we first started. Our delegated hiring authority was restored by State Personnel Board. That was a huge factor that moved us forward exponentially. We significantly reduced our vacancies, including through the use of the Junior Property Appraiser, to continuing our relevant, successful Grow Your Own program. So despite this position pays less than other tax agencies, we've been very successful in bringing those people on board. And I will say, recently I was told we're having more success with that than the other agencies are having with their position, which to me means our recruiting efforts are working. We're getting people excited about coming to BOE. We filled all of our key management roles and provided those managers with high-level training. We've implemented dedicated time for retention, mentorship, and knowledge transfer. We've eliminated work backlogs, and thus we've improved morale. We have additional accomplishments to brag about here. We have completed a 2-year detailed classification study of BOE's appraiser and auditor appraiser positions. This was a large undertaking, included input from staff of all levels throughout the agency. This is going to be the foundation of change for our classifications. We also gather the preliminary information needed for a long-term salary study. In short, we have accomplished a lot in just 3 years. But we're not done. The next steps at BOE will be to use the information from our classification study to seek approval to make adjustment to our classifications, hoping in the end to have a truly entry-level position, and then that will also give us some more competitive salaries, because those positions come with higher pay. We also want to establish a study to get higher-level technical positions at the top end. You know, we have 3 levels right now and then goes into management. We'd like to continue to have perhaps higher technical positions that can help assist, you know, our deputy director, our executive director, perhaps even me. I'd like to have those positions maintained. We'd also like to explore the use of other statewide classifications that could be used in the property tax department, as much as we can to fill the positions using the correct classification for the work that needs to be done. So that's work group. We've done a lot. The next item, members, is the appraiser and auditor appraiser certification and training. As you know, BOE is statutorily mandated to certify persons engaged in performing the duties of an appraiser for property tax purposes. We monitor their yearly training requirements, and we provide training on the core courses that prepare appraisers to take the exam to be certified. We do courses for advanced certification. We have continuing education courses, as well as special topic courses. The BOE also develops self-study training sessions for members of county assessment appeals boards and county staff involved in processing assessment appeals applications. When the work group met in 2019 and 2020, 3 training challenges were noted post-restructuring and for our agency anticipation of split roll passing. The challenges were course content. The work group participants identified that training for specialized valuation topics was needed, frequency of courses. There was a concern that we wouldn't have enough courses to teach all the people coming in, and accessibility of courses. There was concerns that class capacity needed to be increased or more hybrid options. To meet the identified challenges, BOE reviewed the basis for these challenges and found that similar to our workforce capacity issues that I just discussed, at that time, BOE had a lack of experienced trainers. Our training methods were in-person, small format classes with limited size, and just a few hybrid courses. And due to those training challenges, we determined that if we did not act quickly, it would adversely impact both the BOE and assessors' offices with succession planning and creation of workforce gaps. After the workforce group closed, the BOE looked at our training processes and devised a plan of action to expand our course content, to increase the number of courses offered each year, and to use modern tools and online training formats. Through the majority of the work group meetings and until the end of 2021, BOE continued to work remotely due to stay-at-home orders due to COVID-19 pandemic. One of the unexpected benefits of the pandemic was BOE's increased utilization of technology in how we perform our daily work. We are proud of BOE's training and certification unit, and they have accomplished so much in such a short time. They've been including increased communication with county assessors about training needs, increased in-house positions on the BOE training team. We've increased the number of courses offered. We've augmented our training program in addition to in-person learning. We have multiple courses taught throughout all of California. We use retired annuitants. We're using experienced county assessor staff. And those 2 groups are presenting that highly technical information that we were lacking. And at the same time, we're having our staff participate in those courses so they can learn and grow, you know, and possibly teach those courses again and again in the future. We've developed additional technical training for mineral properties, geothermal property, taxable possessor interest, and Prop 19. As this slide demonstrates before you, the number of students trained by BOE is at record levels. A 34% increase from fiscal year 19-20, even during periods when we were all locked down due to COVID. Also of note is an over 115% increase in the number of students in our in-person classes since fiscal year 19-20 to present. So for this last year that just ended, can you go back a slide? We taught 2,317 students. The majority of these are county assessor staff. Next slide. Which brings us to BOE's next steps. While we completed what we set out to accomplish from the Workforce Planning Group, we are committed to continuing to improve our training program by looking at technological solutions to track and monitor training and to support modern course delivery methods. Additionally, as we will discuss during the executive director reports, we are also working on the restructuring of the property tax department and units to allow greater focus on core duties, including training. And members, the last item in the report is community colleges, curriculum and partnership opportunities. Next slide. The work group discussed partnership opportunities with community colleges, which could potentially be used to expand recruitment of appraisers and develop a diverse workforce pipeline. Community colleges could also provide information on modern educational training methods. The work group identified the benefits of collaboration with community colleges, which would meet BOE and assessor strategic efforts to ensure we attract, recruit, train, and retain the next generation of property tax experts through increased awareness of our industry. In addition to our recruiting efforts at the community colleges and universities, BOE currently has 2 strong partnerships. The first partnership is with American River College. BOE has developed 2 appraisal courses, Introduction to Appraising for Property Tax Purposes, and Appraisal of Personal Property and Fixtures. Both classes are taught by BOE staff acting as adjunct professors. Students taking these courses must register with the college and pay an enrollment fee, and they also receive college credit. The second partnership is with Sacramento State College of Continuing Education. The BOE provides an online course titled Basic Appraisal, which provides information regarding appraisal for property tax purposes. This course is limited to assessor staff and BOE staff only and does not allow for students to earn college credits. The course is free of charge to the assessors, as the BOE pays all costs for this course. And before I complete my presentation, speaking for the agency, I would like to recap the guiding principle which allowed BOE to make so much progress in a short period of time to complete all recommendations of the work group. And that is, by investing in individuals, we are simultaneously investing in the industry, leading to a promising future for California's property tax system. This statement was true in 2019 and remains so today. And I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
I'll start with a couple. When you're looking at the appraisers that are out there, I noticed when a property goes into probate, we have nothing to do with that piece of it, right? I understand it's like there's special appraisers for that.
I'm going to let Dave answer the technical questions.
No, that is, good afternoon again. David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, for the record. You are correct. When it goes into probate, it's usually a function of another department looking to figure out where potential heirs stand and where they stand in line to inherit certain properties. It is usually not a function of the assessors.
And who trains there? I guess it's a specialty, I'm assuming, right?
Yes. If it goes into probate, usually it depends. Usually, I believe the probate function is I know Franchise Tax Board may have some appraisers that figure out what a certain property is worth in order to figure out the probate, but it is not something the assessors nor do we do typically.
I guess I bring it up because I guess a little bit later we're going to be talking about how some properties are undervalued and others are overvalued. Who determines those standards? Or or does anybody regulate those standards? If it's not us.
The appraisals are done for a multitude of reasons. One of them being probate. Right. The other one, the other major reason why an appraisal is done is probably for underwriting purposes.
Right.
In the case of somebody buying a property and they're getting a mortgage, the mortgage lenders typically want an appraisal to make sure that the real estate that is to be the collateral is sufficient to cover their loan. So there are other governing agencies that basically certify somebody to do an appraisal for underwriting purposes. The Bureau of Real Estate Appraiser is probably the main governing body for that in California.
I always wondered about that. And going back to your presentation I know it looks like we've done quite a bit on the working with state college or universities, I guess, and community colleges. And I know before COVID, we were really moving on this pretty quick, and then all it just kind of, everything got kind of put on hold. What's been the success, you kind of touched on it now, up here, at least with Sacramento, I guess it's Sacramento State you're working with, and then I guess one of the community colleges up here.
We're using those courses to help and I'll let Dave if he wants to jump in. We're using those courses to augment our training programs. The one program that's through Sac State is the one that BOE staff, members and their staff and assessors can take. It's a basic appraisal course. It's online and it's self-paced. The other classes are also basic appraisal for property tax purposes classes that we're offering. We're also using the community colleges and universities for recruitment purposes. We use the community colleges to find those people that have probably a second career. They have experience or they have education. We try to get them excited about our, what we do here. Sometimes we find people with appraisal experience without the education, so we help them get that path to give their education. Oftentimes we find the opposite. They have education and not their appraisal experience. And that's where we bring them in as a junior property appraiser. Same thing at the universities. We still maintain our presence because we're hopeful that we will get approval to change our minimum qualifications, and then we'll already have that pipeline in place. Right now, we're out there every day trying to drum up business, not every day, but it seems like every day, drumming up business, and one day that'll be fruitful. And right now, even if they go to another agency, they'll still think of BOE, and maybe when they're ready to come by, we can get them to come back in a different capacity. So that's what we're using the community colleges for, because remember, we have to hire people that are already appraisers.
Right, and I guess at one point, and David, I guess you were part of this group at the outset, we were trying to figure out a way to kind of fast track this, almost like creating like an emergency credential they did for teachers back in the day, but doing it for appraisers. And then they got kind of sidetracked, and I just don't know where that's at.
Yeah, so the county that was probably the most ahead on that was probably LA County.
Yeah.
LA County set up a program where LA County is a county that's treated just a little bit different from every other county. They actually have their own certification and their own training program. And what they were trying to do was basically offer some of the classes that they were teaching and have one of their community colleges do that. The last I heard, I understand that they were able to get a community college to teach some of their core classes. They have a one-year program. The LA, a community college in the Los Angeles area teaches it for LA County Assessor's Office, but my understanding so far that is just for people that are already hired into LA County Assessor's Office. I have yet to hear that they've actually opened it up to anybody who wants to register and wants to take the class. The board actually was in the forefront of that. We, as one of our very first classes that we offered was through the ARC, the American River College, Community College System. We went through and we gave them our curriculum. They taught it, but it became an actual community college class. Registrations, fees, and everything is through them. We are actually their adjunct professors, and we teach that. So, yeah.
All right. Member Gaines, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, great presentation. I really appreciate the depth and the history because it clarifies everything, and a lot of progress has been made, and so that's very encouraging. And you mentioned the outreach to community colleges and CSU. Have we had success in hiring through either of those avenues?
We have brought people on board through our recruitment, but they're people that were not necessarily when we went to the location defined as a target. Again, we can't hire entry level other than the junior property appraiser. So we are bringing in property appraisers. We're finding some, not as much as we want. In the old days of my recruiting career, I used to recruit tax auditors. Yeah. And you go out and you could just hire 14 at a time. It was very simple. We don't have that classification any longer. We have that junior property appraiser. So now we're selling, and we're doing it. We're selling this junior property appraiser that pays $6,000 a year less. but we're selling it because once you come in board, we will give you that on-the-job training, give you the experience you need, and then you can hopefully get promoted into the assistant and the associate positions. You know, in the last 3 years at BOE, we've had a lot of movement. You've heard me talk about the promotions and different people we've had.
Right.
We've had people who've started as a junior, they're already an associate in 3 years, so they're moving up fast. In the olden days of, you know, when I started, you had to work here, you know, 7 years to get promoted to an associate, maybe 15 years to get even higher. We are bringing people up very quickly, knowing at the same time we've got to give them knowledge transfer. So it's one thing to be, we can retain them because we're paying them well, but now we've got to give them the knowledge to do what they need to do to be successful.
Okay.
And then we've got to find ways to keep them once they get to the top of their salary range.
Yeah. Now, what is the time frame for a classification change? I know that you've been working on that.
It could take, so.
It's a challenge.
Okay, it is a challenge, that's a good word. I think the reason why it takes so long is why they didn't do it in the 1990s when they started using the Grow Your Own. We, at first of the classification study, we ended up contracting for that because it's a large project. And the professionals did come back with a report saying, wow, you guys do a lot of things with a few positions. So at this point, we're going to get that information. We're going to try to do a small change and go through with just one little small change that we're going to do first. We've got to write it up, ask for permission, go to Cal HR, then after Cal HR, go to SPB, get on their calendar and get it done. We also have to talk to labor, see if labor is okay with it. So it's a long process.
Yes.
I would say 2 years, maybe more.
Okay.
That's just to be on the outside because I don't like to overpromise. I mean, if I'd love to come back here in a few months and say, yay, it's been done. But I probably would be too ambitious to say so. It's going to take incremental change. If we try to do a huge change, that will take a lot longer. So our plan is to do small incremental changes.
That's great. And I'm glad it's been working, you know, I'm glad you've been able to work with what we have and still be successful with that recruitment. And it sounds like it's an accelerated program, right? For a new hire, you take a lower pay, but you have the opportunity to move up faster. So
Exactly.
It's worked out for us. And recently, as I said, I have been told by Cal HR that we're filling more junior property appraisers than they're able to compared to tax auditors.
Yeah.
We still would like to use tax auditor instead because it brings more money in for the employee, but right now we're limited to what we can use.
okay. What about, you know, we learned a lot through the pandemic. More folks are working out of their homes. Does that work for BOE?
We have been we've done it. Well, originally we were full-time telework.
I remember, yeah.
And before COVID, some people were able to work on working remotely. Those would be more of our audit staff, and certain staff could work remotely and work at home. But for the most part, BOE worked in the office. After COVID, now with our telework plans, staff work 3 days at home and 2 days in the office. And we've maintained that and since inception, beginning of 2022, and that's been working out for us.
Yeah.
We're always evaluating. We are working on an evaluation right now of looking at our metrics to make sure that our metrics are still hitting numbers, and also seeing how we can maintain teamwork and relationships. And it's been a large project. Actually, Kathy's been working on it, so I'm not going to take credit for her, but it's a large project to make sure we're still productive.
That's great,
Are
yeah.
we still meeting our goals, and are we still engaging staff?
Yeah.
Because I can imagine those people we hired during COVID, we hired them, handed them a laptop and told them to go home. And so we trained them all remotely.
Yeah.
And so now we're trying to integrate them into our culture.
Is that helping with recruitment of new hires?
I think everyone's offering working at home, so I don't think it makes us any different. So I think, yes, but I don't think it's anything new that we're doing.
You're just kind of staying even with the competition.
And allowing alternate work schedules. We allow people to start early, work a regular 8-hour day, but start early. We have others that work an alternate work schedule as described by assessor, that, where you work 9-hour days and then get every other Friday off.
Sure.
So we have those available.
Great.
I also
Wonderful.
would like to add, this is for Deputy Controller NY and Special Controller Cohen, because she's going to love to hear this. We also improved our recruitment team to be more diverse. So our team is a mixture of those who employ some of our newer employees, the ones that are a little younger, who you're more likely to go to, but also some with experience because you want to go pick that person's brain. And like I said, they're very diverse in the demographics, and that's been very helpful as well.
Very good. Wonderful. Well done. Thank you.
Member Schaefer, go ahead.
Mr. Noddy, you mentioned you have 3 days at home and 2 in the office as a work schedule.
That's available to our staff, yes.
What about 3 days in the office and 2 days at home? I mean, how do you decide how precise to be?
Well, the rule is that you can work up to 3 days a week at home. So you're able to come work 5 days a week in the office if you'd like, but you can work up to 3 days at home. So
That applies to us too.
the members, you guys have your own rules.
Thank you.
I think you work 24 hours a day, so.
Any other questions? I think we're good.
Thank
you. That was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Ms. Taylor, what do we have next?
All right, what we have next is topic 3, updated workforce assessment, recruitment and retention capacity and needs. This is an update on current needs, recruitment efforts, successes, challenges, current and projected attrition rates, and current opportunities for modernizing recruitment and retention. We have a number of speakers. They're all remote, so maybe we can have everybody come up. We have Honorable Christine Lee, President, California Assessors Association, Joseph Vincenti, Chief Appraiser, Training Division, Office of the LA County Assessor. We have Honorable Kirsten DePaul, Modoc County Assessor, and possibly others. I'm not sure if they're on. Don Gakel?
I thought I saw Don on
Don
there.
Gakel, Stanislaus County Assessor. I think looks like I see his
He
square.
popped
his
in and then he
little-
popped out.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
There we
I
go.
hear him.
Okay.
I don't see him now, though.
And we were also expecting the Honorable Jim Rooney from Amador County Assessor. So perhaps they'll come on.
Welcome, welcome. Oh, there he is. Okay.
There he is.
Who's taking the lead here? Ms. Lee, I see the president on the window here. Let me turn to you first.
Thank you, Chairman. Christy Lee, CAA President. I think I spoke a little out of turn with my last spiel. I think that was more meant for probably this part right here. But anyway, I know the other speakers online, Kristen DePaul, Don Gakel, and Joseph Vicente, all have some contributions to make. So do we want to start with Ms. Assessor DePaul?
Sure. Okay, I did reach out to some of the other small counties to ask for input on these topics, so I'll share their thoughts as well. We'll start with number 3. A couple of counties had mentioned it taking years to fully staff their office after they had vacancies. Most counties said they rarely hire anyone with experience in the field or even classes concentrated in the field. Shasta specifically mentioned seeing fewer and fewer qualified candidates during each round of recruitments, with multiple failed recruitment attempts for an auditor appraiser. And hiring auditor appraiser seems to be the largest concern among the counties. My auditor appraiser recruitment years ago ended in hiring an employee with a degree in dance. Since then, she has been handling the real property side and working business personal property statements, and I've been doing the audits and signing off on every business personal property statement for years. She is taking accounting classes through an online college, but we don't have any colleges in the county, so she's been doing it all online, and the process can take years while she's working full time. It was noted that counties did appreciate the wide range of candidates that could be certified in the appraiser position under the current guidelines. And obstacles for recruitment in small counties seem to be the rural location, affordable housing, low wages, growth opportunity, and commute times. Inyo County specifically cited that most of his employees commute 84 miles a day round trip. So on the success side, Shasta mentioned that they were most successful when they had recruitments around the time of college graduations and had posted positions on college sites. Leslie had reached out and had discussions with professors and courses related to mapping and mapper positions. And she had mentioned that creating the position of an appraiser aide was helpful in creating a path for appraisers. As far as needs, most of us have been working through and are still anticipating retirements, as was mentioned earlier. And also mentioned earlier, our pay scales normally can't compete with larger counties or private industry, and our offices are suffering some attrition from employees leaving for these reasons.
Thank you. Who do we got next?
This is Don Gakel. I'll go ahead and go. It's good to speak with you. I was just reading through a memorandum from October of 2020, and Stanislaus County, I was a summary of comments at that time, and it's amazing how many of them are still accurate. We are a county of about 163,000 parcels and 558,000 people, which puts us in, I guess, what we generally consider as mid-sized county, although by population, we're in the top 1/3 of counties. We have 61 full-time staff now. Our biggest challenge is still recruiting qualified auditor appraisers, just as in the smaller counties. I spoke with medium-sized counties in the San Joaquin Valley. That was a common theme. It is extremely difficult for assessors' offices to find qualified auditor appraisers, qualified applicants, in that they meet the 18-unit auditing requirement or have a degree in auditing in accounting. So some of those challenges have remained the same. In our county, we've actually seen a lot of the silver tsunami go away. I think I, among and a couple of other employees, are the last of the baby boomers in the office. So I'd probably be the last baby boomer to walk out the door. So we've gone through a tremendous amount of turnover. In our appraiser ranks, we have about 19 appraiser 1, 2, 3, which would be our entry level up through journey appraiser. 13 of those appraisers have been hired since COVID in 2020. So our average experience level among appraisers is about 1.5 to 2 years, which is as low as it's been in a long time. That creates a number of problems. We have had over the past few years back-to-back recruitments for appraisers. I would say that a year or two ago, the recruitments were terrible recruitments. The number of qualified applicants was extremely low, and that resulted in frequent recruitments. Although I would have to say that in the last couple of recruitments, we've seen a significant increase in the quality of applicants. So that's been a positive sign. We went from a vacancy rate of about 17% to now we are almost fully staffed. We have one vacant appraiser position and one vacant appraiser tech position. Our appraiser tech positions are those entry-level positions where people can be hired with less than a college degree and perhaps some experience. They can get experience in the office, and generally those people will, after a year or two in the position, apply for an appraiser job. So it is a place where we can get some training and then be able to hire somebody who's familiar with our office and has some training behind them. So that's kind of the state of recruitments. We use flex schedule we have a very generous flex schedule that allows employees to work between the hours of 6:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, and to get their 40 hours in sometime during that time. We did do remote work during COVID, and but that was on an emergency policy. When COVID ended, the county didn't have a permanent telecommute policy. And so we brought everyone back to the office, and we do not at this time allow telecommuting work from home. We have, for recruitments recently, participated in job fairs at Stanislaus State University here in our county, and at the job fairs put on by the county. It'll be interesting to see if any of the applicants in our current recruitment found out about our office through those. I'm anxious to see. We do require applicants to take a basic aptitude test as part of the recruitment process. Surprisingly, that usually eliminates at least half of the recruitment field, in spite of the fact that all of the applicants are college graduates. So I'm not sure what's going on there. I've taken the test myself. It is passable, so we'll continue to use it. That's pretty much the state. Among the counties that I talked to, in Tulare County, Merced County, San Joaquin County, there are varying levels of vacancy right now. San Joaquin County reported close to 22 to 25% vacancy in their office right now, but their quality of their recruitments is improving, and they're optimistic that they'll be able to eliminate that vacancy. One of the biggest problems Tulare County reported, which is a problem that we have, is insufficient pay for their clerical staff, people who are processing changes in ownership, reviewing deeds, exemption work, appraisal support. Most of those people, on top of a high turnover rate, if they have the qualifications, when they get enough time in, they're applying for appraiser jobs. And so there's a tremendous amount of turnover at that level. We've noticed the same thing. We are just beginning to use Just Appraised, a optical scanning software to assist us with deed processing. And it looks very promising. We're hoping that will allow us to focus more on increasing pay for the real serious work in more complicated change in ownership situations that's necessary. Again, all counties, the auditor appraiser issue, I think that's something that needs to be addressed in could be multiple ways, but most assessors that I talk to feel that the 18 units of accounting requirement is simply too high and more than perhaps we need for the level of work that is required of our auditor appraisers. And that might be something we need to take a look at in order to get, we get a significant number of applicants with business degrees, people that we know could probably do the job. They seem very competent. They have some accounting, maybe 12 to 15 units, but they don't meet the 18 unit requirement, and we can't hire them. It makes it very difficult. We were extremely lucky to find in our last auditor appraiser recruitment an existing county employee who applied and met the qualifications. But that's just luck. That's not the typical situation. I think Tulare County said they have 3 vacancies in their auditor appraiser workforce, which is about half. and they're having a really difficult time recruiting. So that's an area that really needs to be looked at. Anyway, I think that's the end of my comments for now.
Thank you. Who's next?
Thank you. I can go ahead and go next. If you give me a moment to share my screen here. My name is Joseph Vicente. I'm the Chief Appraiser of the Los Angeles County Office of Assessors Training Division. I'd like to thank Assessor Prang and the BOE for giving me the opportunity to speak with all of you today. I have a short presentation here regarding our updates for our workforce to discuss some of our office's training programs, recruitment challenges, and possible improvements. As of July 10th, 2023, the LA County Assessor was made up of 1,273 staff members. On average, the assessor employs approximately 1,285 staff members each year. The bulk of our team is made up of appraisers with an average of 610 appraisers for 2023. Obviously, this is not unusual considering that we are an assessor's office. So, the bulk of the staff should be made up of appraisers. The remainder is made up of various non-appraisal staff, such as administrative services, IT mapping, and clerical support. Over the last 10 years, the average rate of attrition for all staff is 7.2%, which is 1.2% higher than the average rate of attrition for appraisers, which is 6% over the last 10 years. The following table illustrates the number of individuals that left the department, the number of employees, appraisers, and the attrition rate over the past 10 years. Again, these numbers are current as of July 10th, 2023. So go ahead and take a moment to look at all the numbers here. As you can see, this goes all the way back to 2013. Over the last 5 years, in particular, we have seen some of the highest attrition rates over the 10-year period. In particular, 2021 and 2022 had attrition rates as high as 9.1% and 8.5% for all employees. For appraisers, the attrition rate was 9.4% and 8.4%. These rates reflect the challenges posed by the COVID pandemic. We believe that was sort of the impetus for a lot of people leaving at that time. In addition to that, our office has had some technology changes. We are implementing a new system within our office, and sometimes some of the more senior appraisers are hesitant to take on and learn new systems, and so that's kind of an impetus for them to leave. Although we're only 8 months into 2023, we are seeing improvement in our attrition numbers. Furthermore, the average rate of attrition for appraisers in 2021 and 2022 is far greater than the 6% average that we're seeing over the 10-year period, which kind of amplifies the fact that this was probably an anomaly that we're seeing. This graph illustrates some of the numbers I spoke of in the prior slide. On average, the department lost approximately 34 appraisers each year, and for the 2 highest years of attrition, the department lost a total of 98 appraisers, leaving the total number of appraisers in 2022 at one of its lowest points in several years. Please keep in mind that from 2018 to 2020, the assessor's office in LA County had a hiring freeze, and we didn't hire or onboard any appraisers during that 2-year time period. Some of the things that we're doing to mitigate this is that in 2021 and 2022, we hired more appraisers than any other time in the history of our county. In 2021, the department hired 54 real property appraisers. And we also hired 24 personal property appraisers. So unlike some other counties, we do have a small distinction in terms of personal property appraisers. Many of them do not have the auditor appraiser designation. They simply conduct business appraisal and valuation. For 2022, we actually hired 70 new RP appraisers and also 30 new PP appraisers. So the PP appraisers are currently on schedule to complete our ATCP program next month. The RP class that we just hired is slated to complete our appraiser training certification program in late October. Some of the things that we're doing to improve some of the hiring is try to offer a more consistent hiring pattern. We are also planning on combining the RP and PP candidates into one cohort. In the past, we've hired separately real property and personal property appraisers. We believe that consolidating our efforts would reduce costs for onboarding and training, and it lessens the duplication of efforts. Considering much of the time provided to appraisers, such as foundations and assessment practices, is identical, it makes sense to combine the training. As far as retention is concerned, we offer various schedules, including hybrid telework, 980 flex schedules, regular 540s, and varied start times. As far as auditor appraisers go, we do offer assignment bonuses. The office also allows for travel to different states when conducting audits of companies with headquarters in other states. Unfortunately, there's no longer the CC case scenario anymore, but we do offer still some travel to do auditor appraisers. Some of our recruitment efforts involve working in conjunction with our public affairs unit. We take a multi-pronged approach to advertising jobs, utilizing social media, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, etc. We also work in conjunction with local news. They provide reports on various happenings going on with the assessor's office and publicly post jobs. We also work closely with the County Department of Human Resources to ensure all job postings are made available to the public on the County of Los Angeles job website and other government job websites. In terms of future modernization, we hope we can expand out to reach recruitment at different and participate in different college and university job fairs. Unfortunately, as most of you know, the field of appraisal is generally unknown. New hires do not typically seek to become appraisers and usually fall into the career by happenstance. I think we can do a better job of increasing awareness of the profession. One possible solution is to work in conjunction with the BREA, which is something that was mentioned earlier, and free appraisers to increase awareness of the field of work. We would like to put this, this job more in line with other more popular positions, such as real estate agents, brokers, and analysts. One of the other career paths that we're offering for appraiser is we do work with Rio Hondo College, and we have an appraiser assistant program. Historically, in order to become an appraiser, you had to have a bachelor's degree. LA County now offers an alternative career path to becoming an appraiser in the form of the appraiser assistant program, where the program requires them to enroll at the college. They must complete a minimum of 60 units and 4 tuition-free non-credit courses, which include real estate principles, real estate appraisal, California property tax assessment, and career preparation for 21st century skills. Upon completion of the coursework, a certificate is awarded on an opportunity, and an opportunity to apply for an appraiser assistant position is offered. Once the program participant completes the 2 years of work as an appraiser assistant, they become eligible to apply for the appraiser position. We believe this program has the potential to provide LA County with more desirable appraiser candidates due to their exposure to appraisal work and the experience gained working in our department. We are currently in the process of hiring our second class of appraiser assistants, and the current class will be eligible to apply for the appraiser position as early as next year. One of the major challenges that we have is that all of our appraisal staff are homegrown. So they all complete our appraiser trainee certification program, and all appraisers up to our senior managers have participated in this program. So we have to have a high quality, effective and efficient training program, and we have to really seek high quality recruits. And this can be a challenge when you consider the other options for people in terms of career paths. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all the presenters. I think your presentations really brought, at least to me, some good updates and testimony on what still needs to be happening and some of the challenges we have. Some that I really didn't foresee back in 2020, but here we are 3 years later. I think it was good to get updates throughout the state here, hearing from the large, the medium, and the small counties here. And obviously, I was listening just on the last presentation from LA County being so big, having so many more resources. They're obviously on a whole different track, but it was helpful to hear from the others, especially in terms of what we need to do and what we could do on our end to try to fast track or at least move some of these processes moving forward. It's my understanding, I think we might have no, we got another 4 minutes. Let me turn to Member Gaines before we.
Oh, great. Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to focus a little bit on our smaller counties, and I'm wondering if Assessor DePaul can you just tell us a little bit more? It sounds like you are kind of using that homegrown opportunity where you find someone that you think is competent and go through a training process.
Right. Our county actually offers a program where they will pay for a community college or for a college of their choice to go through programs for some of our staff. And I believe that's partly because we don't have a college within our county, but it's available to staff of any of our offices to further their training and et cetera. So for us, it worked to take some college classes and work towards an accounting degree for our auditor appraiser.
So those are those online?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, okay, very well. And you have vacancies now?
No, we're fully staffed at this point. We are looking at losing another person in that position within the next 6 months, though.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for that perspective. I really appreciate it. And I wanted to also ask Assessor Gagel about the no telecommuting. I thought that was interesting, given that you've got a pretty big staff, 61 employees, yet you only have one vacancy. So that appears to be working in Stanislaus.
Take myself off mute. Yeah, it is working for us. Now, I will say we did have a lot of vacancy. I don't know that it was due to telecommuting per se. A lot of it was just natural turnover. We did have a lot of retirements. We had some great candidates. We had one great appraiser that was working for us, but he left us to go work for the city of Modesto as a planner in their planning department. And, I was hoping to get him back, but now he's moved on to work for a private company doing the same kind of thing. So,
interesting.
But generally speaking, I think we're doing okay without telecommuting. Most employees are within 20 minutes of the office, so it's our commutes are not like the Bay Area commutes or the LA commutes or anything like that. So it is working for us. I'm open to it. Some of my supervisors and my assistant assessors are more opposed to it than I am, but I'm open to hearing a discussion. I just want to hear a thoughtful discussion on how it can best help the office. Most of the suggestions I've heard so far have been how it can help the employee. I want to hear how it can help our office, and I'm open to hearing that from employees. But yeah, we're getting along pretty well without telecommuting.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Well, thank you for all of your presentations. want to thank Mr. Vicente too, with as the chief appraiser, just light years different than small counties in terms of just the magnitude. It's just amazing. One takeaway that I've got has to do with this accounting aspect, the 18-unit requirement. If we could figure out how to, provide more flexibility for folks that maybe have some work experience that wouldn't require that full 18 units, that would be wonderful. But
No, I think that's
good
key. I
presentation.
think we were
Yeah.
looking at, that's how we, remember when we first talked about this,
Yeah.
kind of doing an emergency credential where experience would qualify for some of those units.
Right.
And we should revisit that.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Chair Vasquez.
Okay. It's my understanding we may have somebody online or not yet.
They're not online yet.
Okay.
So if you'd like, we could go on to the next topic, which has the same speakers, and then we
Sure.
could stop when the next group comes on. The next topic is topic 4, update and
I think-
discussion.
excuse me.
Sorry, Kathy. Yvette Stars, Executive Director, Lisa Renati. We want to comment on the requirement to have
Sure, come on
18 units of accounting.
And Dave may also for the certification, again, Kelsey. So for a typical tax auditor position or an accounting position, you need an accounting degree or 19 semester units, and those are state of California minimum qualifications. Now, those classes are very specific of those units you need to take, beginning accounting, intermediate accounting, advanced accounting, business law, auditing, and there's one, cost accounting. And we have no authority as a state agency or a board to change those minimum qualifications. Those come from Cal HR. So typically, most candidates do have an accounting degree, and that's why we try to recruit for people for our auditor appraiser positions at like an accounting, there's accounting groups within colleges, of business colleges, and go look for specific accounting grads. If not through an upward mobility program, you can help people that have perhaps a history degree to go through and, they can take those other college courses to get those 19 units. And they're for the certification process.
But wait a minute.
Oh.
In addition to all that Ms. Bernardi just said, for the auditor appraiser, it is by statute. RTC Section 670 requires the accounting classes. So if there was going to be any change, that's a change in law. But you have to, in my opinion, I understand that some may feel like you don't need it, but if you're looking at opportunity and growth and a higher compensation, you having that college degree in accounting would help the argument to have higher pay in the future.
But along those lines, I remember when I started teaching back in the day at USC, the emergency credential, we still had to take, like in this case, you have this 18-unit requirement. You still had to take those units. It's just they allowed you to, with an emergency credential, and I'm wondering if the same thing we can do here, you give them like an emergency appraisal certificate with the understanding they only could maintain it as long as they're enrolled towards finishing the 18 units. And we were able to they were able to get away with it back in the day. And I was wondering if there's something similar. So you're not looking for, because, and I think what I'm hearing is we're not saying that we want to bring it down to 12 units or something like that. No, you still need to take whatever it is, if it's 18, whatever the basic or the minimum is, but allow these folks to perform under some supervision of some sort and give them this emergency certificate while they could still earn something, but they have to be enrolled. So they might be enrolled in a class in the evening or something.
I follow what you said in emergency. I'm going to let Mr. Young talk about when you don't have the accounting degree and
Sure.
the restrictions for placing something on the road.
Of course. So there are, as both Ms. Renati and Ms. Towers mentioned, the two main ways to get a designation in order to do audit work for ad valorem taxation is either the degree or the number of classes. There is actually a third way of doing so. If you can pass a civil service exam, it's an equivalency exam for accounting or auditing, then we can certify you to do basically an auditor's position. So there are three ways: degree, education, classes, but not a degree in accounting, and you can also take a certification exam.
Like a challenge exam or
Like,
something.
exactly. So many counties have them. We actually have one. So the board has one. If their county does not offer one, the board has one. You can opt to take the exam through the board. If you pass, then you can be certified for it.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
So,
But we can't hire you if you don't have the education and the specific education or experience. So
Even if you take the exam?
BOE cannot hire people that don't meet the minimum qualifications.
Well, I
for
thought that was one of the minimums.
There's two requirements. One is what is actually in the minimum MQs for your hiring position, and BOEs has their own, LA County has their own, and then there's a separate issue of what can you have in order to be certified. Usually, ideally they should match, but they don't always match. Some MQs for certain counties, they may have a higher minimum requirement. They may actually require a full accounting degree. They may not accept somebody with only 18 units, even though they may qualify as being certified to do audit work for ad valorem tax purposes. So you gotta look at both issues, what's required for that position as the MQ, and what's required for a certification in order to do that type of work according to the state requirements.
Okay.
Not an easy
Yeah.
topic, obviously.
We'll follow up on that, because I'm hearing that we might have our speaker on the line.
Oh, perfect.
So let's get back to this, and we'll continue with this panel as well. What do we need to do to bring them on?
Kathy, are they on?
Ms. Taylor?
Yeah, what would you like to introduce the speakers?
wanna do
Please,
the
yeah.
introduction?
Are they able to come onto the screen?
Yes.
By any chance?
We could ask the assessors to turn off their screens so we can have our other speakers come on.
However you like.
Okay, let's do it. Oh, there they are, okay.
Hello, can you hear me, Mr. and Mrs. Tate Austin, Mr. Austin?
Yes.
Thank you for joining me. On behalf of the controller, I understand you're all on vacation, so I just really want to appreciate you taking the time out of your day to discuss a very important issue, and welcome you to the California State Board of Equalization. Just a little bit about what we do. This is the only elected tax board in the country. We're in charge of administering the multi-billion-dollar property tax system, which is the second largest revenue stream in California, which in turn becomes the fourth largest economy in the world. So I just want to make a quick introduction of you. We have Paul Austin and Tanisha Tate Austin joining us. They're a couple and a family. They're from Marin City, Marin County, 10 minutes north of San Francisco. It's a hilly, historically black community in Marin County. And in 2016, you purchased your dream home. And over the next couple of years, you did a series of upgrades to that home, expanded the living room, added a deck with San Francisco Bay views. That's my favorite. 1,000 square feet extra for your home. And to help pay for that work, you decided to refinance your mortgage. And at that time, you had an appraiser come inspect the home, and they concluded that your home was worth $995,000, even though less than a year earlier, the house was appraised at over $1.4 million. So at that time, I can only imagine how much shock and disagreement that you were in, so you'd requested a second appraisal. But this time, you did something quote-unquote whitewashing, where you took down the photos, the mementos, anything that said that you were a black family living in that home, and you asked a white friend of yours to come, sit in, and greet the appraiser. And in that process, that new appraisal came in at that almost close to $1.5 million, if I'm not mistaken. It's nearly $500,000 higher than what was the original estimate. And your story went viral, and I want to thank you first for sharing that story. But I guess in the 21st century, we call it viral now, where ABC, BBC, CNN, New York Times, Washington Post all picked up your story and shared it throughout the world, which caused a lot of outrage too, I can only imagine. So much so that the story made it all the way to the White House, and you were invited by Vice President Kamala Harris to come speak to your experience. And you also were testifying to the Consumers Financial Protection Bureau's Appraisal Subcommittee, where you got to join HUD Secretary Marcia Fudge and speak to your story. And then lastly, ABC also picked up your story and featured you in a documentary, Our America Lowballed, and it speaks about the discriminatory practices in the appraisal industry. So, Mr. Austin, Mrs. Tate Austin, I just want to welcome you to the Board of Equalization, and if you want to just take a few moments to share your story and the impact that it had on your lives. Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Is there feedback?
Not on this end, maybe on your end. You know, if you have, I don't know if you have your phones next to your monitor. You might want to move them.
Thank you.
That sounds good on this end.
Okay, well, thank you for having us and thank you for the work that you do. We appreciate the opportunity to share our story. You've said most of it, so I don't know that I can say anything better than what you said, but just that this process has definitely had an impact on our family, and we want to, unfortunately, we know that we are not the only folks who have had this experience. The research says that it happens quite frequently to Black and brown folks in our country. And so we wanted to use our voice in the platform to make sure that people knew, that this was an issue that we're all facing, and collectively that we have to do something about this in order to make things better. So there's I'm not sure like if there are particular questions that you want us to answer, but the White House, the PAVE
initiative.
The PAVE initiative came up with several recommendations for the country, or several recommendations for the industry to help improve, to prevent this from happening. And one of those things was to diversify the industry. 97% of appraisers, through, I guess what you guys call them, local companies or non-governmental companies, are white. And so that has an impact. The country isn't white, so there's a disproportionality of like the number of appraisers who are white versus the number of white people in our country. So that was one of the recommendations, was to make sure that the industry got diversified so that you have more people that had experiences in the communities that were being appraised, be able to go out to homes and have not have that bias per se that may come with not being from a particular community.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I said this to you in person. I just want to also thank you for your bravery and courage to share a story like this and put yourselves out there and really create change across the country, so much so where the White House even is on notice now about your story. So I did have one question I wanted to ask you. So I'm glad to hear that you took advantage of the opportunity to seek a second appraisal when you believed you were lowballed on the first appraisal. At the conclusion of this work group, this board will put together a final report with some recommendations. The controller believes the ability of a homeowner to weigh in on the appraisal process is imperative, as highlighted by your story. Can you talk about how we can better improve consumers' understanding of what their rights are to appeal an appraisal they believe is unfair, or a proper channel to complain if they believe they have been a victim of discrimination? One example may be a disclaimer notice in the appraisal report.
I mean, absolutely. Like with our story, we didn't even know that we had an opportunity to have recourse, right? Like we didn't know. It wasn't until our story broke that we knew that we had rights to sue. There's nothing that's presented to the consumer when you're getting, your house appraised that lets you know what your rights are. And so that would be a huge one, I think, going forward, for people to know up front what their rights are if they feel like they're being lowballed.
Can I just also add that a disclaimer would be fantastic, because that would be more than what we have now. But it would be I would take it a step further if it was able to be mentioned or explained to people as well, because sometimes, depending on like your learning style, you may not read all the fine print. So if it was, if someone verbally communicated that information, I think it would be more effective.
Thank you for that. And I just want to move on to my last question for now. The controller was proud to support Assembly Bill 948. It was called the Fair Appraisal Act. It was authored by Assemblymember Chris Holden. It's a law that requires all appraisers in California to complete anti-bias training. Can you explain to us how important anti-bias training is for appraisers?
Well, I mean, this is work that we both do, but especially my wife, she's a consultant, so I'm gonna let her take it.
Well, we're human, so we all have bias. And so I think that we have to, one, recognize that bias in order for us to be able to combat that. And so we were very excited when the proposition went forward, and knowing that appraisers are not going to have that information, because the appraiser who came to our house used information or language in the appraisal that clearly indicated a bias. So, and that was our red flag. Those were the red flags that we were like, oh, well, this language is inappropriate. So I think it's important for all of us, whether you are an appraiser, a teacher, a doctor, to evaluate your bias so that you're better able to serve your clients. And so, this industry is not exempt from that.
Very, very well said. I'm gonna yield back to my chairman now. Thank you so much to you both.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. And you mentioned that the folks that came to you right away, you had a red flag. And what was those things, I guess, that jumped out at you when you had this person come appraise your property?
Well, some of them was the comps that was pulled because we know what things were selling in our neighborhood, and they just didn't compare to our home. And then one of her statements, she said that Marin City has distinct marketable ability. What does that mean? Right? And then also, I believe we got dinged for being on a hill where, we love our views.
Well, there was a I'm forgetting the term, but it was a devaluation by 25% compared to Sausalito. We are in the same zip code as Sausalito, same school district as Sausalito. Those are some of the things that typically make the difference in how much the house might appraise for. When she said distinct marketability, she said as compared to the surrounding areas. So there was a juxtaposition between our community, which is historically Black, and the rest of Marin County. So there were, those were some of the red flags, as well as our community is very small, so we know all the comps. I've actually walked the comps, so I know how much the other houses were going for in the area, and I also know those houses were sold by white families. And so when there were white families that were selling their homes, the houses appraised, or the interest was higher, meaning like the interest, like people wanted to buy it, so the houses went over asking. And so just we paid attention to the trends in our community.
No, it's interesting. And I kind of experienced it a little bit even in Santa Monica when I was looking at some hillside properties. And you're right. I mean, this happened to happen to a Latino family versus an African-American family, but it was no different. And I was just appalled when I saw these appraisals come in. Now, what bank were you working with that provided this appraiser?
We were working with a broker.
Oh, was it a broker?
So our broker, they connected us to AMC Links, which are now the organizations that help connect you to appraisers after the 2008 crash. So it wasn't our broker. He was totally supportive, because the moment we said to him, I think there's some red flags, he was like, well, we can request an ROV, but we're not guaranteed to get it.
What's an ROV?
A request for evaluation, so a second request. And so you request that, and you're not guaranteed to get it. But fortunately, we were able to get the second evaluation. Otherwise, you're just stuck. And I think the number one reason why loans don't go through is because of lack of funds, which comes from like a low appraisal. So this is literally keeping people from being able to buy homes.
Yeah, appraisers have so much power when it comes to deciding how much your property is valued.
No, I hear you. Especially if, like when I'm thinking that you maybe were in that situation where the equity in your property wasn't as high as you wanted it to be able to get that low interest loan. Because they say, well, wait a minute, your appraisal came in at $1 million or under $1 million versus 1.4. So now the collateral you had was very little. So now we're gonna have to charge you. This is like what they call a jumbo loan. It's no longer a conventional loan.
That's exactly right. So that's exactly right. Very astute of you. So it was both that we weren't able to pull out the money that we wanted to pull out. We also weren't able to get the interest rate that we wanted to get at the time because it was in 2020. I don't know if you guys remember, but
Early.
rates were super low.
Right.
And so like the 2%. And so we weren't able to get that rate, which when you think about it, compound over 30 years.
Is a lot of money.
Yes, it's a lot of money. Exactly right. And so that's happening to so many people across the country. They're paying, it's like the debt of being,
Black in America.
yeah, or a person of color in this country. Like it's compounded over years and generations, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the irony. And then on the flip side, you see people like Trump, right? They claim bankruptcy 3 times, and somehow they are still able to find the money to invest, right?
Yep.
Anyway, any
Yeah.
other comments?
Yeah, thank you
Member
very much for your testimony and just illuminating this issue. So I'm glad that reforms are moving forward and that we will have fair appraisals for everyone. It's incredible story. So I'm sorry you had to go through that.
I did catch part of your story. I think it was on Channel 7 or Nightline or one of them.
Yeah, all of them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and it was interesting. They showed, they kind of did a little view of the neighborhood. And I was appalled because I've been to that county. I didn't realize there was a pocket of African Americans living in that area because it's a very high-end area.
Yeah.
But congratulations and more power to you. Hopefully this thing moves forward for you.
Thank you.
No problem. We do appreciate it. And one more time, if you haven't had opportunity to watch the documentary, it's called Our America, Lowballed. It's on Hulu and the ABC app.
Also on Fire Stick and Apple TV.
Thank you so much to you both. Enjoy Las Vegas, and we'll all be in touch, okay?
Thank
No problem.
you.
Thank you for having us.
Be careful with lost wages,
Yes.
I know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did we have anybody else on this item? On the
No,
line?
we're
Now we have the
Now
second
we can
panel
go
come
to
back.
item 4.
Okay.
Our topic 4 is update and discussion of mandated appraiser and auditor appraiser certification and training options. This is a discussion of assessor's office training methods, efforts, challenges, and/or gaps and opportunities for program modernization. Our speakers again are for large counties, Mr. Joseph Vicente; for mid-sized counties, Honorable Don Gakel; and for small counties, Honorable Kirsten D. Paul.
Welcome back.
I can go ahead and, thank you. I can go ahead and start if you'd like.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. Let me go ahead and share my screen for a minute. All right. So, as most of you already know, the assessor's office in LA County has a 1-year fully immersed training program called the Appraiser Trainee Certification Program. In the past, the entire method of training was done in-house. And I believe this was mentioned earlier. We do now utilize a community college to provide some of that training now. And with regards to the in-house portions of the training, these items include courses such as appraisal foundations, assessment practice, the cost approach, valuing machinery equipment, and basic audit. During these phases of training, the appraisers also learn various LA County policies and procedures during some of their work functions. As far as outside training goes, we do collaborate with West Los Angeles College. West Los Angeles College offers 2 courses. They teach the sales comparison approach and the income approach. Um, we actually have plans to expand the course offerings at West LA College, which would include the cost approach. Um, so there is some possible expansion for us there. In order for the appraisers to attain any kind of credit, as you know, they must have either a bona fide offer an employment or must be already employed by the assessor's office. And so these courses at West LA College are closed off to only those members of the new training classes that were just hired. As far as some other things that we do, the assessor has a SharePoint website that's available to all appraisers within Los Angeles County. We have a huge library that has readily available BOE approved courses to view, and that helps them maintain their certifications. We are constantly updating our material and our course listings, and we consistently try to make an effort to provide new training courses and request BOE approval for those courses. Most recently, we conducted a course to assist with the forecasting of the assessment role, which was card number 102463. We are also looking to improve our communication with the BOE training staff by updating our record-keeping system. Currently, much of the information is passed over through email. We envision implementing a shared file repository with the BOE to streamline the exchange of documents and information. In some cases, information gets lost through email, and so we believe this is highly beneficial for us to have some type of exchange like this. LA County also has 6 BOE certified instructors that can teach various BOE courses. We want to expand that number, and by expanding that number, this would allow us to provide more BOE approved courses to our team members and also offer more training for partner counties throughout the state. As most of you folks already know, the BOE is kind of strapped with regards to instructors for these courses. And so a lot of times when they do offer courses, they're limited in attendance. And so not as many people can go and attend. We believe that by expanding our current group of certified instructors, we can offer more training for not only our county, but other counties around us. And that's all I have.
Who's next? I think you're muted, Don.
Thanks, Tony.
Go ahead. You're muted again.
Okay, I think I'm in.
You're good? All right.
I
Take your
don't
finger
know
off
how
of
that
it.
happened,
All right,
but-
here we go.
Here now. We do a quite extensive training session with new hires. We do a lot of prep in advance of the new employees attending course 1, because we want to make sure that they pass course 1 and that they have all the foundational information. Most of our hires are college graduates without appraisal experience. Once in a while, we're lucky to snag an appraiser from the fee world or from another county. We have in the past done more extensive in-house training on more advanced topics, but with the level of turnover we've had and just trying to keep our heads above water on the workflow, we have not done that in more recent years. We do encourage people, although we don't have a formal arrangement with any college, we certainly approve of employees going, and we have had employees do continuing college education on the job and then apply for a more advanced position in the office. But we don't have don't have a formal training program with the college. We have, although it was difficult for a while, the BOE, finding BOE courses, we found more recently that our appraisers are able to meet their training requirements through BOE courses. We just have to stay on top of it. We use a lot of the online courses, and we've been fortunate enough to get our appraisers into in-person classes. So we're fairly up to date on our training for appraisers. So that's the status of our county. And I suspect probably a similar story in most mid-sized counties.
Thank you. Who's next?
Okay. For the input that we got for the small counties, it was typical mixed opinions on Zoom versus online and et cetera. Most people were appreciating the convenience of the Zoom classes and its impact on our travel budgets. And for the people that were having a hard time being away from family and et cetera. They also mentioned that the Zoom classes that the state's used more and more have been helping in cross-training or attaining specializations in certain areas for certain offices and in succession planning. One suggestion that we had, which now that we've kind of gotten into the weeds about the auditor appraiser certifications and et cetera, I'm not sure that it'd be possible. But one suggestion that we had were that auditor appraiser candidates for the BOE to create some kind of coursework or pathway for an appraiser to certify as an auditor appraiser, similar to the programs that you guys have in place for an appraiser to receive their advanced certification. Counties do often pay their auditor appraisers on a higher pay scale, so there'd probably be interest in moving from the role of an appraiser to an auditor appraiser, but it sounds like maybe there's some statutory requirements that won't allow this, but maybe even just offering courses that would help people pass the civil service test if they were interested in moving from appraisal to an auditor appraiser position. On the appraiser certification side, some counties did express some concern with lowering standards, finding that recruitment using Browder criteria had led to difficulty learning the job and being successful in the position. They felt like lowering the standards might just increase our ability to hire candidates who aren't really able to succeed in the position and struggle with fully comprehending the complexity of property tax law, and would eventually lead to more role changes and appeals and backlog for our offices. And that's it for small counties.
I think we have a question for you from Member Gaines.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Assessor DePaul. In terms of the suggestion that Chair Vasquez had, where an individual would have an opportunity to take classes over a certain period of time, do you think that would be a fix?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, a lot of our training, like specifically for me right now, I'm doing a lot of the auditor appraiser training on the job right now anyway. And a lot of it's doing by correcting mistakes, and she's doing some of the work and I look over it, sign off on it and correct it anyway. So just having somebody that could do that work and we could look over it and do some on the job training, it would definitely help our office.
And then take the classes simultaneously, the accounting courses, right?
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
As long as they were enrolled or something working towards achieving that goal in a reasonable time frame.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Well, I think that's something we ought to talk more about.
We got to get back on it, yeah.
And see what the process is for that. But thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have anybody else on that line, or was that third one?
I believe that's everyone.
Yes, it is. Well, thank you for your testimonies and your experience and actually your presentations on this issue, because, you know, like when we started this thing, God, it's already been 3 years. A lot has changed, but I think also, we're still in the same situation in terms of trying to fast track this, with the understanding that you obviously want to make sure these people are certified to do the job right. And I think we might have hit it by just allowing folks, especially if they have, one, the exam possibly, and then two, just be enrolled in the program as they're moving forward. So it's not like somebody's just coming in and it's not going to take care of business in terms of getting to that point where they're officially certified. And I think if we just kind of put that in writing, we should cover ourselves. And at the same time, hopefully still get the quality that you all need in the counties. With that, let me turn it back over to Member Gaines.
Yeah, I would agree that let's explore it and find out what the pathway is. I don't know what we can or cannot do, but I think that would be a nice opportunity, right? If you could work towards that position, take the classes, I guess it would be a different classification in terms of what your title would be. And I don't know if Executive Director Stowers could clarify that.
I'm sorry, sir.
So, yeah, so we were just taking a look at these 18 units, or is it 19? I'm not sure now, but accounting units for the auditor appraisers that could we work on this opportunity for someone hired to fill that position at some point to take those classes simultaneously as they're being trained on the job?
I'm gonna let Mr. Young respond.
Of course. Right now, it is actually part of our property tax rules, the rules the actually board promulgated. In order to change that, the requirement is 18 units of accounting, 19 units if one of the classes it includes economics or business law. So there is a different requirement there, but we can take a look at it and see.
Okay, that'd be
Is that
great.
18, as you said, it's within the rules? It's not part of the statute?
It's, the statute is 670. That's the requirement that in order to do the audit, you basically have to have the special designation. The requirement for the designation is embedded in our rules.
Okay. And those rules are, may vary from county to county?
They do not vary from county to county.
Okay.
They are regulations.
So it's statute
It is.
or regulation?
Yes, they are law.
Yeah, okay.
So to look into that, if that's what the work group has the desire to do, you guys would follow your process, and I know it's gonna be the same board, but the board, you guys could recommend to the board for me to look into the rulemaking process. And as you know, if we get there, the rulemaking process goes through the Office of Administrative Law, so it's not an overnight process.
What would be the timeline on that process? I'm curious.
Mr. Nanjo, what's the time?
Can we do it before our term ends?
Yeah,
You think
musical
we can
chairs
get
here,
it
go
done?
ahead.
Thank you for that question, Member Gaines. It's depending on the public comment that we receive, because as you know, from some of our other regulations we've done, we do have to open it up for public comment. Depending on the public comment, you're talking best case scenario, at least a 3 to 6 month process.
Okay,
So,
all right. How about HR? How long does Cal HR take?
oh, much longer,
Much
unfortunately.
So the pathway is legislation?
The pathway, Mr. Young is saying is not part of 670, it's part of the rules only. I would like to verify that. If it's just within the rules, then it's just rulemaking.
Okay.
Well,
If it's by statute, then then it's amending the statute.
Well,
Looking for an
it's,
author and so on and so forth.
it's rulemaking for that particular requirement, but you also have the separate Cal HR process for any state classifications. So, it's a two-prong
Yeah,
issue.
Yeah, two steps.
So I think Ms. Minotti is going to talk about the
Okay.
state classification in Cal HR.
For Cal HR, remember, while our junior property appraiser does not require, it requires a degree, doesn't need accounting courses.
Okay.
So that's a little different.
Okay.
For us, for our property appraiser
So
position.
let me just clarify.
Yeah.
So you could have that, is it a deputy position? Is that what you described it
No, a
as?
junior property
Junior.
appraiser, that's our entry-level position.
Okay,
So
so
it
that-
allows you to become appraiser, but not an auditor appraiser.
Okay,
If you
so-
happen to have an accounting degree or the 19 units, you then can go into our auditor appraisers, but that requires specific education and experience.
Okay.
And to change those minimum qualifications requires that we go through Cal HR, Labor, and State Personnel Board.
Yeah.
And there's been some pushback on lowering requirements for auditors and accountants.
Okay, but a
Because there's a
pathway
large
would
group.
be that junior position, have that individual take the accounting courses. Once they've
Yeah.
done that, then they would qualify for that.
Or they could just go through the
appraisal.
appraiser track. We have an
Okay.
appraiser track
Mhm.
that has an assistant, associate, and a senior
Okay.
level. It's just
Okay.
not doing the auditor appraiser work, which is different.
All right.
And
Is
David's
that already
explained it to me
occurring?
over and over again. Yes, yes, it
I
already
think that's already
occurs.
occurring
Yes,
at
yes.
counties. I'd like to hear from them in terms of the appraisal positions.
Did they hear the question?
Don, do you want to weigh in on that in terms of the training? Do you
Could
have,
you repeat that?
just
the
in terms of the, would they be deputy auditor positions or appraisal positions that
If I may, the question is,
that they
Assessor,
could be trained at?
is do any county, do you have a level entry position? We're calling it assistant appraiser. It does not require any accounting courses at all, but they won't go through the pathway to become an auditor or appraiser because they do not have the courses. But they can do other appraisal work and they can learn and get certified through the BOE when they take the various courses. So it's a level entry position.
Well, I was going to say, in Stanislaus County, we do have a appraiser tech position, which does not require a college degree. And it is an entry level where people can work towards becoming an appraiser by getting the experience of being an appraiser tech. So we do have that entry level. We do not have anything like that for the auditor appraiser level.
Okay.
Because obviously we have to meet the state, the R&T code requirements and any other requirements. So we don't have that for an auditor appraiser position.
Is there a junior position or an assistant or something where they could work alongside?
Well, we have the appraiser tech position. They're doing a lot of the field work. They're doing
Okay.
drawings. They're doing permit work. They're doing a lot of the basic level work that an appraiser would do. They're just not making the value determinations.
Okay.
So we count that experience and any combination of higher education that they have towards the requirements for appraiser.
Okay. All right. So we'll have to think it through some more. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Probably. Could take a while.
So Chairman Vasquez,
Yes.
perhaps a time check? It is
I'm looking at 4:42.
Yes.
And what do we have left?
I think we,
Did we
you know,
cover
the
it?
official topic was, to wrap it up. And
Okay.
then that's what's left to do for today. And then we can adjourn this and reconvene the meeting tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
All right, unless there's any other comments or questions about this. Looks like everybody's good. And then I think the staff got a feel and a flavor of where we're heading with this. So we'll officially, I guess, adjourn this work group at 4:43. And then we'll reconvene tomorrow
10 a.m.
with our BOE at 10 a.m., right? And I have a hand here from my vice chair.
I'd like to request to put item 8 over until next month's meeting. And if it's possible to, I think the only thing remaining on item 7 was to take a motion and a vote on that. And there was a request earlier to take a 10-minute pause before we had the motion. So I think it might be timely to take a vote on that item at this time.
Where are we at? Well, first we gotta close the work group, right?
Yes.
So
You adjourned the work
we
group
adjourned it
at
at
4:43, so you would
4:43.
need to reconvene the
And now
board
we'll
meeting,
reconvene
the regular board meeting.
our regular board meeting at 4:44. And what we have, Vice Chair Lieber's making a
Yeah.
request here. Go ahead.
Well, I'd just like to request to put item 8 over until our next month's meeting.
So that would be in August, okay. All right. Do we need a motion on that, or? No, we're,
I don't
this
think
is
so.
done. We're good, okay. And then what was the second part?
And then if we could have a motion and a vote on item 7. There was a request earlier to recess that item for 10 minutes, so we've had that time to go through that.
And what was, what would be the this is the one, now, did we finally come to a whole comprehensive, let me hear it. What do we have here? Go ahead.
Go ahead and make this statement. I appreciate that we're addressing this issue today, as this was the controller's expectation. There was lively discourse this morning, and a lot of discussions. I did want to focus on the controller's actual ask, and I think, Executive Director, I want to check in with you because you indicate that you may not be able to get the study done next month, as you did not know how broad the actual report will be. The controller is agreeable to more time, but we will still like this matter voted upon as we're asking. And I just want to remind all my members that we are just only asking for an assessment here, no action, but an assessment from the Executive Director to provide the board with a report analysis on the value, feasibility, and cost of creating a specialized unit within the Board of Equalization's legal department.
A question of clarification, that would be presented in October? I think that's what we had discussed earlier, so I just want to clarify the timing.
That's the time frame that I suggested.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And he's indicating that everyone understand that it's not overnight, and.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
And Vice Chair Lieber, I think, has some comments.
Thank you. Well, I'm not willing today to determine what the outcome would be in terms of having the study look at creating a specialized legal unit. I would be comfortable with requesting from our executive director that she develop information about the needs of the small and medium counties up to 1 million in population, and also how we can balance the needs of taxpayers in that and bring that back to the board. But as far as dictating staffing of the agency or the way that work is done, I'm not comfortable with that.
So how would the motion read then?
So I
why
I
don't you
would
put out
simply,
what you were comfortable with and see if it's acceptable.
yeah, I would
to the-
simply move that we request that the executive director review the matter of the needs of the small and medium counties and the needs of taxpayers in those counties, and come back to the board at the October meeting with information that the board can then work from.
We good?
Okay, now, is that going to include we're going to look at the specialized unit? Wouldn't that be inclusive, that we're going to look at that aspect also?
I think that could be one thing that staff has already indicated that it's not needed and perhaps not desired because the cross-training of staff provides a benefit. But if, I assume that the executive director could include that information in her report, but I'm really interested in the wider scope to actually talk with the small and medium counties up to 1 million. And that would leave in counties that are pretty sizable, like San Francisco and San Mateo, but would exclude only the top 1/5, and come back to the board with that information about what their needs are.
Okay, I support that, but I'd also like to take a look at,
Is there,
I think we ought to have some sort of analysis on the special unit, just so that we know what that option is
Mayor,
or what
Mayor,
that
right
looks
now
like.
we-
So can we do go ahead, Mr. Nangel, please.
I'm sorry to interrupt Deputy Controller Emron, but I just wanted to point out to the board, you've got 2 competing motions and no seconds. So you should probably have a second to one of your motions so you can continue discussion.
Oh, really? We can't just, okay.
Well, I thought we were trying to get a handle on
Or can
what
we
it
just
is.
Yeah,
put
yeah,
something
Yeah,
together?
if we
Maybe
have,
one
I-
motion.
I'm just
No, I
saying,
hear what you're-
don't forget to do the second at some point. So-
Well, no, exactly, but I don't think people are comfortable with a second yet. That's why I think we're trying to air this right here.
Yeah, and I'm
And
fine,
that's okay,
and
right?
I'm not criticizing, I'm just reminding the board that a second should be done at some point.
At some point, it will be done.
Okay, thank you, Henry. May I suggest some language that I think it will address Vice Chair Lieber's concern and the controller's original ask?
Let's hear it.
Okay. Director, Executive Director to review the needs of small and medium-sized counties up to a million in population, and the needs of taxpayers. In addition, look at the ability or the feasibility of having a small legal unit that specializes on the needs of small and medium-sized counties.
Does that cover it?
I could definitely support that, and I'd make
And
that
then you would just
motion.
put a date that we're looking at October, right?
I'm looking at October, yes.
You were comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with that.
Everybody's comfortable with that?
I believe I'm
Member Emron?
comfortable with that. And then just so we're all on the same page, you mentioned some type of confidential report and a
Yeah,
high-level
it depends on how
report.
far I go. If I get, it depends on what I'm giving,
Is that going to come at the same time?
it will come at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so,
I will second that. I think
All
we
right,
have,
so it looks like
I
my
think
s-
we have support across the board, don't we?
looks
here?
like it. So it's, do we
So
need a
is
vote or
our-
is there a consensus?
Yeah, I was going to say, our motion is Ms. Lieber's motion.
Yes.
With some amendments from Ms. Stowers.
Yes.
Which is to request that the ED review the needs of small and medium counties up to 1 million population, as well as the needs of the taxpayer, and also investigate the feasibility of a small legal unit to support small and medium counties, and have this information back to the board in October.
Great,
Yeah.
A second.
Right, so Mr. Gaines, you're the second?
yes.
All right, thank you.
So we're good legally, right? Now we could vote on this. Now, do we need, is there any, there's no written comments?
There's no written
but we can go
comments
AT&T,
at this
right?
time.
Just
Let's go out to the AT&T moderator.
See if there's anybody out there.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this motion on the floor.
Thank you. For public comment, please press
Bless you.
1 then 0 at this time. At this time, we have no public comment.
Thank
All
you.
right, so we'll go ahead and take a vote on this.
We'll take a roll. Our motion was made by Ms. Lieber with a second from Mr. Gaines. Calling the roll, Chairman Vasquez,
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye?
Member Schaefer, is not present, and Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Motion
So that has passes. All right. Now with that, we can go ahead and, well, I guess we'll reconvene tomorrow at
We're
10
going to
o'clock.
recess. until
Recess, I
tomorrow
guess I
morning
should
at
say.
10.
So we're recessing our board meeting now until tomorrow at 10 a.m. here. And then we'll take the items that we do have forward.
Items 9 through 17.
9 through 17, is that what it is? Yes. And then for the viewing audience that didn't maybe catch it earlier, Vice Chair Lieber asked that we put off item 8 until the August meeting.
Right.
Okay, so we'll recess until tomorrow morning.
Hello, I'm Lisa Thompson, the State Board of Equalization's Taxpayers' Rights Advocate. Taxpayers and stakeholders are invited to this year's Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing before the elected members of the State Board of Equalization on Tuesday, August 29th, 2023 at 10 a.m. You can participate in person, by phone, or submit written comments before the hearing. We welcome comments, suggestions, or concerns on California's property tax system or the recent annual report, as well as on the alcoholic beverage tax program. For more information, please visit www.boe.ca.gov/TRA. We look forward to your participation.